A carriage arrives at the gates of a snowy grand castle. The brown-haired man announces their arrival, presenting the white-haired girl as the new Grand Duchess. Surprise and wonder fill the girl's pink eyes.
Yuna marvels at the lush greenery thriving inside the mansion, despite the frozen world outside.
She wonders if the vibrant roses are fueled by the power of magic stones.
Her uncle welcomes her to the Black Mansion, and she dutifully accepts it as her new home.
Walking down a grand hall, Yuna reflects on her sudden marriage to a man she has never met.
The mansion staff whispers behind her, mockingly labeling her a barbarian from the southern islands.
They question her worth as her uncle places a comforting hand on her shoulder.
He warns her that the residents are wary of outsiders, but she remains undeterred.
She privately recalls her humble tribal roots and her commitment to her people's survival.
Yuna offers a bright, radiant smile, expressing her hope to get along with everyone. A maid stands frozen in shock, realizing the girl is far from a savage.
The surrounding staff is left in awe, comparing her beauty to that of a goddess. An ominous presence questions if this stunning woman is truly his intended wife.
A heavy footfall echoes through the room, causing the group to gasp in sudden terror. A man drenched in blood, Theo de Phoenix, casually claims he was just out hunting.
Yuna recoils as the gore-stained Grand Duke reaches out his hand toward her.
The blood-spattered man coldly confirms his identity to his new bride. He bluntly declares that there will be no wedding ceremony between them.
Theo reveals with a terrifying smile that all his previous wives have either fled or perished.
Standing before a dark tower at night, Ulith informs Yuna she will have separate quarters.
Theo's secretary explains that she must treat this time as a period of adjustment.
He directs her to a cramped, isolated attic at the very top of the tower. Yuna is stunned to learn the rest of the tower floors will remain completely empty.
A cold wind howls as she realizes she is the only person living in the tower. The lonely tower stands silhouetted against the dark blue night sky.
A hand lifts a glass filled with golden liquid.
Theo sits alone in his chambers, brooding over a bottle of spirits. Ulith reports that he has successfully placed the girl in the northern fortress tower. A light sipping sound follows as the secretary questions why the Duke used such a bloody intimidation tactic. Theo explains the gore was a warning to ensure she never expects a loving marriage. He intends for her to live as a forgotten prisoner in her isolated room.
Yuna sits alone on the floor of the dark, stone-walled attic.
Ulith sighs wearily, deciding he must contact someone named David soon.
The Duke wonders if the girl is currently weeping after his grotesque display of violence.
Ulith looks on with a hint of concern in his eyes.
Theo reacts with visible confusion to an unexpected update from his secretary. Far from being broken, Yuna is shown laughing with pure, unbridled joy. She stands in a room flooded with golden light, thrilled by her new environment. Her hand reaches out toward a pile of glowing, radiant crystals. She marvels at the intense warmth radiating from the magic stones in the fireplace. Her expression softens as her thoughts drift back to her distant homeland. Memories of Luwah Island reveal a tropical paradise of palm trees and clear water. A man on the island protests her decision to marry a stranger for their sake. Yuna reminds her father that their island is freezing and their people are suffering. Clutching a scroll, she remains firm in her choice to sacrifice her future for her tribe. Panic had gripped the island when an unnatural cold wave destroyed their eternal spring. Stories of magic stones that hold heat even in winter became their only source of hope. The Emperor's offer to exchange her hand in marriage for the stones was the island's final salvation. The tanned man identifies Yuna as the tribe's sole heir, but she insists she must depart. She reflects on how an heir's duty is to protect their suffering people. The white-haired beauty radiates light among roses.
Yuna stands alone before swirling purple energy.
Clenching her hands, she reaffirms her firm commitment to handle her new life. Yuna considers both her uncle and the secretary, finding them both to be quite kind. Recalling the Duke's bloody arrival, she blushes at the memory of his warm touch. Successful hunters are explained to be the most respected warriors in her homeland. The secretary suggests she treat this as an adjustment period, appearing very considerate. Yuna feels her husband is responsible and understanding, believing they will get along perfectly. A hand reaches for radiant purple crystals. She cries out while losing her balance. Desperate to save the precious magic stones, she lunges forward to catch them. Her foot catches on the doorframe painfully. Startled, she looks out into the night.
The discovery of another hidden door in her room leaves her completely stunned.
She falls face first with a loud gut.
A soft groan escapes her as she lies dazed on the cold floor. Wide eyes gaze up at the mem.
Seeing the Duke on the balcony, she calls out to him in sudden surprise.
Yuna frantically explains that she was only trying to catch a falling stone.
Theo's blue eyes study her intensely.
She clutches her dress in nervous silence.
A radiant, blushing smile transforms her face. A moment of quiet, profound realization occurs as he sees her in a new light. Theo stares at her in stunned silence.
She glows beautifully among soft pink flowers.
He questions if this is the first time he has truly seen her. Theo curses the blood that previously prevented him from seeing her clearly. A sudden floral scent captures his attention, distracting him from his previous thoughts.
A new perspective on her beauty begins.
He realizes just how small and delicate she truly appears to be.
Theo notes that her soft eyelashes look exactly like delicate feathers.
Flustered and blushing, he questions why such thoughts are entering his mind.
He sternly reminds himself she is only a duchess in name, not a real wife.
Theo vows to keep his heart closed and never show an emotional opening.
Yulina stares back at him wide-eyed.
He firmly resolves that he will never fall in love with her.
Theo determines to act colder and harsher, calling out Yulina's name to scold her.
She shivers in the cold wind while responding timidly to his sudden call.
He towers over the shivering small girl.
Theo curses as his composure begins slipping. A wave of embarrassment hits as he realizes his inner thoughts were spoken aloud. An ancient text explains the statue represents the only human capable of wielding divine power.
Golden light falls with soft white feathers.
Looking at a letter from 2 months ago, Theo summons Ulith. He questions if it was simple luck that placed the letter in his hands.
The letter reveals Delulkin as an Imperial spy who found a prophetic sacrificial saintess.
Ulith explains that the girl has been monitored through Delulkin the entire time. Theo smirks while noting he is the only Imperial family member without an engraving.
A marriage in the Imperial family involves a soul engraving that occurs 1 year after the wedding and cannot be undone.
Looking serious, Ulith notes that all 3 of the Grand Duke's previous brides suffered unfortunate fates.
A document is crumpled as text reveals the 3rd candidate for the Grand Duke's bride has been eliminated, completing the preparations for the Saintess's power engraving.
Theo de Phoenix ponders if the Emperor was actually the one responsible for the deaths of his previous wives. The Grand Duke of the Phoenix Principality is formally introduced.
Standing as the Emperor's maternal nephew, the black-haired man recalls being labeled a war demon and a terrifying murderer on the battlefield.
He reflects on the loss of his mother when he was only 15 years old.
Following her death, he immediately stepped onto the battlefield to serve as a Grand Duke.
In the heat of combat, there was absolutely no time for fear or hesitation.
Clad in silver armor, the stern Grand Duke stands before his silent army.
Covered in blood, he lets out a fierce battle cry amidst the chaos of war.
A grim scene of a skeletal hand clutching a sword over a mountain of skulls reflects his past. Wounded and gore-stained, he walked among his fearful people while his past wives either fled his side or perished. A woman in a purple dress falls into a dark abyss, symbolizing the tragic ends of those who married him.
Surrounded by spilled drinks and empty glasses, he admits that he felt no sadness during those dark times.
Lying amidst the wreckage of a drinking session, he decided to live the rest of his years as though he were already dead.
Theo resolves that he needs a new plan to prevent the Emperor from achieving his ultimate goals.
He casually announces his decision to get married, leaving his secretary, Ulith, completely stunned. When Ulith questions marrying a woman destined for sacrifice, Theo smirks, noting she is the only person the Emperor cannot kill.
Theo considers the consequences if he never performs the engraving on her, while Ulith watches with concern.
Under the light of a full moon, a voice questions why someone is dressed so thinly for the cold night.
Theo stands on the balcony in his nightclothes, facing Yulina, who is dressed in a simple white gown. He tells himself to get a grip and resolve to scold her harshly so she becomes afraid of him and the marriage. Gazing up with her bright pink eyes, Yulina asks if His Highness is feeling the cold.
Theo maintains his heartless image, coldly stating that he does not feel the cold at all.
Yulina blushes deeply, her wide eyes filled with a sudden, intense sparkle.
While Yulina panics that the Duke's body is too exposed, Theo wonders why she is suddenly avoiding his gaze.
He questions if his cold-blooded persona is finally starting to make her feel a sense of fear.
Theo calls out to her, causing the startled girl to gasp and cover her mouth. Pointing to the architecture, he explains the bridge connects to his terrace and tells her to ask him for anything she needs. He firmly believes she will soon realize she cannot accomplish anything in the Principality without going through him first. A quick top sounds as he prepares to deliver a final, terrifying warning to his new bride.
Theo compares his ability to control her to catching a fleeing white squirrel.
He leans in close, looming over the smaller girl as they share an intense, silent moment. Yulina is shocked to hear that the isolated attic room she stays in is actually the closest one to his own chambers. A sudden, sharp whoosh of wind blows past them, causing Yulina to stumble and cry out in surprise.
She lets out a startled eek as the powerful gust causes her to lose her footing on the terrace.
Theo lunges forward with a swift motion, sensing the immediate danger as she begins to fall.
Strands of long, white hair flutter wildly in the night breeze.
He catches her in a protective embrace, surrounding her with a soft, floral atmosphere as flowers bloom around them.
A rhythmic thumping sound of a heartbeat fills the air as she looks up at him, blushing intensely.
Theo is surprised to find that she feels completely weightless in his arms as he holds her steady. A visible blush creeps onto his face as he gazes down at the delicate woman in his grasp. He calls her name softly, and she responds with a quiet, dazed sound while they remain close.
His hand hovers near her shoulder as he silently wonders if his touch was unpleasant for her. Theo reflects on how his previous wives would have flinched at even the slightest touch from him.
Looking into his piercing blue eye, Yulina offers a soft word of thanks for catching her. The memory of a former bride falling into darkness serves as a grim reminder of his past reputation. He recalls walking through the crowds as a figure of dread, covered in the blood of his enemies. He concludes that to everyone around him, he was once nothing but the embodiment of fear and terror. Yulina blushes while recalling the Duke's face. She remembers him holding her blood-stained hands. Her pink eyes sparkle with sudden realization. Theo considers giving her anything to keep her. He asks if she needs the magic stone.
Yulina responds with a startled, quiet gasp. She worries he dislikes her for marrying for stones.
Surprised, she declines receiving the stones immediately. Theo studies her, confused by her sudden refusal. She glows beautifully among soft yellow flowers. He wonders what his wife will say next. Theo questions if she wants to leave him. Her attention is taken by a tight grip sounding as he prepares to refuse. He rejects her breakfast invitation as being impossible. The Duke towers over his small, flustered bride. Theo blushes intensely at her bold, smiling face. Yulina beams with a radiant, joyful laugh. She repeats her invitation for a morning meal. Theo's heart races as he continues blushing. She looks stunning among the blooming flowers. A soft, whooshing wind blows under the moon. He reflects on his previous life as a soldier.
They share a quiet, blushing moment under starlight.
He wonders what a white squirrel eats for breakfast. Theo considers gathering acorns in the mountains. Misinterpreting his silence, she apologizes for the invitation.
Yulina pouts sadly, feeling distance between them.
He struggles to find the right words. Her eyes widen at his sudden, sharp movement. Theo looks away, unable to hide his embarrassment. Ulith notes she woke him up far too early.
Theo claims replacing the chef was simply necessary.
Ulith questions if the Grand Duchess is the reason. Theo recalls having a lunch appointment with her. Ulith notes his blush and suggests a meal is a good idea.
Ulith realizes how much Theo cares for her.
He hopes for a normal family life ahead. A purple energy swirls as obstacles are removed. Ulith suggests sending Delulkin away to the north. Theo calculates Delulkin will be gone for months. A cunning smirk plays on the Duke's lips. Theo gives the order to proceed immediately. Yulina asks if the Count is truly leaving. They sit together for tea by the fireplace. Delulkin asks a shocking question about their marriage.
She nervously confirms they have not shared a bed.
Delulkin finds her useless for failing to influence Theo. He resolves to coach her from the shadows. Her attention is taken by her teacup rattling loudly while she expresses confusion over his mission. Delulkin reminds Yuna that this place is different from her home island. Yulina reacts with shock as the man reveals the Grand Duke's lack of affection for her. Delulkin emphasizes that the island's magic stone supply depends on her ability to seduce the Duke quickly. Yulina is mortified when her uncle suggests wearing revealing clothing to entice her husband. Seated alone, she nervously ponders the suggestion of wearing revealing attire. Delulkin aggressively suggests wearing something fluttering and flowy as Yulina watches in confusion.
As he departs, Delulkin demands she remember his advice, and Yulina obediently acknowledges her uncle.
The scene shifts to the lush greenery surrounding the estate.
Yulina stands on the terrace, deep in thought about the challenges ahead.
Theo approaches from behind, remarking on the cold temperature of the night air. A soft rustle sounds as he places his heavy, fur-lined cloak around her shoulders.
Theo clears his throat and looks away, masking a faint blush as he stands near her.
Yulina is nearly swallowed by the massive cloak, looking startled by the sudden warmth. Theo stares at her with a soft, steady gaze, his usual coldness momentarily forgotten. Noticing the sleeves are too long, he suggests cutting them, but Yulina frantically declines. She explains that cutting fine clothes is a waste and demonstrates how simply folding the sleeves works perfectly.
Theo clears his throat and asks if she met with Count Delulkin earlier.
He studies her face, secretly aware of every word exchanged during her meeting with the spy.
Theo recalls Delulkin's command for her to seduce him, causing a moment of internal discomfort.
He reflects on the Count's inappropriate suggestion about wearing revealing clothes.
Theo clears his throat again, offering to provide anything she needs now that Delulkin has left.
He notices her hesitation and questions why she is stalling.
Theo thinks about Delulkin's claim that getting on his good side results in an abundance of magic stones.
A soft whooshing wind blows as they stand together in the quiet evening.
The two share a silent moment, highlighting the physical contrast between the Duke and his small bride.
A loud growl sounds as Yuna blushes and apologizes for not having eaten since the morning.
She is overcome with embarrassment as she tries to hide her face.
Theo covers his mouth to hide a smile, wondering if she plans to seduce him with her hunger.
A quick fluttering sound fills the air as he finds her reaction undeniably cute.
Theo sits in his study, imagining a small bird landing on his outstretched hand.
Ulith and the physician watch as Theo makes a strange, silent hand gesture.
David, Theo's personal physician, is delighted to have been summoned by the Duke for the first time.
David recalls his time as a court physician, treating wounded knights on the front lines of war.
He reflects on the realization that mental wounds are significantly harder to heal than physical ones.
The physician remembers that among all the soldiers, the Duke's mental wounds were the most difficult to address.
Theo is depicted as a cold warrior who appeared to have never learned how to feel emotions.
David reacts with alarm, assuming the sudden summons indicates a medical emergency.
He asks if the symptoms are severe, and Theo solemnly confirms that they are. Prepared to take notes, David eagerly asks for a description of the current symptoms.
A soft whooshing sound accompanies Theo's serious expression as he prepares to speak.
Both David and Ulith look on with utter confusion at the Duke's mysterious behavior. David wonders if the Duke has been cursed, but Theo claims he is simply raising something. When the doctor asks if it is a horse, Theo explains he is raising a long-tailed tit.
He describes the creature as white, fluffy, and smelling like flowers.
Theo explains that he believes the bird is casting spells on him, leaving David speechless. David tries to maintain his professional composure while asking about the specific effects of the curse. A loud bang sounds as Theo slams the table, admitting he constantly desires to see the creature.
Surrounded by an aura of flowers, Theo confesses his constant urge to look at it.
The room falls into a stunned silence as the staff processes the Duke's admission.
Theo insists the bird has cast a spell, while Ulith questions the sudden obsession with a common sparrow. David reflects on the realization that for the first time, His Grace is finally becoming aware of his own emotions.
David's attention is caught by a sudden realization as he looks at Theo.
David points accusingly, exclaiming that His Grace has truly been put under a spell. A soft swallow sounds as David suggests the Duke should verify the situation once more.
Theo is puzzled when David suggests showing the sparrow to someone else.
David explains that if others find the bird cute, Theo can finally accept his changing emotions naturally.
David bows slightly while confirming his instructions to the dupe. Surrounded by an aura of roses, Theo admits this treatment is the most reasonable suggested yet.
David scratches his head while humbly expressing his honor at serving.
Back in the study, Theo reviews documents with Ulith standing there. Her attention is taken by a quick top sounding as Ulith doubts the magic, noting his own lack of symptoms.
Theo decides they will see the truth by following the physician's plan.
Gazing at a hunting trophy, Theo plans to bring the Grand Duchess to the upcoming noble gathering.
A creaking sound follows as Theo orders Ulith to prepare for the trip.
Theo suddenly stops, remembering one last important detail.
Looking out at the night, Theo thoughtfully mentions his wife's sensitivity to the cold.
Ulith agrees to keep it in mind while privately feeling a sense of deep anxiety.
Ulith is overwhelmed by the thought of the Duke's potential reaction to others doting on her.
Yuna is breathless as she gazes upon the shimmering, snowy forest. She marveled at the beautiful landscape, having never seen anything like it before. Ulith watches as the Grand Duchess pulls her fur cloak tighter.
Ulith presents her with a gift to ward off the biting cold air. He explains they are heading to a cabin used by the Duke for monthly hunting trips.
Yulena's pink eyes widen as she realizes Theo intends to introduce her to high society.
She is filled with worry about her lack of etiquette and common background.
A soft turning sound accompanies Yulena's downcast gaze as she worries about being disliked.
Ulith describes ice skating on the frozen pond, confusing the small bride. He promises to gift her skates, finding her curious reaction as cute as a little bird.
The group arrives at a large, rustic cabin nestled among the evergreens.
Ulith politely invites the Grand Duchess to step inside the warm lodge.
Yulena walks forward, her heavy cloak rustling against the wooden floorboards.
She lets out a startled sound as she enters a room filled with rowdy nobles. A noble man leans in, boldly claiming she is more beautiful than the rumors suggested.
The men crowd around her, remarking on how pleased the Duke must be with such a wife.
Ulith steps in firmly, demanding the nobles show proper respect to the Grand Duchess.
The nobles laugh off the warning, insisting they are merely speaking the plain truth.
A man smirks mockingly while whispering about her island being sold and eventually conquered. He flippantly asks for her opinion, boasting that he possesses more than enough wealth to buy her island.
A sharp, tight grip sounds as a fist clenches in silent rage.
A sudden, heavy top sounding marks the arrival of a dangerous presence. Theo looms over the scene with a terrifying aura, noting the excessive noise. The nobles cry out in terror, shocked by the Duke's sudden appearance. Rhythmic footsteps echo as Theo descends the stairs while the nobles panic about their overheard scheme.
A man stutteringly suggests Theo should be hunting, but the Duke coldly cancels the event. A swift, powerful strike sounding as Theo grabs the disrespectful noble by the throat.
Theo's blue eye pierces the man, warning that none of them will leave unharmed.
A harsh, grinding grip sounds as Theo accuses the noble of siphoning magic stones.
Yulina lets out a terrified scream as the violence erupts.
Theo crushes the man's wrist, mockingly asking if he truly thinks he is wealthier than a duke.
A loud, crashing bang sounds as the noble is hurled ruthlessly to the floor.
Theo stands over his fallen prey, demanding that everyone in the room listen carefully.
Theo towers over the three nobles as they cower on the floor, demanding they return the hidden magic stones if they wish to keep their limbs.
With a cold and lethal intensity, the Duke warns that he will have their heads if they ever spread worthless rumors about the Grand Duchess again.
Terrified out of their wits, the nobles scramble out of the room while shouting frantic apologies back at the Duke.
Yulina sits alone on a plush velvet sofa, looking small and fragile as she waits for Theo's return.
She reflects on the encounter with the nobles, thinking that she has never heard such an insulting remark directed at her before.
Looking down with a heavy heart, Yulina feels a sense of deep regret for being unable to say anything in her own defense. Her thoughts wander to the commotion she heard from the floor below, worrying that Theo might have faced trouble because of her.
A sudden loud bang sounds as Theo bursts through the door, his expression unreadable and stern. Startled by his abrupt entry, Yulina looks up with wide pink eyes and calls out to the Grand Duke.
She is filled with internal turmoil, certain that Theo must now view her as weak and completely unfit to hold the title of Grand Duchess.
Theo steps closer and reaches out, requesting that she give him her right hand for just a moment.
Yulina looks at him with utter confusion, not understanding why he wants to take her hand so suddenly.
Theo gently explains that he noticed her hand was injured during the earlier confrontation with the disrespectful nobleman.
Realizing she hadn't even noticed the scrape, Yulina watches as Theo reveals he brought a special ointment made from powdered healing magic stones.
He carefully applies the medicine to her palm, his large hands handling hers with unexpected and profound gentleness. Theo looks into her eyes with a soft, steady gaze, asking if the injury is causing her a lot of pain.
Yulina is left speechless, captivated by the sudden change in his usually cold and distant demeanor.
She softly offers an apology, admitting her guilt because he was insulted by the other nobles on her behalf.
Yulina worries that she is ruining his social standing, noting that nobles are supposed to be high-ranking people important to his own success.
A close-up reveals Theo's sharp blue eye as he stares at her with intense focus, absorbing her words of self-doubt.
Theo firmly declares that within this duchy, there is absolutely no one who stands above the Grand Duchess except for him.
He takes her hand in his once more, his touch firm and reassuring as he prepares to dismiss her worries.
Theo acknowledges that some people claim she became his wife only for magic stones, but he insists he provides them simply because of who she is.
He looks at her with a resolute expression, making it clear that his support is not conditional on anything but her position by his side.
He pulls her hand toward him, emphasizing that his only concern is for the woman who is his Grand Duchess.
Theo kneels before her on the ornate rug, telling Yulina that she has the freedom to do whatever she pleases within the walls of this castle.
Inspired by his words, Yulina resolves that she no longer needs to feel intimidated because she truly is the Grand Duchess.
Theo continues to watch her with a calm, supportive expression, bridging the physical gap between them.
Suddenly overwhelmed by the proximity, Yulina pulls her hand away and blushes deeply from intense embarrassment.
Theo looks momentarily bewildered by her reaction, wondering if she is shocked by the idea of staying with him for the rest of her life. Trying to break the awkward tension, Yulina brightly asks if he is planning to head out for his hunting trip now.
A soft rustle sounds as she begins to unfasten the thick, fur-lined cloak Theo had previously given her.
She explains that his aide, Ulysses, took the time to prepare special hunting attire just for her to use today. Yulina stands revealed in a form-fitting outfit consisting of a white ruffled blouse, a dark corset, and tight black trousers. Theo's eyes widen and a visible blush creeps across his face as he takes in his wife's strikingly different appearance. He stutteringly agrees that the custom-made outfit looks fine and suggests it would be a waste not to wear it for the occasion. He thinks back to her past appearances, realizing that she has only ever worn very loose and oversized clothing until this moment. He recalls seeing her in a dress she bought without trying on, where she looked like she was drowning in the excess fabric. Yulina stands shyly, clutching her hands together while wondering if the well-fitted clothes look out of place on her. A quick slap sounds as Theo covers his face with his hand, mentally scolding himself to get a grip on his racing heart. Yulina asks with a dejected expression if the outfit looks strange, but Theo quickly reassures her that it doesn't at all. He moves on to ask if she has any prior experience with hunting, and she responds with a determined and cheerful yes. In her mind, Yulina proudly imagines herself as an expert marksman with a simple wooden popgun slingshot.
Theo can't help but let out a small, amused smile, finding her definition of hunting to be quite predictable.
He envisions her sitting peacefully among rabbits and foxes, realizing her hunting likely meant just watching small animals play.
A soft sliding motion sounds as Theo offers his hand to her, suggesting a quiet walk together instead of a strenuous hunt.
Yulina smiles and agrees that a walk sounds wonderful, placing her small hand back into his open palm.
The two walk side by side along a stone path through the lush estate grounds, surrounded by blooming rose bushes. Yulina observes that while the flowers are beautiful, they have no scent, leading Theo to explain they are artificially grown with magic stones. A gentle rustle sounds as she reaches out to touch a large pink rose, lamenting the fact that such beauty lacks a natural fragrance.
Theo asks Yulina if they should walk further into the garden.
He notes a pleasant smell near.
Yulina admires the roses, while Theo thinks it is lucky they have no natural scent.
A quiet moment of observation.
Theo watches her with intent.
Yulina excitedly asks about ice skating. Theo explains they can use sleds on the frozen winter. He describes skates as shoes with blades for gliding. Yulina is excited, but Theo worries about the winter cold. She asks him to teach her both activities.
Theo is surprised by her request, but agrees.
A close view of her delicate hand. He regrets not bringing her a cloak. Theo questions why she wasn't wearing her gloves, and Yulina reveals they were a gift from Ulysses.
Theo is stunned to hear Ulysses mentioned.
Yulina praises Ulysses as kind and thoughtful, leaving Theo completely bewildered.
He recalls Ulysses as a ruthless official who purges nobles.
He imagines Ulysses as a sinister, underhanded shadow.
Theo remembers Ulysses as a constant nag and finds Yulina's description absurd.
At the castle, Ulysses feels a sudden, unexplained chill. Theo determines he must give her a better gift to prove he is also kind. He resolves to be seen as more thoughtful than his guide.
He dismisses various jewels as being inadequate.
Theo sits at his desk, contemplating the perfect present. He continues his search for something special. He finds a small, elegant red case. Inside, a pair of brilliant ruby earrings glimmers. A creaking sound accompanies Ulysses as he enters.
Ulysses reports that the offending nobles have been stripped of their ranks. He notices Theo's preoccupation and asks if anything is wrong.
Ulysses is confused by Theo's sudden competitive desire to be considerate. He realizes Theo's behavior is a reaction to the Glocks. Ulysses is shocked to see the earrings, identifying them as a keepsake from Theo's mother. He pleads with the Duke to reconsider giving away such a precious item.
Theo dismisses the concern, wanting to give his wife something truly meaningful.
Ulysses is frustrated by the Duke's stubbornness. Theo stands, deciding to deliver the gift immediately. His hand brushes against a book. He prepares to leave his study. He brusquely orders Ulysses to leave the room. Ulysses notes that the Duke seems more lively than before. Theo walks through the moonlit palace carrying the red box. A quick, clear knock sounding.
A sudden clatter sounding from inside.
Theo greets Yulina as she answers the door. He is speechless as Yulina appears in a stunning, low-cut white nightgown. A close-up shows his eye widening in shock. Theo's face flushes red as he wonders what kind of curse she has placed on him to make his body feel so hot. Yulina looks at him with innocent surprise. He remains captivated by her unexpected appearance. Theo wonders why his body feels hot and what curse Yulina cast.
Yulina apologizes for mistaking him for a servant in the dark hallway.
Blushing, she explains that she is wearing her old pajamas from home.
Theo tells her she should only wear those clothes in his presence.
He nervously offers to leave if his sudden visit is an inconvenience. A sudden firm grab stops the Duke from turning away.
Yulina looks up and insists that he is not being inconvenient.
Theo realizes that this curse is taking control of his entire body.
He defines the magic as a curse that controls another person. He tells her to wear whatever she likes in their private room.
A sweet, pleasant fragrance suddenly fills the air around the woman. Theo holds out an elegant red gift box for her to take.
A soft, sharp click sounds as Yulina opens the presented gift. She exclaims in awe at the beauty of the sparkling ruby earrings.
Yulina asks for confirmation that the jewelry is intended for her.
She looks at the rubies and wonders how to handle such a gift.
Overjoyed, she thanks him with a bright and beaming smile.
Theo watches her with a rare and subtle expression of warmth. The couple sits together in a moment of quiet, shared peace.
Yulina reflects on her hopes for their future as a couple.
She envisions them living as a normal and happy married pair.
Sitting by the fire, Theo lies about having a naturally high temperature. Sunlight shines on the garden during their formal breakfast together.
Yulina's personal maid, Ray, is formally introduced to the scene.
Ree recalls volunteering for war at 12 to save her sickly brother.
She remembers the Grand Duke personally teaching her how to fight.
Theo coached the young Ray in proper combat and sword techniques. The scene shifts to the dark memories of her time in war.
Ray's service earned her a knight's title after they won the war.
She noticed that the Duke remained unhappy even after his victory.
She chose to retire as a knight to remain by his side. Ray worries about Theo's past while brushing the Grand Duchess's hair.
The maid observes that Yulina has an exceptionally kind and sweet heart.
A gentle, knowing smile appears on the maid's face. Ray hopes that her lord will finally be happy with his life. Present tension flares as Ray notices that Theo seems upset today.
Ray fumes as Theo coldly ignores Yulina's pleasant conversation about flowers.
Yulina asks about his favorite flower while Ray mentally demands an answer. Theo bluntly states that he does not have a liking for flowers.
He dismisses her offer for tea to go work in his room.
The staff screams in internal frustration at their lord's social failures. Ulysses suddenly recalls something vital about the earrings she is wearing. Yulina worries that she has done something to cause his sour ood.
Ulysses whispers a plan to Ray to break the breakfast tension.
Ulysses stops the angry maid from confronting the Duke directly.
Ray approaches and lures Theo away with reports of training ground trouble.
Theo excuses himself and follows Ray away from the breakfast table.
Ulysses asks the Grand Duchess for permission to speak to her privately.
He inquires about the gift she recently received from the dupe. Ulysses reveals that the earrings were a keepsake from the former Duke.
Ulysses confirms that the earrings once belonged to the current Duke's mother.
Yulina is shocked to learn the jewelry's deep sentimental value. Looking distressed, she asks Ulysses what she should do.
Yulina leans in and begins whispering a secret to the aide.
Ulysses reacts to her words with a look of pure astonishment. The Duke walks ahead while Ray follows a short distance behind.
Theo asks if Ray is planning to strike him.
Rai asks why he is avoiding the Grand Duchess. Theo looks away and claims that is not the case. He admits he believes that Yulina does not like him.
Ray argues that his habit of ignoring her explains everything.
Theo asks if Yulina ever mentioned wanting to wear jewelry.
Ree questions if he means the earrings from the estate.
She notes that Yulina is not wearing the gift he gave.
Ray suggests Yulina is saving the gift for a special occasion.
Theo realizes he might have completely misread his wife's reaction.
Ray scolds the Duke for his lack of courage and sensitivity.
Yulina runs toward them, breathlessly calling out to the Duke.
Theo is surprised to see her holding the red gift box.
She tearfully explains she cannot accept such a precious keepsake.
Theo's heart aches with a sudden, firm clench sounding.
He tells himself that her accepting the gift was meaningful enough.
Theo apologizes for pressuring her, but she quickly interrupts him.
He suggests she keep them or accept a different gift.
Yulina shouts that it is impossible for her to wear them.
She walks quickly and determinedly toward the startled Duke.
Yulina reveals that she has never had her ears pierced.
Theo watches her with a deep, visible blush.
She explains she needs help to finally pierce them.
Yulina says the rubies are too beautiful to ignore.
She holds the small red box with immense admiration. She repeats how much she truly wants to wear them.
Yulina confirms she has been wanting to try wearing earrings.
She describes a past mark her father made with a needle. Theo recognizes the significance of the saint's red mark.
Yulina admits she only feels safe asking him for help.
Theo leans in close, his hands framing her face. Yulina is flustered by their sudden and intense proximity. Theo promises to finish the task as quickly as possible.
Yulina worries about the sound of her racing heart.
Theo carefully begins to pierce her earlobe with a noodle.
She reacts with a soft, low hum sounding.
Theo panics when he sees a drop of blood. He insists on calling a doctor, but she stops him.
Chibi Yulina insists they must finish the other ear.
Theo agrees but demands they stop the bleeding first.
Yulina asks how the ruby earrings are on her.
Theo tells her she looks truly beautiful.
He watches her while thinking about his mother.
The ruby earring glimmers in his memory. Theo cries out to his mother.
A cold wind whistles through the dark.
Theo's desperate cries echo through the storm.
Theo holds his mother's lifeless body.
The ruby earring remains on her ear. Karen Rose entrusted the duchy to young Theo.
Young Theo promises to obey his mother. The former Duchess prioritized serving her people.
Karen Rose died honorably for the duchy's sake.
Theo begs her to open her eyes.
He mourns his mother in the snow.
She sacrificed everything for her northern land.
Theo vowed her death wasn't in vain.
Strength replaced grief in the heat of battle.
Only the ruby earrings remained as keepsakes.
Theo previously viewed the jewelry with indifference.
Sorrow suddenly overwhelms the Duke's heart. Yulina beams while wearing the precious rubies.
Theo softly calls out to his life.
Surprised, Yulina thanks him to the gift.
Yulina asks Theo to use her nickling. She encourages him to call her Yuna.
Theo bashfully requests she call him Theo.
The couple shares a peaceful, intimate moment.
Yulina realizes the significance of her nickname. The two walk together through a snowy landscape.
They share a romantic embrace among flowers.
Yulina envisions a future with their child.
Theo admits he still has much to learn.
A soft, relieved sigh sounds in the garden.
Ray explains the garden's magical climate control.
Magic stones cause weeds to grow rapidly.
A soft, rhythmic sniff sounding from the Duchess.
Yulina describes the fragrant flowers of Luwah. Yulina recalls her uncle's warnings about home. She hopes to visit her homeland eventually.
Yulina wonders about the letters she sent. A quill writes a message in script.
Theo appears bloodied after a fierce struggle.
Yulina's letter called him the North's handsomest.
Yulina blushes, worrying her letter was excessive.
Ray asks why the Duchess looks troubled.
Theo hides in the bushes while eavescopping.
Ray realizes the Duke's hiding spot is obvious.
Ray awkwardly shouts about weeding to hide Beto.
Yulina resolves to be more careful writing.
Theo watches her from behind the roses.
He sympathizes with her longing for home.
Theo misinterprets her words as wanting a divorce.
Theo declares he will not allow it.
Yulina wonders about a sudden noise while the red-haired maid frantically yells for her not to worry because it is probably just a big mole.
The red-haired maid quickly suggests that they go see the pretty flowers in the other garden instead.
Ray mentions a rare, newly planted flower to pique Yulina's interest while the black-haired Duke hides in the bushes nearby.
Theo reflects on how they just started using intimate nicknames, yet he fears she already wants to annul their marriage.
A firm, determined clench sounds as Theo vows that he will never let her go. The Duke declares in his heart that Yulina is his only wife.
The black-haired man's blue eyes burn with a look of fierce and absolute determination.
Theo stands alone behind the tall windows of the silent, grand hall.
He stares pensively out at the castle towers and the bridge connecting them.
Narrative text notes that Yulina has officially been in the Grand Duchy for 2 months now. She enjoys her meals without being picky and offers praise for the chef's remarkable skills.
Yulina takes daily walks in the garden and expresses her delight at seeing flowers she has never noticed before.
Theo misinterprets her wish to turn back time as a sign that she desperately wants to return to her homeland.
He worries about the long, difficult journey across the sea required to reach Luwah Island.
A sudden, sharp clench sounds as Theo tells himself that he absolutely will not lose her.
A sudden ah sounds as a shocking realization strikes the black-haired Duke.
He resolves to build a replica of a Luwah village directly inside the Grand Duchy.
Theo recalls that Yulina originally came to him because of his possession of magic stones. He reasons that if he gives her a pile of magic stones, she will have no reason to leave.
Theo breaks a stone while vowing to eliminate anyone from the Bayan Empire who tries to take her away.
A soft, rhythmic knock sounds before Yulina calls out to Theo through the closed door.
A gentle, flowery breeze seems to follow the Duke as a rare, bright smile appears on his face.
Theo worries if she is hiding because the tower stairs were too difficult for her to climb.
He tells her that she could have used the office's private elevator instead of the stairs.
Yulina smiles brightly and explains that she simply did not want to get in the way of his workspace. The Duke's expression shifts into a look of quiet shock as he reaches a new conclusion. He blushes while thinking that he cannot concentrate on work if a tiny warbler like her keeps flitting around him. The black-haired chibi Duke tells himself that he still needs to prove he is a capable husband.
A soft, sweeping motion sounds as Yulina asks Theo if he would like to look at what she found.
She presents a cluster of small, soft white flowers nestled among vibrant green leaves. Yulina invites him to smell the fragrance of the plant she discovered in the garden.
A slow, rhythmic inhale sounds as Theo leans in close to the leaves in her hands. Yulina blushes intensely as a sudden, heavy thumping sounds in her chest. She explains that this is a young yas leaf, which has a warming effect when used in tea.
Yulina describes how the plant also grew in the valley of her hometown.
She fondly recalls how her father would make tea for her whenever she caught a cold.
Theo notices how she brightens up when talking about home and fears she still wants to go back. While he plans to give her more stones tomorrow, she suddenly asks if it would be all right if she went. Yulina clarifies that she needs more tools so she can properly dry the tea leaves she found.
She asks Theo if he would like to come along with her if it is not an inconvenience. A firm, sudden clench sounds as Theo realizes that going together is the only thing that matters. He tells himself that Ulysses will somehow manage the Duchy's work while they are away. A sudden, loud rustle sounds as Theo stands up and agrees to go with her.
He declares he will have Ulysses pack immediately, which leaves Yulina looking completely bewildered. A sudden movement sounds as Theo insists they must prepare thoroughly for the month-long trip.
Theo freezes in shock when Yulina explains she only meant the marketplace within the Grand Duchy.
She mentions that Ray told her the snacks at the market are exceptionally delicious. A sudden, sharp realization sounds as Theo freezes in shock at his own massive misunderstanding.
The next day, the sun shines brightly over the spires of the Grand Castle.
Ray reminds Yulina to be careful and stay very close to the Grand Duke at the crowded market.
Chibi Yulina excitedly promises to bring back plenty of snacks for a smiling Ray.
A soft, heavy creak sounds as Ulysses opens the carriage door and announces that everything is ready for departure.
The brown-haired aide invites the Grand Duchess to board first while noting that Theo will arrive shortly.
Yulina offers her thanks to Ulysses as she steps into the luxurious carriage. A quick, searching glance sounds as Ulysses looks around, hoping the Duke arrives before the Duchess gets restless. Looking out the window, Yulina wonders if Theo's workload is preventing him from joining her. She smiles softly to herself, feeling a wave of relief and happiness that they're going together. A soft, nervous fidgeting sounds as Yulina wonders if she might actually get to hold his hand today. A sharp, rhythmic creak sounds as Theo suddenly appears and apologizes for making her wait.
Yulina stares at him in stunned silence, clearly dazzled by his presence.
After Theo takes his seat, Yulina asks if he is still busy, but he confirms his work is mostly done.
Chibi Yulina is overjoyed by the news, while the black-haired Duke secretly resolves to maintain his image as a capable husband.
Ulysses signals the driver and calls for the carriage to depart for the marketplace.
A soft, quick peek sounds as Yulina blushes while thinking that Theo looks particularly handsome today. Narrative text highlights his neat hair and new haircut as the Duke asks what she needs to buy. A rhythmic clopping sounds as they pass the castle walls, and Yulina explains she needs tools for drying tea leaves.
As the carriage jolts, Yulina mentions wanting to buy candied fruit snacks for her maid.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the carriage strikes a large obstruction on the road.
A sudden, sharp jolt sounds as Ulysses and the driver struggle to maintain their balance.
Ulysses frantically shouts through the door to ask if the Grand Duke and Duchess are all right.
He explains that they hit a large rock while Yulina's purple skirt is shown tangled near Theo's boots.
Theo ends up holding Yulina tightly as she is thrown directly onto his lap by the impact. A heavy, rhythmic thumping sounds in the Duke's chest as he blushes while holding her close.
Yulina turns bright red as she realizes the sudden and intense proximity of their embrace.
The silver-haired woman stares up at him in wide-eyed, breathless surprise. She tells herself she should let go, yet she finds herself unable to pull away. A firm, sudden clench sounds as the Duke grips the seat while they remain locked in the intimate moment. A sudden, booming shout sounds as Ulysses yells for "Your Grace," shattering the romantic tension. Chibi Ulysses continues to scream for them while the couple freezes in an awkward, stiff position. Theo covers his ears and stubbornly insists to himself that he didn't hear the aide's loud voice. Yulina giggles at his reaction and suggests that he really ought to answer the poor man.
Ulysses tells the driver to keep going, though he remains worried about the suspicious silence.
A soft, rhythmic rustle sounds as the two characters' clothes brush together in the quiet carriage. Yulina sits nervously beside him while her heart continues to yearn for him to hold her hand.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as their hands accidentally brush against each other.
Theo's blue eyes burn with determination as he decides that now is his perfect chance. A sudden, electric contact sounds as their hands touch again, sending a thrill through Yulina.
A sudden, heavy creak sounds as the carriage stops and the aide announces they have arrived at the market.
Ulysses stares in confusion at the blushing, stiff couple and wonders if they had an argument.
Yulina looks around in utter bewilderment, wondering why everything feels so different.
A cold wind whistles through the eerie, completely empty marketplace that should be full of people. Theo looks pensive while Yulina asks why there isn't a single soul in sight.
Yulina spots a shop and encourages the Duke to go check out the tea selection with her. Ulysses watches them walk toward the store and hopes the trip will be over quickly. Theo pulls his aide aside and commands him to ensure their shopping is finished within 2 hours. Chibi Ulysses explains that the market is empty because Theo shut it down, leaving the citizens waiting outside the gates. A long, weary sigh sounds as Ulysses stands outside the shop, feeling exhausted by the Duke's extreme methods. Looking through the window, the aide admits he is happy to see the couple looking so much more comfortable together. A formal, rhythmic bow sounds as the shopkeeper greets the noble couple with immense respect. Yulina notes they have bought everything while a massive crowd of whispering people waits anxiously behind the gates. Theo nods as Yulina points out a shop she wants to visit. The shopkeeper looks on in shock as Yulina claps her hands together excitedly. The commoners appear visibly shaken while Theo notes that they seem terrified of him. A sudden, deep thought strikes Theo as he resolves to keep the market blockade a secret from Yuna.
Yulina points with excitement toward a stall selling candied fruit.
She lists off the various fruits available while a sudden, quick rustle sounds as she steps closer.
The young shopkeeper with brown braids stares in wide-eyed shock at the noble couple.
The girl remembers her mother's warning about the scary Grand Duke and wonders if she is being punished.
Yulina beams with a radiant, joyous smile that lights up the stall.
The shopkeeper is completely dazzled by the silver-haired woman's incredible beauty.
She nervously explains her favorite fruits and what her little brother likes best.
Yulina turns to ask Theo which choice he thinks would be better.
Theo decisively announces that he will buy everything at the stall.
Yulina laughs while teasing that they won't have room for dinner if they eat so many snacks.
The shopkeeper suggests just starting with the strawberries and oranges. Nearby citizens whisper rumors about the Duke's supposed cruelty as the couple stands together. Narrative text notes that the black-haired Duke looks more like a man in love than a murderer. A soft rhythmic tremor sounds as the nervous shopkeeper hands over the fruit skewers. Yulina thanks her for the recommendation and asks to have some apples packed as well.
Theo watches as Yulina asks the trembling girl if she is feeling unwell.
The girl nervously lies about being tired while secretly fearing the Duke's presence. Yulina kindly offers to watch the stall while the shopkeeper goes to get some water.
The girl is too frightened to decline and promises to return immediately.
A sudden, quick tapping sounds as the shopkeeper flees from the stall.
Yulina looks around the quiet area and notes that the market seems unusually empty.
The marketplace stands silent and deserted under the bright morning sun. Chibi Theo feels a sharp prick of conscience knowing the fruit might spoil because of his blockade.
A sudden, sharp command sounds as Theo tells his aide to lift the blockade immediately.
Yulina gasps in amazement as a large crowd suddenly floods the market.
A sudden, loud bustle sounds as she wonders how the market became packed so quickly. The empty marketplace is suddenly full of activity and passing shoppers. A young boy points at the fruit while his father gasps in horror at the royals. Yulina offers the boy a snack and is delighted when he eagerly accepts. The father trembles with fear as he asks for a single peach from the Duchess.
A soft, quick bow sounds as the man thanks the Duke for his hospitality.
Standing by the castle fountain, Yulina remarks on how much fun she had today.
She suggests that people only find him difficult to approach because of his high status. Yulina softly calls out to Theo as they stand together in the sunset. A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Yulina offers him a taste of her strawberry skewer. A soft, gentle slide sounds as Yulina's hand touches his while she feeds him. Theo's blue eyes widen in shock as his face turns bright red. Yulina opens her mouth and prompts him to take a bite. A sudden, soft gulp sounds as Theo bites into the candied strawberry.
He blushes intensely while savoring the taste of the snack she gave him. Yulina beams with joy and asks for a promise to come out and have fun again.
The Duke looks at her with a soft expression and agrees to her request. The couple walks through the market hand in hand as the sun begins to set.
Back at the castle, Theo stands alone at the tall windows of his office.
He stares at his hand and blushes while thinking about how Yuna held it first. A warm, glowing aura surrounds Theo as he daydreams of his wife's radiant smile. Theo resolves to open a bottle of special wine to celebrate holding hands for the first time. Ulysses informs the Duke that he purchased all the remaining market stock as previously instructed. The brown-haired aide notes that Theo's desk is set while he confirms the rumors. Blushing, the black-haired Duke claims he only visited the market because Yuna was so concerned.
Ulysses presents a report on Count Delulkin and his contact with a high-ranking priest.
A sudden, deep thought strikes Theo as he considers the involvement of the High Priest. A sudden, sharp slide sounds as Ulysses adjusts his glasses while confirming the situation.
Narrative text describes the terrifying eye of the storm that guards the temple. From the entrance, a massive storm rages across a snow-covered mountain that blinds all travelers.
The eye of the storm is revealed as a powerful and mysterious barrier.
The main building of the Daphne Temple is located at the peak of this blizzard. Only approved priests can enter the temple, and they are forbidden from leaving unless they are elders.
Ulysses explains the contact was made to obtain detailed information regarding the legendary Saintess.
The aide reveals the priest's belief that the Grand Duchess might actually be the Saintess.
Forbidden texts describe the Saintess as a pure, radiant messenger of the goddess Daphne.
Divine marks will allegedly appear on both of her ears once she steps into the world.
The reason for the Saintess's arrival becomes clear as she brings divine light to the people.
Ulysses notes that the seasons on Luwah Island changed after the Duchess completed her ceremony.
A rock inscribed with Luwah script was discovered near the storm, surprising the black-haired duke. The word protection was written on the rock, though Delulkin could not uncover more details.
Theo denies seeing any such rock despite a memory of rescuing a silver-haired girl. Ulysses announces his intention to contact the people of Luwah Island before he departs.
The Duke looks troubled and pensive as he remains alone in his grand office.
A sudden, sharp crumple sounds as Theo crushes the report in his fist.
Ulysses tells his younger sister to slow down as he follows her down the stairs.
Mayrin Ardante, the aide's younger sister, asks if he is already tired from his paperwork.
Ulysses huffs and tells her to try doing his job while she teases him for being weak. Mayrin asks about the Duchess, and Ulysses describes the silver-haired woman as kind and gentle.
He adds that the Duke cares for her deeply, reminding Mayrin of their recent date. Chibi Mayrin's wild imagination envisions the Duke looking absolutely perfect in a romantic setting. She imagines the couple hugging amidst a flurry of flowers and radiant light.
Ulysses warns his sister to watch her words, but she asks if he thinks she's an idiot. A sudden, rhythmic knock sounds as Ulysses announces his arrival at the Duchess's chamber.
The aide enters and introduces Mayrin as the new maid who will serve Yulina.
Yulina turns away from her mirror with a radiant smile and greets the new maid. Chibi Mayrin is completely dazzled and shocked by the silver-haired woman's incredible beauty.
The girl bows deeply and promises to do her absolute best to serve as a handmaiden.
Yulina greets Mayrin warmly and expresses her pleasure at meeting her new attendant. Mayrin scolds her brother in her thoughts for failing to mention how beautiful the Duchess is. Mayrin asks if she may personally assist Her Highness on her very first day of service.
The reddish-brown-haired maid bows and explains she will finish her work at the training grounds.
Mayrin offers to finish styling Yulina's hair, while the Duchess accepts with a grateful smile.
A soft, rhythmic brush sounds as Mayrin carefully tends to the long, silver tresses.
In the mirror, Mayrin tells Yulina that she looks absolutely stunning and mesmerizing.
The maid compares her hair to freshly fallen snow, though Yulina notes she has never seen it.
Mayrin suggests that Yulina should take a walk with the Duke when winter arrives.
A romantic vision shows the couple holding hands together in a tranquil, snowy forest. Mayrin pins a gold bow into the silver hair while describing the first snow as romantic. Yulina smiles softly while resolved to live happily with her husband for a long time. The radiant couple stands together in a field of flowers, looking like a real loving pair.
A soft, gentle call sounds as the scene shifts to the sunny gardens.
Yulina asks the brown-haired maid what the people in the duchy usually do for fun.
Mayrin clarifies if she means the citizens, while Yulina expresses interest in local festivals and dessert shops. Yulina explains her desire to explore together since the Duke is often away for work. Narrative text notes that the silver-haired Duchess clearly has deep feelings for her husband. Chibi Mayrin confidently declares that she will take care of everything for her mistress. Mayrin reacts with excitement while Yulina suggests they should go out together next time. Mayrin suggests visiting the White Spire to decorate its empty rooms, and the Duchess happily agrees. The black-haired Duke approaches and asks the two women if they are heading back already. Yulina calls out to Theo as he stands before her in the garden. Theo mentions he wanted some fresh air, while Yulina asks if he is out for a walk.
The Duke suggests walking together, but Yulina declines because of her plans with Mayrin.
Theo is surprised to hear the maid's name, while Mayrin reacts with sudden shock.
A soft, quick bow sounds as Mayrin introduces herself as Ulysses' younger sister.
Yulina explains her intention to decorate the empty rooms inside the White Spire.
The Duchess asks why the Black Tower is given a name like the White Spider.
Theo explains that the citizens named it after the snow that covers the roof in winter.
Yulina resolves to ask the Duke for a walk as soon as the first snow falls.
Mayrin notes the Duchess's progress, while Theo pauses to consider her question about the seasons.
Theo bluntly states that it would be better if it never snowed at all.
The Duke declares his deep hatred for snow and the color white.
Yulina is left in stunned silence by her husband's unexpected and harsh declaration. Yulina asks if the first snow isn't special, while the brown-haired maid pleads for him to agree.
A sudden, sharp crash sounds as Theo dismisses all snow as being exactly the same.
Yulina looks away with a disappointed expression while the Duke realizes he has made a mistake.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the Duchess decides to head back inside immediately.
A soft, quick bow sounds as Mayrin panics and rushes to follow after the silver-haired woman. A soft, rhythmic stomp sounds as the two women walk away from the bewildered Duke.
Theo is left alone and confused, wondering why his wife had such a sudden reaction.
Back in the Grand Office, Ulysses asks the Duke for permission to present a report.
Theo tells the brown-haired aide to proceed with the information.
Ulysses reports that the Duchess remained inside the Holy Tower for the entire day.
A sudden soft mutter sounds as Theo learns that Yuna spent her time cleaning with Mayrin.
A sudden loud bang sounds as the Duke stands up and demands to know why she won't go out.
A soft, quick gulp sounds as Ulysses fears for his life due to the Duke's intense aura.
The aide resolves to speak the truth for the sake of his master's relationship. A sudden sharp slide sounds as Ulysses adjusts his glasses before explaining the situation.
Ulysses points out that leaving the tower would lead to an encounter with the Duke.
A soft, rhythmic tremor sounds as Ulysses asks Theo to describe the color of Yulina's hair.
The aide notes that the snow outside is the same color as the Duchess's hair.
Ulysses suggests that the Duke's hatred of snow implies he must also hate his wife's hair.
The aide clarifies that he is only explaining how the Duchess might have interpreted his words.
A soft, rhythmic tread sounds as Ulysses warns that the Duke's complaints likely made her upset.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as Theo furiously denies the comparison between her hair and snow.
Theo insists that Yulina's hair is dazzling and glossy, far beyond the beauty of plain snow.
Ulysses emphasizes the point that his master's words ultimately hurt the Duchess's feelings.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as the aide takes his leave while Theo remains in deep thought. A sudden, sharp slap sounds as the Duke resolves not to let the misunderstanding continue.
A sudden, loud creak sounds as Theo rushes out of his office to find his wife.
A sudden, soft knock sounds as the Duke asks if Yuna is inside her chamber.
The black-haired Duke stands before the door, announcing he has something to say. Theo stands on the balcony outside the Duchess's chamber, expressing his desire to speak with her face to face.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as the door opens, and Theo enters to find Yulina buried under a massive pile of white fluff. The silver-haired Duchess peeks out from her thick blankets while completing her welcome, leaving Theo surprised by her appearance. Theo privately compares his wife to a fluffy, owlish creature due to the thick fur surrounding her.
The Duke asks for permission to sit down, and the Duchess warmly invites him to do so.
Theo asks if she is uncomfortable under all the blankets, but Yulina insists she is perfectly fine.
Peeking out from the fur, Yulina asks if Theo dislikes her hair because it reminds him of the snow.
Theo reaches out and pulls the hood back to reveal her face while beginning to deny her assumption.
Holding her close, the Duke tells the silver-haired woman that he never thought her hair resembled snow.
Theo gazes into her eyes and declares her hair is beautiful, leaving Yulina shocked and hopeful.
Theo makes a firm promise as he holds a lock of her long silver tresses in his hand.
Looking down at her tenderly, the black-haired Duke apologizes for unintentionally hurting her feelings.
Theo encourages her to take a walk every day while gently holding her hair close to his face.
Yulina blushes and apologizes for the misunderstanding, promising to start taking walks as he suggested.
The Duke admits he still feels guilty about the situation, which confuses the silver-haired woman.
Narrative text reveals Theo's past intention to keep Yulina from ever leaving the safety of the tower. Yulina asks why he dislikes snow, and Theo reacts with a sudden look of shock and tension. Theo looks away and scratches the back of his neck while trying to find the words to explain his past.
Theo reveals the tragic truth that his mother passed away because of the snow, leaving Yulina stunned.
Theo explains how the Empire once suffered from a magic stone shortage, leading to a dangerous deal with the Kingdom of Bios regarding the Eye of the Storm.
Sitting together on the bed, Theo confirms that his mother's death was tied to the mysterious Eye of the Storm. Narrative text describes the mountain of the Eye of the Storm as a place where survival is nearly impossible due to blizzards. A vision shows Duke Carenrose, Theo's mother, leading a cavalry through the snow to save her people.
Theo recounts how his mother never sent word after her departure, and he struggled to even find her remains.
Yulina is horrified to learn that the snow had completely buried Theo's mother before he could reach her.
Theo explains that his hatred for snow stems from his belief that he could have saved his mother if not for the blizzards.
Theo admits that being only 15 and alone made recovering his mother's body impossible, while Yulina expresses her deep sympathy.
The Duke offers a small, gentle smile and insists that he is fine now.
Theo reaches out to touch Yulina's red earring and begins to mention the significance of her wearing it.
The black-haired man looks at his wife with a warm and loving expression.
Theo prepares to leave, worrying that he has kept Yulina awake for too long and telling her to rest.
Theo's face flushes as he reacts with sudden surprise to an unexpected suggestion from his wife.
Yulina reveals she often peeks through the door cracks to watch him, leaving the Duke completely flustered.
Looking up at him hopefully, the Duchess asks if they could share a drink together right there in her room.
Theo is caught off guard and blushes as he asks for clarification about her request.
Yulina smiles brightly and explains she heard alcohol helps people feel better.
A sudden rhythmic thump sounds as Yulina suggests that drinking might give them the courage to do things they wouldn't normally do.
While imagining a romantic embrace, the flustered Duke asks if she has ever drunk alcohol before, and she recalls having a single glass of wine on a boat.
Yulina waits expectantly, hoping for the courage to grow closer to her husband.
Theo blushes deeply and agrees that sharing a drink together is a wonderful idea.
A sudden, sharp slide sounds as the scene transitions to Theo gathering supplies for their evening.
Theo walks through the hallway with bottles and snacks, worrying that he took too long choosing the perfect selection.
A sudden, sharp pause sounds as Theo catches his reflection and stops to examine himself.
Theo critiques his own physique in the mirror and resolves to return to his training grounds the following day.
Theo returns to the chamber with a bright smile, announcing he found champagne that matches the color of her pink eyes.
Theo enters to find Yulina has already fallen fast asleep on her bed.
The black-haired man looks down at the sleeping Duchess and quietly wonders if she is truly out.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as Theo realizes how tired she must be after a long day of cleaning the tower.
A sudden, soft tap sounds as Theo's hand reaches out to turn off the glowing lamp.
Theo thinks it should be alright if he watches over Yuna while she sleeps.
The black-haired Duke gazes tenderly at his sleeping wife.
Theo experiences an intense inner conflict over his desire to touch the Duchess.
The Duke notices a stray strand of hair resting on Yuna's mouth.
Narrative text explains that it is only a single little strand of hair.
A sudden, quick tremble sounds as Theo carefully attempts to brush the hair away from her lips.
Theo leans in close, captivated by his wife's face.
A close-up reveal shows the silver-haired woman's pink lips.
A sudden rhythmic thump sounds as Theo panics, wondering if his proximity is inappropriate.
Narrative text states this restraint is harder than any torture Theo has ever endured.
Theo resolves to return to his own room before things go wrong as Yuna mutters in her sleep.
Theo pauses when he hears the Duchess complaining about the cold.
Yuna sighs contentedly as she snuggles into the warmth of her blankets.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Theo's mental self-control finally breaks.
A sudden, loud roar sounds as the Duke struggles with his loss of composure.
Yuna's pink eyes begin to slowly blink open.
The silver-haired woman wonders if she dozed off for a moment.
Yuna's eyes widen in sudden realization.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Yuna wakes up to find a disheveled Theo still present.
Theo insists he has not been waiting long despite his weary and flushed appearance.
Theo suggests they try the sweet wine he brought from the cellar.
A sudden, loud bang sounds as Marin bursts into the room to announce herself. The maid is horrified to find the Duke and Duchess together in the morning light.
Marin blushes intensely while apologizing profusely for her intrusion.
A sudden, loud slam sounds as Marin flees while Yuna questions the Duke about how long he truly waited.
Theo makes a flustered excuse about the wine cellar size before suggesting they save the drink for later.
Yuna invites Theo to have dinner with her that night.
Yuna expresses her desire to taste the wine since Theo put so much thought into picking it.
The black-haired man remains in stunned silence.
Marin offers another apology for her earlier mistake.
Marin promises to leave quietly next time if she receives no response. Yuna reassures the brown-haired maid that the Duke does not hate her.
Yuna asks Marin for information regarding Theo's mother.
Marin explains that the late Duchess Karen Rose was a highly respected leader. Marin credits the late Duchess with the land's development despite her never returning.
Narrative text describes how Theo made tremendous efforts to find his mother during the storm. Marin notes that Theo changed after knights rescued him and brought him back safely.
Yuna expresses her deep sympathy for the trauma Theo suffered at such a young age.
Night falls over the castle as Yuna prepares for her meeting with Theo.
Yuna appears in a stunning green dress with her silver hair styled elegantly.
Theo is visibly breathless and flustered at the sight of her.
Yuna asks for permission to sit beside him, which the Duke quickly grants.
A sudden rhythmic clatter sounds as Yuna describes cleaning the lower level of the tower.
Yuna credits her help while Theo reminds her that cleaning is not her responsibility.
Yuna smiles and explains she will be using those rooms herself.
Yuna casually mentions that the tower rooms will become their shared space.
Yuna describes the rooms as cozy because they lack windows.
A sudden rhythmic thump sounds as Theo imagines a romantic shared bedroom.
Theo privately notes that Yuna is much bolder than he expected.
Theo realizes she only wants to hide from the snow while Yuna declares her hatred for it.
Theo suggests they stay in their room to avoid the first snow, but the silver-haired Yuna notes they would be stuck inside for half the winter. The black-haired man's chibi head asks if being stuck inside all winter would make her feel restless and she enjoys walks.
A sudden, amused snicker sounds as Theo reacts to Yuna's enthusiastic suggestion that they could simply walk around the entire tower from their room.
Looking up with wide pink eyes, the Duchess asks if the falling snow makes him feel sad.
A sudden rhythmic thump sounds as the black-haired Duke blushes deeply.
Theo expresses his desire to know more about her to avoid future misunderstandings, while Yuna reassures him that his past actions are truly fine. Looking at his wife tenderly, the black-haired dupe declares that he also wants to learn much more about her.
Yuna begins to explain that her mother passed away early, leaving her to live alone with her father.
Visions of the past show a younger Yuna lighting bonfires because her father rarely spoke about her mother. Yuna explains that her father became more open in front of bonfires because the crackling firewood reminded him of her mother. A sudden rhythmic splash sounds as wine is poured, and Theo suggests they should light a bonfire this winter. A sudden smooth slide sounds as the Duke raises his glass and suggests they should always be honest with each other. Looking down at her glass, Yuna quietly contemplates his words about being honest.
The silver-haired woman's reflection ripples across the surface of the pink wine.
Holding her glass, the silver-haired Duchess offers a warm and gentle smile. Theo proposes a toast for the coming winter, and Yuna happily agrees. A sudden, loud bang sounds as the butler bursts into the room to announce a visitor named Ulith for the Duchess. Theo demands to know why the brown-haired man barged in without knocking, and the butler explains the Archduchess has a visitor. Yuna reacts with shock and a sudden sharp gasp when she hears the visitor is from Luwah Island and mentioned the name Asarum. A sudden loud clatter sounds as Yuna excitedly stands up and declares that Asarum is her friend.
Yuna asks for permission to leave, and the Duke encourages her to welcome her guest while deciding to join her.
Yuna hums happily while walking away, leaving the butler and the Duke behind.
The brown-haired butler nervously approaches Theo to deliver more information about the visitor.
A sudden sharp crack sounds as Theo reacts to the butler's revelation that the visitor is a man.
A single word captures the Duke's shock.
A sudden loud stomp sounds as Yuna rushes toward the reception room doorway.
A sudden smooth whirl sounds as a handsome, tanned man with brown hair turns to greet Yuna with a bright smile. A sudden, loud rustle sounds as Yuna throws her arms around Asarum in a warm embrace.
Yuna asks how he traveled so far, and the brown-haired man reveals he came simply because he wanted to see her. A sudden sharp spark sounds as Theo watches from the background, fuming at the sight of them holding hands.
Theo's eyes glow with a fierce, jealous fire as he struggles to maintain his composure while watching their intimate greeting. Yuna introduces the tanned man to her husband, explaining that Asarum has been her closest childhood friend since they were small.
A sudden dark hum sounds as the black-haired Duke repeats her words with a menacing expression.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Asarum offers a hand and greets the Duke using informal speech. The tanned man formally introduces himself as Asarum. Asarum extends his hand while maintaining his informal tone, which visibly irritates the Duke. A sudden, sharp sting sounds as Theo reacts with pure outrage to the man's casual behavior. Theo demands to know what the man just said, while a flustered Yuna apologizes and explains that Asarum is not used to formal speech.
Yuna tries to explain to her friend that he must use formal speech when addressing the Grand Duke.
A sudden, smooth swish sounds as Asarum wonders if he should say it is a pleasure to meet him. Theo stares at the visitor in a cold and judgmental silence. A sudden, soft slide sounds as Theo accepts the handshake while resolving not to put Yuna in a difficult position. A sudden, loud crunch sounds as the Duke grips Asarum's hand with immense force, secretly fuming over their earlier embrace. A sudden, sharp throb sounds as Asarum looks at his reddened hand in pain and confusion. Asarum asks Yuna if this massive beast of a man is the one Delulkin mentioned, while Theo looms in the background like a bear.
Theo asks Yuna what they were discussing, noticing that they were speaking in a different language.
Theo privately fumes, certain that the tanned man was bad-mouthing him. Yuna insists that Asarum must speak in the common language from now on, and the brown-haired man complies.
Asarum casually asks if he can join them for a meal, leaving Yuna surprised.
A sudden soft chuckle sounds as Theo decides to be generous and let the behavior slide because he is her childhood friend. Theo looks skeptical while the silver-haired Yuna appears worried as the Duke grants his permission.
A sudden cold smirk crosses Theo's face as he suggests that the visitor should also eat if he is hungry.
Theo emphasizes that Asarum is his wife's childhood friend, causing the tanned man to sweat nervously. The group begins their meal together while the black-haired Duke maintains a stern and watchful expression.
Asarum reassures Yuna that her home village is safe and the weather is mild, which brings her great relief.
Noticing the Duke's empty plate, Asarum casually asks why he has already finished eating.
Yuna scolds her friend for pointing while Asarum clarifies that he was addressing the Duke.
A chibi version of the Duchess corrects Asarum's etiquette while a fuming Theo privately insults the man's insolence.
Asarum suggests the Duke leave since he is finished, but Theo insists on eating more to stay.
Theo orders the butler Ulysses to bring another meal while Asarum questions if he can truly eat more.
A sudden, sharp thud sounds as Theo's hand rests near his plate while he resolves not to leave them alone.
A sudden, rhythmic munch sounds as Theo eats aggressively while Yuna assumes he simply has a massive appetite.
Asarum asks if Yuna missed him, and she warmly replies that she missed her family and friends.
The brown-haired man looks at Yuna tenderly while claiming he thought of her every single day.
Theo's anger flares as Asarum expresses regret over letting Yuna leave their home island.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Theo grips his knife while Yuna insists she is happy in her new life.
Visions of the mansion staff show Yuna being well attended and cared for by everyone, including Ulysses.
The silver-haired woman turns her gaze toward her husband during the conversation.
Yuna speaks highly of Theo, describing him as a very considerate and kind man.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as Yuna places her hand over Theo's while praising his character.
Theo insists his care for her is only natural while Asarum watches their display of affection.
Asarum admits he is grateful that the Grand Duke treats her with such respect. The tanned man explains he feared she would be mistreated or looked down upon in an unfamiliar land.
A sudden, sharp hum sounds as Theo realizes the visitor had a deeper motive for coming.
Asarum boldly claims that he and Yuna would have been married if the Duke had not intervened.
The black-haired man's eyes narrow as he dismisses the claim as complete nonsense.
Theo defines the term as a response to something ridiculous, while Asarum asks for clarification.
Theo declares the marriage would never have happened, while Yuna asks her friend to stop bringing it up. A sudden, loud bang sounds as Yuna slams the table and firmly tells Asarum he is being absurd.
Asarum switches back to his native tongue to apologize, while Yuna demands to know his intentions.
Theo remains silent and confused by the foreign language as Yuna addresses her childhood friend.
Yuna explains her desire to support her husband and notes that Asarum's behavior is making her uncomfortable.
The tanned man stares in stunned silence at the Duchess's firm rejection of his behavior. A sudden, light chuckle sounds as Asarum brushes his comments off as a joke and thanks the Duke. The group remains at the table as Asarum awkwardly tries to laugh off the tension he created.
Theo maintains his composure while reiterating that his devotion to Yuna is his duty as her husband.
A chibi Asarum notes that Yuna's wish for a dependable partner came true, leaving the Duke silent.
Narrative text describes Theo's internal belief that the visitor is fundamentally rotten, despite his surface compliments.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as the Duke suggests they end the evening while Asarum asks for Yuna's room.
Yuna explains her room is separate while Asarum suggests they stay up all night talking in her quarters.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Theo reminds the guests that his assigned room is on the 3rd floor. A sudden, sharp crack sounds as Theo clenches his fist when Asarum suggests sleeping with Yuna.
A chibi Asarum explains that friends always share a bed on Ruhe Island.
A chibi Theo bluntly states that such a custom does not exist in his lands.
A sudden loud roar sounds as Theo's jealousy erupts into a fiery aura while Yuna watches in confusion.
Yuna offers a bright smile while telling Asarum to get some rest after his long journey.
A sudden sharp snap sounds as Theo fumes while Asarum praises Yuna's caring nature.
A sudden loud bang sounds as a bottle of wine is slammed onto a wooden desk.
A sudden sharp hiss sounds as Theo drinks alone while contemplating how to handle the annoying guest.
A sudden weary sigh sounds as Theo imagines Yuna leaving him forever if he were to kill her friend.
His attention is caught by a sudden light tap sounding as Theo is startled by a presence behind him.
Standing on a balcony against the starry night, the silver-haired Yuna offers a cheerful wave. A sudden, slow creak sounds as Theo opens the door to find Yuna, who explains she forgot to give him a gift.
A sudden, bright chime sounds as Yuna presents a glass jar and announces it contains special tea made from yas leaves. Touched by the gesture, the black-haired Duke asks if she came solely for this, and Yuna admits she wanted him to have it first.
Yuna asks if her friend's earlier rudeness made him uncomfortable, but Theo graciously insists Asarum is an honored guest.
After Yuna suggests the tea will help since he dresses so lightly, Theo offers a gentle smile and promises to remember her care.
A sudden, rhythmic thud sounds as a figure in a white uniform walks through the moonlit mansion hallway. Approaching from behind, the black-haired man stops the visitor's progress through the dark corridor. Theo turns to face the visitor and demands to know where he is going at such a late hour.
The tanned, brown-haired man turns back with a sharp gaze as the Duke calls out the name Asarum.
Theo stands firm and warns the guest not to use his name so carelessly, stating that only those he permits may do so.
Theo repeats his question about the man's destination while privately noting that the guest is finally showing his true nature.
A sudden, sharp flinch sounds as Asarum casually explains that he couldn't sleep and decided to go see Yuna.
A sudden, soft snicker sounds as Asarum asks if the Duke dislikes him using her name, while Theo asks when he plans to leave. A sudden, rhythmic thud sounds as Asarum takes a step and claims he was only going to check on Yuna before his departure.
A sudden, firm rustle sounds as Asarum steps close to Theo and declares that, after seeing him now, he intends to stay much longer.
Theo questions how an heir can remain away from his village for so long, and Asarum asks if he knows the reason for his status.
Asarum reveals his past desire to marry Yuna, prompting Theo to state that his tolerance for the man has reached its limit.
Asarum accuses the Duke of using power to force the marriage, but Theo reminds him it was the island that initiated the deal.
His face contorted with rage, Asarum shouts that he was the one threatened with marriage by his own people.
Theo maintains a cool smirk while pointing out that, regardless of the circumstances, Asarum ultimately accepted the arrangement.
A sudden, sharp grind sounds as the tanned man's mouth tightens in a display of repressed fury and frustration.
A sudden, sharp swish sounds as Asarum claims Theo only wanted Yuna for a magic stone, adding that he always suspected her brother Delulkin.
A sudden, rhythmic thud sounds as Theo walks away, questioning why the man is throwing a tantrum after failing to stop Yuna from coming. Asarum glares with glowing yellow eyes, suggesting that Theo is using the island's desperation as an excuse to keep Yuna captive. Asarum mocks the Duke's character and asks if Yuna is aware that he hides other desires behind the mask of a supportive husband. Turning back toward the hallway, the brown-haired man claims he is only sparing the Duke for the sake of Yuna's happiness. Theo points a finger and challenges the guest to meet him at the training grounds the following day without Yuna's knowledge.
Theo's expression becomes dangerously cold as he admits that a confrontation is exactly what he has been hoping for.
The scene shifts to the morning, where a maid named Marin praises the Duchess's radiant beauty and receives a kind compliment in return.
Marin mentions she heard a guest visited last night, and Yuna asks if the secretary Ulysses was the one who told her.
The brown-haired maid explains she heard from other servants that the visitor was a very handsome and polite nobleman.
Looking thoughtful, the silver-haired Yuna touches her kin and wonders if Asarum could truly be considered handsome. Yuna recalls a memory of Asarum standing with a spear, surrounded by several admiring women in their home village.
A sudden, sharp flinch sounds as Yuna suggests the Duke's refined looks are far more beautiful, leaving Marin visibly stunned.
A sudden, sharp flinch sounds as Yuna continues to praise the Grand Duke's impressive physique while Marin sweats nervously.
A sudden, soft shimmer sounds as a close-up focuses on the striking blue eyes of the black-haired Duke.
Surrounded by a floral aura, Yuna declares that every one of her husband's facial features is beautiful to her. Marin laughs awkwardly while privately questioning Yuna's judgment, envisioning the Duke as a terrifying, blood-soaked warrior. Marin mentions that a man named Ray is absent, but Yuna clarifies that he simply mentioned he would be arriving a bit late. A single speech bubble indicates that something significant is currently taking place at the mansion's training grounds. Two swords rest on a wooden bench in the center of the quiet, fenced-in training arena. Asarum stands among the Duke's knights, boasting about how he once captured a massive bear using nothing but a dagger. The tanned man claims to be the most capable warrior in his village, ignoring the skeptical and amused looks of the knights. Asarum encourages the knights to have confidence, claiming he spoke with the maids who were very interested in their order. The knights blush with excitement as the brown-haired visitor offers to arrange a meeting between them and the mansion's maids.
A sudden, rhythmic thud sounds as a boot enters the frame and a stern voice asks the knights why they are not training.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the knights are startled by Theo's arrival, while Asarum mocks the Duke for being late.
A sudden, sharp whistle sounds. A sudden, loud thwack sounds. A sudden, firm clack sounds as the two men begin a fierce duel.
A group of knights in blue uniforms watch the unfolding duel with visible concern.
Asarum mentions Yuna and warns that she will inevitably become unhappy if she remains in this place, while a close-up focuses on the Duke's icy gaze. A sudden, sharp crack sounds as the tanned man clenches his wooden sword and insists that someone as vicious as Theo has no business being near Yuna.
A sudden, loud thwack sounds as Theo parries a strike with overwhelming force, catching the visitor off guard.
A sudden, firm clack sounds as the two men lock blades, and Asarum asks if the Duke finds it cruel to keep Yuna in such a lonely environment.
A sudden, slow creak sounds as the wooden swords strain against each other, and the black-haired man coolly asks if the guest has finished his speech. Theo suggests they escalate the intensity of their match, causing the brown-haired man to break into a nervous sweat.
A sudden thunderous boom sounds as Theo delivers a powerful strike that sends his opponent stumbling backward. A sudden weary groan sounds as Asarum collapses to the ground, while the Duke notes that it only took 3 hits to end the confrontation.
Standing tall over the fallen man, the black-haired Duke dismisses the match as finished for now.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the knights gape in shock at the swift and brutal conclusion of the duel.
A sudden loud bang sounds as Asarum hits the dirt, only to find his wooden sword snapped in two as he stares in disbelief.
A sudden rhythmic thud sounds as Theo walks away, ignoring the pained sounds of the tanned man trying to recover.
Asarum begrudgingly admits that the Duke's legendary strength was not an exaggeration after all.
The guest mutters that the Duke is relentlessly harsh even after the fight has concluded.
Asarum announces his intention to visit Yuna, but Theo immediately commands him to stop.
A chibi Asarum asks if he is being blocked, while a close-up reveals the Duke's silent, narrowed eyes.
Theo bluntly tells the guest to wash up first because he smells, leaving a chibi Asarum to shout an indignant protest.
A sudden rapid tap sounds as a concerned voice asks if the Duke is unharmed. The secretary Ulysses rushes into the room with a look of pure panic on his face.
Theo stands shirtless while wiping himself down as Ulysses observes that the visitor took quite a beating during the match.
A sudden high-pitched shriek sounds as Ulysses spots blood on the Duke, but Theo tells him to stay calm and just apply some medicine.
Ulysses expresses his surprise that the visitor possessed enough skill to actually draw blood from the Grand Duke.
A chibi Theo acknowledges that the man is agile and skilled at distraction, while a chibi Ulysses asks why he didn't strike more than 3 times.
Theo explains that he allowed the first few hits to land intentionally, much to the secretary's confusion.
The Duke explains that because the man feels Yuna was stolen from him, taking a few hits was a necessary gesture of patience. Surrounded by dark thorns and roses, Yuna's image appears as Theo recalls the insults directed at his character. Looking determined, the black-haired man thinks to himself that there is no point in complaining because he will never let her go.
A sudden soft snicker sounds as Theo smirks and tells the man he is free to visit Yuna as much as he likes. A sudden light tap sounds as a boot steps onto a pile of broken stone on the floor.
Standing before a pile of rubble, the brown-haired man is consumed by rage and curses the Duke's sanity. The scene shifts to the Duke's office where he is focused on reviewing a stack of paperwork.
A sudden sharp hiss sounds as Theo winces in pain and clutches his side while trying to read.
Looking annoyed, the Duke privately regrets showing restraint and thinks he should have just thrashed the visitor properly. A sudden loud bang sounds as Asarum bursts through the door, yelling that the Duke is preventing him from seeing Yuna. A sudden weary sigh sounds as Theo asks if the guest ever learned how to knock, but the guest is too angry to listen.
Theo mockingly asks if the man is feeling sick, but the visitor snaps back that he knows exactly what he's playing at.
The black-haired man explains that a bridge connects his quarters directly to Yuna's room.
Theo declares that anyone wishing to see the Duchess must first obtain his personal permission, leaving the guest speechless.
Asarum shouts an accusation that the Duke has locked Yuna away in a tower.
A sudden sharp flinch sounds as a chibi Asarum is startled by the sudden arrival of Yuna and her maid.
Yuna greets her friend cheerfully and asks if he slept well, to which he nervously replies he can sleep anywhere.
After the Duke asks about her night, Yuna urgently reports that the stairs to the tower have completely collapsed. Theo casually lies, claiming there was an accident during repairs, while the guest watches in silent shock at how easily the Duke deceives her. The maid Marin looks confused since the stairs were fine earlier, while Yuna wonders if she caused the damage while decorating. Theo smoothly takes the blame for the incident, citing a lack of prior inspection, while the guest looks on with suspicion.
A sudden soft shimmer sounds as the black-haired Duke offers a charming smile and tells her not to worry.
Standing in the background, the brown-haired guest fumes with repressed anger at the Duke's manipulation.
Yuna asks her childhood friend if he was having a conversation with her husband.
Yuna beams with joy and suggests that the 2 men must have bonded overnight, leaving the Duke silent and the guest stammering in discomfort. Theo confirms the plan while Asarum looks on with a confused grunt. Theo apologizes for interrupting and prepares to leave, leading Yuna to ask where he is headed. Yuna excitedly explains her plans to garden with Marin as a sudden, polite bow sounds from the brown-haired maid.
Theo worries about her pricking her hands on thorns, but Yuna insists she wants the exercise and has leather gloves from Marin while Asarum watches in silence.
Asarum offers his help under the guise of needing exercise, and Yuna happily accepts the proposal.
Theo immediately decides to join them, much to the visible annoyance of the brown-haired guest.
Theo claims he also requires exercise while a sudden, sharp spark sounds between the 2 rivals.
Marin suggests a spot for replanting, and Yuna agrees it would be perfect for future tea times. The men follow Yuna through the garden. Both men praise Yuna's choices, though their smiles hide a competitive tension.
The two men glare intensely.
The night Rey arrives and apologizes for her tardiness, receiving a warm greeting from the Duchess.
Yuna compliments Rey's appearance, causing the red-haired knight to blush in surprise.
In a chibi-style scene, Yuna praises Rey's sparring outfit and receives a polite thanks in return.
Rey begins to ask about the requested help but stops mid-sentence.
Rey is stunned to see the Grand Duke and his guests squatting in the grass to pull weeds.
Yuna explains that Theo and Asarum volunteered to help, leaving Rey at a loss for words.
Asarum wipes sweat from his brow. Rey seethes internally at the guest for wounding the Duke and for his overall flashy demeanor.
Asarum attempts to be friendly by addressing Rey by name, which startles the knight.
Asarum praises Rey's combat skills from earlier, his face glowing with genuine admiration.
Rey blushes deeply from the compliment.
Marin interrupts to call Rey for wood-chopping duty, and the flustered knight quickly agrees to go.
Yuna suggests that the two strong men should handle the wood instead, making Rey hesitate.
Rey worries about the men's exhaustion as Yuna calls out to Theo and Asarum for help. Yuna points toward the tree stumps. Yuna asks if removing the stumps will be hard. Asarum admits it will be, but Theo dismisses it as a minor task.
A sudden, sharp throb sounds as Theo's wounds react to the weight of the axe.
Theo struggles with the weight due to his unhealed injuries while Asarum mocks his apparent lack of strength.
Theo asks if the man is confident, and Asarum boasts about his past experience chopping trees on Luwah Island.
Asarum swings the axe with a determined grunt. A sudden, loud thwack sounds as the axe bites into the wood.
Asarum groans in frustration, prompting Rey to offer to take over.
Rey focuses with a determined gaze.
Rey splits the wood with ease.
Rey finishes the task with a calm exhale as Yuna expresses her deep admiration for the knight's skill.
Theo insists on finishing the work himself, while Rey steps aside, claiming it wasn't that difficult anyway.
Theo's determination burns with fierce intensity. Driven by pride, Theo exerts all his remaining strength to split the wood. After a successful swing, Theo asks Yuna for her approval, secretly hoping for the same praise Rey received.
Instead of praise, Yuna rushes to Theo's side, worried by his pale complexion and cold sweat.
Yuna orders Theo to rest and decides to postpone the gardening work, much to Rey's confusion.
Yuna expresses her concern for Theo's lack of sleep and urges him to go back inside.
Theo is touched by her concern. Asarum seizes the opportunity to ask Yuna for a walk, and she considers the idea. Theo attempts to object, but Yuna reminds him that he needs to rest. Yuna promises to return quickly as Asarum mockingly tells Theo to rest well because he is worried too.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as a chibi Theo fumes with jealousy over Asarum's behavior.
Theo reaches out and urgently calls Yuna's name.
A sudden, firm grip sounds as Theo catches Yuna's hand, unwilling to let her go.
Theo asks Yuna to return quickly so she can prepare some tea for him.
Yuna promises to hurry back while the brown-haired Asarum watches her with a bewildered expression.
Theo stares silently after the pair as they walk further into the garden together.
The black-haired Duke calls out to the knight Rey, who responds with formal respect.
Theo commands Rey to have secret guards follow the pair and report their every word and action, much to the knight's lack of surprise.
Asarum smiles warmly as he strolls beside Yuna through the lush greenery. Looking determined, the Duke watches with narrowed eyes as he wonders about the visitor's true intentions.
Yuna remarks on how beautiful the flowers look despite the harshness of the wind.
Asarum explains that the vibrant growth is due to the presence of magic stones, leaving Yuna intrigued.
Asarum tells her about the river freezing in the winter, which piques Yuna's curiosity.
Asarum subtly points out the multiple observers hidden in the trees and following behind them.
Asarum correctly assumes the Duke sent the spectators to watch them, while Yuna looks around in confusion.
Asarum apologizes for his distraction and praises the beauty of the path they are walking. Yuna admits that the surrounding scenery makes her feel at ease.
Asarum fondly recalls her lifelong love for going on walks.
Asarum laments how their shared happiness vanished when the cold arrived, recalling their brighter days on the island.
A hand clenches with determination as Asarum thinks that this path is the only way to save their home.
Asarum asks about a nearby building, and Yuna identifies it as the Duke's private cabin.
Asarum suggests they enter the cabin to speak privately about a recent warrior tournament.
Yuna is puzzled by the request, wondering if they weren't already alone outside.
Inside the cabin, Asarum proposes they speak in their native tongue now that they are truly alone.
Asarum reveals that a man named Suma was the winner of the tournament, which delights Yuna.
Asarum explains he missed the event to help his busy father, and Yuna asks how his parent is doing. Asarum humorously mimics his strict father's constant rules, making Yuna laugh heartily.
Yuna continues to giggle at her friend's lighthearted storytelling.
Yuna's expression turns serious as she asks about the well-being of her own father. Asarum reports that her father has become a recluse since her departure, and a saddened Yuna asks him to send her regards.
Yuna mentions how well the Duke treats her, but Asarum suggests she should be the one to tell her father that news.
Yuna explains her obligation to stay for a year to avoid any misconceptions about her motives for taking the magic stones.
Asarum presents a scroll and declares that she no longer has any reason to remain at the castle. Standing with conviction, Asarum holds the document that could change everything for her. A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Ulysses cautiously opens the door to the room.
Theo, standing shirtless and drying off, immediately asks for Yuna's whereabouts.
Ulysses is stunned by the Duke's incredible recovery speed, while Theo asks again if Yuna has returned.
Ulysses explains that he directed the Duchess to return later because he thought his master was still sleeping.
Theo's annoyance is clear as a nervous Ulysses apologizes for his mistake. A sudden, weary sigh sounds as Theo asks for the surveillance report, and Ulysses describes their conversation about their hometown. Theo is taken aback when he hears that the two entered the hunting lodge together.
Theo is enraged that his guards allowed them to enter an enclosed space, though Ulysses suggests they were seeking warmth.
Theo demands to know what happened inside, but Ulysses admits the guards couldn't understand their foreign language.
Ulysses adds that Asarum appeared to be pleading with Yuna, leaving Theo in deep thought.
Yuna lies awake in bed, her mind filled with the day's revelations.
Yuna contemplates Asarum's mention of a way to save the island while recalling the scroll he showed her.
In her memory, Asarum asks if she recalls the ancient legend of the Sioran from their island.
The vision of the legendary snow-white-haired figure appears in her mind. The legend states that if the Sioran drinks from the River of Memories, her power could save their home.
Asarum confirms the details of the legend as they sit together in the cabin.
Yuna recalls being compared to the figure, though her father always told her it was just a story.
Asarum urges her to believe in the possibility of saving the island from the encroaching cult.
Asarum notes that despite the legend, the actual location of the mystical river remains a mystery. Asarum explains he discovered a temple with holy water similar to the mystical river of memories. Asarum encourages Yuna to visit the temple and drink the water while she questions his source.
Asarum admits the information came from a clan member he doesn't fully trust, but views it as their only hope.
Asarum reveals his desire to protect Yuna from being labeled a thief at the castle.
A sudden, firm grip sounds as Asarum takes her hand while she reflects on his enduring care.
Yuna agrees to help her future leader and decides she must discuss the matter with Theo.
Asarum warns Yuna to keep their legends a secret from the Grand Duke to avoid appearing absurd. A weary sigh sounds as Yuna lies in bed, hoping for her friend's success.
Yuna envisions a future where her island home is finally free from the biting cult.
She imagines her father recovering his strength and contemplates her relationship with Theo. Yuna blushes at the romantic image of the Duke surrounded by blooming roses. Yuna concludes that Theo's gifts and attention prove he has a positive opinion of her.
Yuna feels like the Duke is finally starting to rely on her.
Her realization comes with a sudden, sharp gasp.
Yuna remembers her forgotten promise about the tea leaves and worries that Theo is waiting.
Rushing from her room with a box, Yuna laments her forgetfulness. The silver-haired woman pauses at the door, wondering if the Duke is already asleep.
Yuna decides to fulfill her promise by quietly brewing the tea before leaving.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Yuna opens the heavy door.
A sudden, dull thud sounds as Yuna bumps into someone, startling her.
Yuna is shocked to see the black-haired Duke standing before her in his night robes.
Yuna apologizes for being so late and asks if he has been waiting long.
The Duke stares at her with a heavy, unreadable expression.
Yuna becomes anxious, wondering if she has truly angered him.
She repeats her apology and asks again about the time he spent waiting.
Theo continues to watch her with an intense and silent gaze.
Theo worries internally that Yuna is the one who might be upset with him.
The fragrant tea is poured into an ornate cup.
The pair sit together in the quiet room to share their late-night tea.
Theo admits to himself that he missed the right moment to speak because her face distracted him. Theo's thoughts reveal he was secretly waiting outside her room out of curiosity.
Theo finds her nervous demeanor incredibly cute and compares her to a small bird.
Yuna breaks the silence with a soft exclamation.
Theo claims he was only restless after a long nap, which eases Yuna's guilt.
Yuna joyfully confirms that she has fully recovered her strength.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Theo places his cup down.
Theo asks about her earlier walk, and Yuna confirms she had a pleasant time.
A sudden, sharp crack sounds as Theo's jealousy flares upon hearing how much she enjoyed Asarum's company.
Yuna asks for permission to visit a northern temple she recently heard about.
Theo's mood sours when she mentions that Asarum is the one who suggested the visit.
Theo explains that visiting the Temple of Phoenix requires a long and difficult permission process.
The Duke smiles, hiding his competitive tension behind a polite mask. Theo stands regally in his green and gold ceremonial garments.
Ulysses presents a silk cloth for the Duchess to wear while she prays.
Theo inspects the delicate fabric with a thoughtful expression.
Theo imagines Yuna in the silk just as Asarum announces his arrival.
A sudden, sharp sizzle sounds as the two men glare at each other in the corridor.
Asarum notices the holy garment and asks if he is also forbidden from seeing Yuna.
Theo decides to accompany the guest as Asarum whistles a carefree Tim.
The black-haired Duke knocks on the door and calls out to Yuna.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as the brown-haired maid invites the Grand Duke inside.
Yuna stands elegantly in her stunning blue and white ceremonial dress.
Theo compliments her appearance, while Asarum watches them from the background.
The black-haired Duke approaches Yuna as she looks up at him in surprise.
A delicate light blue cloak adorned with diamonds is presented for the Duchess.
Theo gently drapes the luxurious cloak over Yuna's shoulders to keep her warm.
Theo explains the cloak's warmth comes from magic stones, while Asarum watches them with a jealous expression.
Inside her quarters, Asarum criticizes the room's small size compared to the Duke's grand accommodations.
Yuna insists she finds the room cozy, but Asarum expresses his deep dissatisfaction with her treatment.
Yuna asserts that staying was her own choice, leading Asarum to ask if she fears the Grand Duke.
Asarum claims that everyone in the castle, including the servants, is constantly on edge around the Duke.
Yuna firmly tells Asarum to stop his criticism, reminding him that Theo secured their permission for the temple visit.
Asarum apologizes for upsetting her and explains he was only repeating the common rumors he heard. Asarum suggests they drop the subject and head toward the famous temple.
Yuna apologizes to Theo for the delay, and he reassures her while watching Asarum walk away.
Theo's internal thoughts reveal his cold determination to see their guest depart as soon as possible.
Asarum stands with a serious and unreadable expression.
The magnificent white marble Temple of Phoenix stands tall against the bright blue sky.
The group walks together through the grand sunlit corridors of the temple. A sudden, startled voice calls out to the Grand Duke as they laugh.
The High Priest Lambros is visibly shocked to see the Duke at the temple.
Lambros asks what brought him there since he usually finds temples unsettling, which clearly irritates the Duke.
Theo asks if there is any reason he shouldn't be present at the holy site. Theo demands that Lambros immediately guide the Grand Duchess, leaving the priest completely stunned by the news. Lambros notes the lack of a formal wedding and jokingly asks if the Duke wants to meet his end.
Panicking at the Duke's murderous glare, Lambros quickly bows and begs for forgiveness from both of them.
Lambros pauses to study Yuna's face with a look of intense curiosity.
A sacred golden statue of Goddess Daphne holding a staff is surrounded by blooming roses.
Lambros is awestruck by Yuna's beauty, believing she looks like the goddess herself has descended to Earth.
Theo notices the priest staring and warns him to keep his thoughts and mouth shut. Theo pulls out a white lace veil for the Duchess to wear.
Yuna thanks Theo as he carefully places the intricate lace veil over her head. Yuna promises to return soon, while Theo confirms he will stay behind to wait for her.
Lambros leads Yuna away and suggests that the two men sit down while she prays.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as the two men stand in tense silence within the grand hall.
Theo asks Asarum if reaching the temple was his true goal from the very beginning.
Theo reveals he has investigated Asarum's entry into the duchy, catching the visitor off guard.
Theo's gaze intensifies as he mentions Asarum's suspiciously long stay in the Bios Empire.
Asarum reacts with a sudden nervous start at the Duke's revelation.
Asarum realizes with frustration that the Duke has been digging into his secret past.
Asarum scoffs at the Duke's spying habits before settling onto a nearby sofa.
Asarum claims his only motive was to see Yuna, but Theo dismisses his words as mere sugarcoating.
Asarum looks Theo in the eye and declares that Yuna could never truly be happy staying in such a place.
Asarum asserts she would have been happier married to him, but Theo mocks his motives and mentions his use of foreign money. Theo tells Asarum to stop whining about his feelings, calling the display of affection disgusting.
Enraged, Asarum stands up and shouts that he has also been looking into the Duke's dark history.
Asarum recounts rumors describing the Duke as a demonic killer whose sword has laid waste to entire countries.
Asarum brings up the cruel rumor that the killer went insane after his mother's death, causing Theo to flinch.
Theo grabs Asarum's collar and demands he shut up, while Asarum asks if Yuna knows about his true nature.
The pair is startled as Yuna suddenly opens the doors and calls out for Theo. Yuna is shocked by Theo's behavior as she asks what he is doing.
Yuna shouts for Theo to stop while he holds Asarum by the collar.
A soft grunt sounds as Asarum gasps for air while Yuna checks if he is injured.
Yuna points out the bruising mark on Asarum's neck, but he insists he will be fine shortly.
A sudden, sharp whoosh sounds as the black-haired Duke turns his back and walks away.
A sudden, heavy stop sounds as Asarum demands an apology from the departing Duke.
Theo glances back with a cold glare, claiming his only intention was to protect Yuna. Asarum mocks the Duke's aggressive meter.
Asarum suggests finding the holy water and leaving, but a sharp tap sounds as Yuna pulls away.
Yuna confronts Asarum about his lies, revealing she overheard their entire conversation. A sudden, sharp whoosh sounds as Yuna rejects him, stripping him of the right to use her name.
Yuna looks cold and disappointed.
The brown-haired man stands alone.
Asarum trembles with extreme distress. A sudden, heavy step sounds as the Duke walks through the temple with a terrifying aura.
Theo admits to himself that he allowed a filthy provocation to get the better of him. Theo thinks to himself that Yuna is more important to him than anything else.
A sudden, loud bang sounds as Theo's fist strikes the marble pillar.
Theo worries that Yuna will decide to leave him forever.
Theo concludes that Yuna was bound to discover his true identity eventually. Theo imagines Yuna bound in chains, resolving to keep her even without her love.
Yuna asks Theo what he is doing, while Theo internally invites her to hate and resent him.
A sudden firm grip sounds as Theo clenches his bleeding fist, determined to prevent her escape.
A series of sharp taps sound as Yuna runs toward him while Theo thinks he won't feel guilty.
Yuna scolds Theo for hurting himself instead of striking the man who provoked him.
Yuna insists on finding a physician to treat his wound, though Theo claims he is fine.
Yuna teases Theo by asking if he is actually afraid of doctors.
Yuna tells Theo that he must be brave to recover quickly, just as she was as a child. Theo tells her he will visit a shrine priest instead since it is faster.
Yuna offers a warm smile.
The Duke blushes at her expression. A startled cry sounds as a priest is shocked to see the Grand Duke. A series of heavy steps sound as the Duke enters, asking for privacy.
Theo orders the priest to move, frightening the man.
A sudden sharp dash sounds as the priest flees while Yuna questions the sudden dismissal.
Theo claims the medicine is what heals rather than the priest, while Yuna prepares to help.
Yuna instructs Theo to sit so she can clean his bloodied hands.
A soft rustle sounds as Yuna takes his hand, noting the depth of the injury.
A soft blow sounds as Yuna tends to his hand, making Theo gasp in surprise.
A sudden, heavy thumping sounds as Theo's heart races while Yuna catches him in a lie. Theo instructs Yuna on how to apply the medicine to his hand. A sudden, sharp drop sounds as the medicine touches his hand.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as the wound begins to heal.
Yuna is amazed by the medicine's effectiveness, which Theo explains is due to divine power.
Theo asks Yuna for her hand, dismissing his own injury. Theo gently holds Yuna's hands.
Yuna admits she heard the earlier argument after failing to find a guide in the prayer room.
Yuna apologizes to Theo for the guest's rudeness.
Theo dismisses the day's events as a mistake.
Theo tells Yuna that he will always feel more regret than she ever could.
Yuna laughs while the black-haired Duke asks what her amused expression is supposed to mean.
A sudden sharp creak sounds as Asarum bursts into the room and calls out to
Asarum rushes toward her, complaining that he has been searching everywhere for her after they were separated.
Yuna ignores his complaints and coldly demands that Asarum apologize for his earlier behavior.
Asarum admits it was his fault and suggests they find the holy water so they can depart.
Yuna rejects his attempt to reach out, telling him his apology should not be directed toward her.
Yuna and Theo are both startled by a sudden, loud exclamation from their guest.
Theo is stunned into silence by Eunice's earlier reference to him as her husband.
The black-haired man is visibly dazed and blushing at the memory of her words.
Asarum watches the pair with a look of extreme annoyance and exhaustion. Asarum offers a respectful bow toward the Grand Duke. Theo blushes deeply as he accepts the gesture, unable to stop thinking about Yuna calling him her husband.
Asarum thanks Theo for his generosity while the Duke remains completely flustered by his new title.
A sudden, sharp bang sounds as a voice from the corridor shouts for Lord Ulith to let go.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Lord Ulith bursts into the room and urgently addresses the Grand Duke.
Theo asks what is happening while Ulith demands they listen to his urgent news.
Lord Ulith reveals the shocking news that all the holy water in the temple has completely dried up.
The sacred basin is shown to be completely empty. A system notification explains that there are 5 different temples of Daphne across the continent. The message details how every temple shares sacred water from the main source, which traditionally never runs out. Theo demands the High Priestess explain why the sacred water has disappeared from the basin. The High Priestess bows and explains that the water began decreasing 3 months ago until it vanished.
She admits they used fake water to hide the shortage and banned outsiders to keep the secret.
Theo notes that the timeline matches Yuna's arrival, wondering if there is a magical connection.
The priestess says they are waiting for more water, but Theo asks about the status of the other temples.
The priestess explains their temple is independent and lacks communication with the others in the Empire. Theo worries the Empire will seize the saint's power and asks if the priestess has read the forbidden books. Theo asks the priestess if she suspects the Grand Duchess is actually the saint.
Theo points out that the priestess was clearly startled by Yuna's resemblance to the holy figure.
Theo explains that the saint is a messenger sent by goddess Daphne to take root in the world.
A radiant depiction of goddess Daphne holding a staff is revealed. Theo concludes that because the goddess has already taken root, a saint is no longer necessary.
Theo orders the priestess to report any news from the other temples in exchange for his silence.
A sudden, soft clinking sounds as the group shares a silent meal at a grand dining table.
Asarum is frustrated that they found no sacred water after coming all this way.
Asarum notes he couldn't hear any of the Duke's private conversation with the priestess.
Asarum remains convinced that Yuna is still planning to leave the duchy eventually.
Theo and Yuna share a pleasant toast together during their dinner.
A sudden, soft tap sounds as Theo holds his glass as they continue to dine.
Theo praises the special temple medicines while Asarum asks why the sacred water disappeared.
Theo notes that Asarum is finally starting to show him a bit of proper respect. Theo claims the spring will refill in 3 months after an issue with the storage is resolved.
Asarum finds the explanation strange and remains skeptical of the Duke's words.
Theo's gaze hardens as he addresses their visitor.
Theo accuses Asarum of only coming for the water rather than a simple temple visit.
A sudden, sharp top sounds as Asarum sets his glass down and claims he was only curious about health benefits.
Asarum prepares to depart, much to the Duke's delight.
Theo mockingly apologizes for his earlier behavior while Asarum tries to keep his temper.
A sudden, sharp whoosh sounds as Asarum turns and apologizes to Yuna for worrying her.
Asarum expresses deep regret for not being able to help her more during their journey.
Theo and Yuna share a quiet moment at the dining table.
A sudden, loud pop sounds as a bottle of champagne is opened.
A soft, steady pouring sounds as the champagne is served.
A sudden, sharp clinking sounds as the black-haired Duke lifts his glass.
Theo watches Yuna's reflection in his glass, silently vowing that he will be the one by her side.
Lord Ulith enters the room looking quite startled.
Lord Ulith asks if the champagne is too mild, while Theo explains he is simply trying to lift his spirits.
The aide with glasses correctly guesses that the Duke's good mood is due to his rival's impending departure.
Lord Ulith interrupts with urgent news, causing the Duke to ask what is happening now.
A sudden, soft sliding sounds as Ulith places a sealed letter on the desk.
Theo reads the letter regarding an upcoming festival in the south.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Ulith explains the festival honors Daphne, while Theo asks if his attendance is truly expected.
Ulith insists that the Duke must travel to Sabran regardless of his personal feelings.
Ulith reveals they have located the old priest and secret contact who is currently in the south.
Theo reacts with a look of genuine surprise. A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Ulith explains the situation at the Sabran temple involves the missing sacred water.
Theo realizes the festival serves as a perfect excuse to hide their true investigation from the Empire's gaze.
Theo asks if Camilla still resides in Sabran, making Ulith visibly nervous. Theo mockingly asks if Ulith last saw Camilla when she slapped him, while the aide reports she has been isolated lately.
Theo orders his aide to prepare for their journey to the south.
A grand carriage stands ready on the cobblestone path the next morning.
Yuna expresses regret that the visit was so short, while Asarum explains his tribe is waiting for him.
Asarum reflects on how much effort must have gone into developing the once barren northern lands into such a comfortable place.
Asarum uses Yuna's true name while she mentions her earlier words of anger.
Asarum dismisses her previous outburst as a result of anger and asks about the items she is holding. Yuna asks Asarum if he would be willing to deliver a stack of letters to her father.
Yuna reveals she has written a letter to her father every single day since her arrival.
Asarum realizes that Yuna still deeply misses her home on the island.
Theo approaches the pair and asks if the silver-haired woman's friend is departing already.
Theo mentions he prepared a massive gift of magic stones and already assigned a carrier, prompting Yuna's joyful thanks.
Asarum is begrudgingly grateful that the Duke considered Yuna's father and home.
The brown-haired man calls out Yuna's name one last time.
A sudden, firm squeeze sounds as Asarum hugs Yuna while the Duke watches with visible irritation.
Asarum expresses his hope that they will meet again on a bright, sunny day.
Yuna offers a warm smile and agrees to his parting wish.
The silver-haired woman waves as the carriage prepares to leave.
A series of sharp tops sound as Asarum sits thoughtfully inside the moving carriage.
Asarum resolves to head toward the Bios Empire to find the source of the rumors about the sacred water.
A soft rustle sounds as the brown-haired man holds the letters Yuna entrusted to him.
Asarum quietly apologizes to Yuna for his actions.
A series of sharp tops sound as Asarum vows to ensure the letters eventually reach her father.
Yuna lets out a heavy sigh while sitting at a tea table. Theo leans in and asks if something is bothering her. Yuna worries she was too cold toward Asarum, which causes the Duke's temper to flare.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Theo internally wonders if he should have simply gotten rid of his rival.
A sudden, soft clinking sounds as Lord Ulith returns to the Duke's side. A sudden, sharp creak sounds as a chef enters and follows the Duke's instructions.
A sudden, soft sliding sounds as Yuna reacts with surprise to the new arrival. 2 beautifully prepared chestnut tarts are presented on a plate.
Theo explains the chef recommended the seasonal chestnuts and asks Yuna if she would like to try a piece.
A sudden, soft gulp sounds as Yuna takes a small bite of the chestnut tart. She is instantly delighted by the wonderful flavor of the dessert.
Yuna praises the sweetness of the chestnut while Theo thinks about how adorable she is when she's happy.
A sudden, soft chuckle sounds as Theo smirks and asks if she truly finds it that good.
The couple enjoys a quiet, flowery moment together at the tea table. A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Theo sets his cup down and mentions his upcoming trip to the south.
Theo explains it is an important event he must attend for 15 days.
A sudden, sharp quiver sounds as Theo asks if she will be fine alone while secretly hoping she begs to join him.
Yuna reflects on how Theo must be a very busy man given his status.
A sudden, sharp shiver sounds as Yuna enthusiastically tells him she will be perfectly fine with her companions.
She encourages him to go ahead without worrying about her.
Theo is left stunned and speechless by her independent reaction.
Later that day, Lord Ulith carefully examines the Grand Duke's hand.
Ulith notes the wound has healed without a scar thanks to prompt care.
Theo asks if there are any other issues with his health.
Theo claims he now has a squirrel, catching his aides completely off guard.
Ulith recalls his previous animal metaphors while Theo describes the new white squirrel as cute.
Theo admits he is terrified that his new treasure might run away. Theo confesses his dark desire to lock it in a cage so it only looks at him.
He believes that keeping it confined is the only way to ensure its safety. Ulith asks if this squirrel has actually shown any sign of wanting to escape.
Theo is forced to admit that it has never tried to flee. Ulith points out that he shouldn't assume it wants to leave if it hasn't happened.
A peaceful field of flowers illustrates how Theo's sudden happiness feels precious after a long time.
Theo asks for advice on what he should do to settle his fear of loss. Ulith insists that the Duke must make the squirrel recognize him as its master. The aide with glasses notes that while Theo is following instructions, he doesn't realize he's treating his target like an animal. Ulith suggests building a bond through gentle petting and feeding.
A stylized vision shows Theo kneeling to interact with a tiny, magical squirrel.
Ulith explains this bond will ease his anxiety while Theo agrees it is a good idea.
Theo begins diligently taking notes on how to pet his wife.
Ulith privately hopes that controlling these impulses will help the Duke regain his humanity.
A series of dark, soft chuckles sound as Theo continues writing his plan with an intense look in his eyes.
Yuna hums a happy tune while brushing her long silver hair.
Malin asks if something wonderful happened to put her in such a good mood.
Yuna joyfully reports that the Grand Duke gave her many compliments today.
During dinner, Theo asks if she enjoys the bread being served.
A sudden, soft stroke sounds as Theo reaches out to pet her head and praises her for eating well.
Theo continues his compliments by telling Yuna her eyes are beautiful.
The two share a walk through a vibrant patch of hydrangeas.
Yuna notes how long the flowers stay fresh in this climate.
Theo calls Yuna smart, which makes her blush with surprise.
Theo suggests they continue their walk deeper into the garden path.
The pair walks off together into the fading light of the day. Yuna tells Malin they also had cake and received more praise for her appetite.
A series of soft laughs sound as Malin finds it impossible to imagine the stern Duke acting so sweetly.
Malin observes that the Duke clearly adores the Grand Duchess.
A sudden, soft cough sounds as Malin recalls Theo's dark past as a reclusive drinker before Yuna's arrival. Malin suggests marriage has made Theo more responsible while Yuna dwells on the phrase.
Yuna calls out to her maid as she reflects on her relationship with Theo.
The morning sun illuminates the grand facade and gardens of the mansion. Yuna suggests they start by pulling weeds while her companion agrees it is a good idea. Yuna is suddenly captivated by something adorable she spots nearby.
Two maids crouch low in the grass and marvel at how fluffy something is.
A surprised ah sounds as Yuna approaches the maids and asks what they are doing.
The maids are startled by her presence while Yuna wonders what they have found.
A black and white kitten lets out a soft meow as a maid explains she found the orphan.
Yuna is taken aback when the maid insistently claims she isn't hiding the animal.
Yuna comments on the kitten while the maids remain visibly nervous. The silver-haired woman is filled with joy upon seeing the tiny creature. The maids are relieved that their secret has been met with kindness. Yuna plays with the kitten using a blade of grass while the servants watch. Yuna laughs while the brown-haired woman notes the kitten is more agile than it looks.
A maid announces it is time for the kitten to eat and then play.
The kitten hungrily eats from a small brown bowl. Yuna and the maids watch the kitten eat and agree it is very cute. Yuna reflects on the way of speaking she just heard, feeling it is familiar. The silver-haired woman wonders where she might have heard that tone before.
Yuna remains deep in thought about the familiar way of speaking.
She continues to try and recall the source of that tone. A maid calls out to her grace, snapping Yuna out of her deep reflection.
The maids explain the head maid dislikes cats and ask if they can raise it in the incinerator.
A maid's head appears as she explains the kitten is already used to human contact.
Yuna suggests raising it behind the garden and promises to discuss it with the Grand Duke.
The scene shifts to the grand architecture of the mansion under a clear sky. Theo looks away thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. Theo turns to see Yuna and tells her he was just looking for her.
Yuna asks the Duke if it would be possible to raise a cat in the mansion's garden. Theo tells Yuna to do whatever she wants, causing her to thank him joyfully. Theo pets her head and praises her for being considerate of the cat. Theo mentions having candy while Yuna realizes his behavior feels very familiar.
Theo offers her candy while a stylized vision shows he is treating her exactly like the maids treat the cat.
A sudden sharp whish sounds as Yuna turns in shock and asks what he is doing.
Yuna shouts that she isn't a cat or a pet, while Theo is left completely bewildered.
A sudden sharp whish sounds as Yuna storms away, refusing to hear his explanation.
Theo stands alone and stunned by the sudden, angry rejection.
A sudden, loud thump sounds as Theo looms over a terrified Lord Ulith.
A series of sharp bzz sounds as Theo explains he offered candy and now she won't see him.
Theo's floating head expresses his despair that Yuna doesn't even want to hear his voice.
Theo grabs Ulith's shoulders and demands to know how this happened. A series of soft, steady tap sounds as Theo walks away, muttering that she isn't a squirrel.
A sudden, heavy flop sounds as Theo collapses into a chair and insists she is the Grand Duchess.
Lord Ulith is confused by the Duke's sudden crisis and questioning.
Ulith is overwhelmed and asks why Theo wanted to lock her in or call her a squirrel.
Ulith insists that the Duke needs to go and apologize to the Grand Duchess immediately.
Theo mopes while Ulith explains that marriage must be based on affection and mutual care.
Theo asks if he could actually receive affection from the Grand Duchess.
Ulith says they must rebuild the relationship while Theo listens thoughtfully. Lord Ulith is horrified as Theo resolves to make a new plan to lock her up like before.
The sun sets behind the mansion as Ulith sighs and says he will explain everything again. Yuna lies curled on her bed, brooding over how she feels Theo is evil for treating her like a pet after all those sweet words. She recalls a moment with the Duke, feeling betrayed that his behavior was akin to managing an animal. A sudden soft sniffle sounds as Yuna cries, mourning her belief that he had finally accepted her as his wife. Frustration takes over as she repeatedly punches her pillow, questioning if he ever even saw her as a husband.
Despite her anger, she can't help but remember his reliable presence after the war and how attractive his physique is.
A series of soft, steady tap sounds as Yuna snaps out of her daydream, scolding herself for her straying thoughts. A startled gasp sounds as Theo calls out through the door, asking if he might enter.
Theo stands outside in his nightclothes holding a red bag, pleading with her to open the door for a moment.
A sudden sharp creak sounds as Yuna opens the door just enough to coldly ask what he wants.
Theo extends his hand, explaining that he came to give her something special before his trip.
He presents a small bag containing 3 glowing emerald green candies.
Yuna asks if he expects her to play with them, while Theo flusteredly tries to clarify his intent.
Chibi Yuna bluntly rejects the gift, leaving the Duke looking utterly crushed as he accepts her refusal. Theo notes his departure for the south is tomorrow and says he will leave the gift with the aide, Ray. Yuna's gaze softens as she realizes that the time for his 2-week journey has already arrived. She confronts him about why he viewed her as a cat, while Theo stammeringly tries to explain himself. Yuna snaps that he resembles a bear, a comment that leaves the Duke momentarily stunned.
Theo admits to being as clumsy and large as a bear, which Yuna agrees with in a huff.
Theo is impressed she noticed his suppressed instincts, while Yuna wonders if her insult was a bit too harsh.
A sudden sharp thud sounds as Theo places a hand on the door, firmly stating he never saw her as a pet. When she asks for the reason behind his actions, he struggles to find the right words to justify his behavior. Yuna stares at him in silence. Theo apologizes for his clumsy expressions and confesses that he finds her habits, like eating happily, to be incredibly cute.
Yuna asks if he would like to be petted like an animal, and the Duke surprisingly agrees with a blush.
The Duke's handsome face turns red.
Overwhelmed by her heart, Yuna blushes.
She quickly declares her need for rest, feeling her resolve beginning to crumble under his sincerity. A sudden sharp creak sounds as she tells him to leave, her face heating up as she shuts the door.
A sudden loud thump sounds as the door slams, leaving Theo standing alone in the dark hallway.
Lord Ulith looks up with surprise. Ulith notes that Theo returned earlier than expected, while the Duke approaches him with a grim expression.
A sudden, sharp whish sounds as Theo commands his aide to find Khan immediately. A sudden heavy flop sounds as Theo collapses into his chair, while Ulith worries about the mention of the master spy.
Theo mutters despairingly about no longer having a loving wife, causing Ulith to flinch at the dramatic statement.
Ulith is horrified as Theo resolves to assign a secret guard to watch Yuna's every move so she won't flee.
Theo buries his face in distress. The travel carriage and horses wait.
Ulith informs the Duke that it is time to leave, and Theo somberly acknowledges the start of his journey. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Theo turns around, surprised to hear Yuna calling out his name.
The silver-haired woman runs toward him.
A sudden, soft huff sounds as Yuna catches her breath and asks if he really intended to leave without saying goodbye. Theo explains his belief that she wouldn't want to see him, but then firmly states he will no longer call her cute.
Yuna suggests that handsome is a much better fit for someone of his stature, leaving the Duke puzzled.
She surprises him by pulling him into a warm hug, determined to send him off on a good note.
Theo is left breathless by the sudden affection, his initial gloom quickly replaced by shock and relief.
Yuna wishes him a safe journey and promises to wait for his return, which he wholeheartedly vows to do.
A sudden soft stroke sounds as Theo touches her hair and asks if there is any gift she desires from the south.
Yuna blushes and shyly mentions that this southern climate must be very warm and pleasant.
She asks if he could bring back hardy flowers for her garden, and the Duke happily agrees to fulfill her request.
Theo encourages her to spend freely.
Theo instructs Yuna to stay right here and not go anywhere else.
A sudden soft huff sounds as Yuna agrees and promises to stay.
Theo tells Yuna to call for Khan in case of danger, while Lord Ulith is shocked by the disclosure of classified information.
Yuna encourages him to leave, noting she has kept him too long.
Theo reaches on a hand.
Theo pulls Yuna into a warm hug. The silver-haired woman is silent.
Yuna leans into the embrace.
Horses gallop away with the carriage.
Theo looks out the window. Theo sighs and thinks about wanting to go home.
3 days pass under the sun.
A relieved sigh sounds in the garden.
Yuna asks if the garden looks good, and Ray confirms everything is perfect after her hard work.
The red-haired woman reflects on how the barren garden has become beautiful for the Grand Duke.
Ray says the Duke will be pleased, while Marin runs toward them calling for Her Highness.
Marin is out of breath as Yuna asks what has happened. Marin excitedly presents an invitation to tea from the Brown family. The maid explains the invitation is a key to social gatherings, while Yuna wonders if she should go.
Mirren and Ray note the invitation arrived late.
Marin explains that social gatherings provide information that will help the Grand Duke. Yuna considers the benefit to Theo.
Yuna agrees to attend, sparking excitement from the maids.
The group plans to buy new dresses and gifts for the Iving.
The moon hangs over the inn.
Staff clean the empty dengar.
The innkeeper is startled by a noise.
Theo and his knights burst in, demanding all the food the inn has.
The innkeeper rushes to serve them as the knights demand the food to go.
Ulith notes the men look starved, but Theo explains they took a rough route to hurry.
Theo commands them to prepare for a dawn departure.
Theo skips dinner and heads upstairs.
Lord Ulith finds the Duke's behavior strange. Theo tosses his jack and his dad.
He unbuttons his floral shirt. Theo walks through his mummalam. Theo wonders if Yuna has checked the communication stone he left for her. Theo sits on his bed looking at the stone. Theo calls out to Yuna.
Yuna's voice wonders how to use the device.
Theo repeats her name.
Yuna responds happily, noting it feels like he is right there with her.
Theo explains that it is a magic communication star.
When Yuna asks if it is precious, the Duke shyly downplays its value.
Theo asks about her day, and Yuna mentions the tea invitation from Count Brown. Theo considers the Brown family's ties to magic stone trade and his previous dealings with them.
Yuna mentions baking chestnut pies for the ladies, which Theo thinks sounds good.
Theo says the pies will be delicious, but regrets he won't taste them, so Yuna promises to make them again.
Theo relaxes on the bed and listens as Yuna asks about his day.
Yuna sits on her bed as Theo explains he rode through the mountains and arrived at an inn. Yuna holds the green stone as she wonders if the Duke is perhaps very tired. Theo lies on the bed and tells Yuna to get some rest, leaving her sounding startled through the stone.
The black-haired man quickly adds that he still has many things he is curious about regarding her. A series of soft, steady tap sounds as someone walks down the wooden stairs.
Lord Ulith carries a covered meal tray, reflecting that no matter how tired the Duke is, he should at least eat.
The aide stops outside the door as Yuna's voice from the communication stone asks what he is curious about.
Lord Ulith looks confused, wondering why the Duke isn't alone as expected.
The brown-haired man is shocked as he overhears Theo asking what someone is wearing.
Ulith reels in disbelief, questioning if he heard correctly, while the voice inside continues to speak. Lord Ulith is frozen in horror as the word naked rings out from the room. Chibi Ulith is overwhelmed by the scandalous revelation.
Theo looks handsome and relaxed among pink roses, his shirt open to reveal his physique.
A shower of rose petals falls as Lord Ulith internally screams, questioning what on earth His Highness is doing.
The scene shifts as the story continues. Surrounded by sparkles, Yuna repeats the word naked in utter confusion.
A flustered Theo explains that he only undressed because the southern climate is so much warmer than the north.
Yuna sits on her bed and notes that he always preferred thin clothes anyway. Blushing deeply, the silver-haired woman admits that his muscles are particularly well-defined under the moonlight.
Chibi Yuna frantically denies ever secretly peeking at his body, while Theo looks at the stone in bewilderment.
Yuna fans herself, realizing that her private thoughts are slipping out because he isn't physically in front of her.
Theo's face turns bright red as he listens to the stone.
The Duke imagines Yuna sleeping undressed in the heat, causing him to blush even harder. A sudden sharp crack sounds as white feathers fly through the air. Theo sits amidst a cloud of feathers from a destroyed pillow and awkwardly tells Yuna that nothing important happened. A sudden sharp creak sounds as the door opens and Lord Ulith calls out to the Duke.
Yuna hears the interruption and recognizes the ade's voice through the stone.
Theo quickly tells Yuna it has become noisy and promises to contact her again later. Theo sits on the edge of the bed as Lord Ulith enters with the dinner tray. Lord Ulith explodes in a rage, shouting that the precious communication stone shouldn't be wasted on such trivial questions. Theo calmly argues that they have no other use for it, but Ulith fumes about potential emergencies. The aide continues to lecture him on the extreme cost and exclusivity of the stone.
As night falls over the inn, Ulith's frustrated yelling continues while Theo remains unbothered.
In the mansion kitchen, Yuna and her maids join Chef Hans at the oven. Chef Hans announces the pies are ready, while Ray offers to safely remove the hot tray.
Ray carefully carries the tray of freshly baked treats using red oven mitts. Chibi, Yuna, and Ray admire the delicious golden brown color of the chestnut pies.
Hans praises the quality of the pastry, and the group enjoys the cheerful atmosphere in the kitchen. The chef suggests a tasting, and Yuna eagerly agrees to gather the servants for their opinion. Yuna explains that they need an objective evaluation, which the maids find to be a wonderful idea.
A group of maids gathers as Yuna thanks them for coming to participate in the tasting.
Yuna presents the chestnut pies and asks the staff for their honest feedback. A maid takes a small, cautious bite of the golden pastry.
The maids comment that the pie is quite salty and suggest that too much salt was added.
Other maids disagree, claiming it tastes good and has a pleasant, crispy texture.
A sudden soft whisper sounds as Marin leans in to tell Yuna something privately.
Marin explains that the servants are unfamiliar with such expensive desserts and might not know the proper taste. Yuna watches the maids eat happily and realizes the truth behind their varied feedback.
Yuna asks Chef Hans if he could make chestnut pie for everyone in the mansion.
The chef notes it will take time but agrees to fulfill her request. Yuna declares that staff should have plenty of desserts from now on, even if it means hiring more help. The brown-haired maid notes they don't have to do this, while silver-haired Yulina mentions the Duke allowing her to spend freely.
Silver-haired Yulina smiles amidst blooming flowers.
Addressing the group of 4 maids, Yulina tells them to eat well and looks forward to their work together.
The maids eagerly offer to assist with gardening and flower arranging as the silver-haired girl listens in surprise.
A tea party at Count Brown's estate.
A sudden soft whoosh sounds as a hand in a green sleeve touches the table, deeming the setup perfect.
Emily Brown giggles, confident that the Grand Duchess will be unable to find any fault with her arrangements.
Looking on with sharp green eyes, Emily is eager to finally see what kind of person the Duchess is.
Emily scoffs at the Duchess's hair, vowing to teach her a proper lesson during today's gathering.
A vengeful cry for Giesel sounds.
In a flashback, a purple-haired woman in a red dress sobs as Emily asks her friend Gazelle what is wrong. Gazelle cries that the Duke became upset with her husband because of the Grand Duchess during a hunting gathering.
She explains the Duke thrown down.
A vision shows the black-haired Duke looming over a fallen man as Giesel laments that her family was ruined and fined. Comforting the distraught woman on the floor, Emily hears Giesel blame everything on the Grand Duchess.
Walking away with resolve, Emily promises to get revenge for her friend as another noblewoman calls her name.
The noble ladies admire the garden's beauty, certain it will serve to intimidate the Grand Duchess. Mocking the Duchess as a barbarian, the 3 noblewomen laugh together at the lavishly set tea table.
A maid announces the Duchess's arrival, and Emily calmly orders for her to be brought into the garden.
A sudden soft whoosh sounds as silver hair catches the light. Yulina stands regally in a golden cress.
The seated noblewomen look on in shock. The ladies whisper in disbelief at her.
While one lady admires the Duchess's beauty, Emily sharply orders them all to remain seated and offer no greeting. Emily intends to humiliate the Duchess by ignoring her, forcing her to understand the treatment she will receive.
A sudden, sharp smack sounds as Yulina reaches out, catching Emily completely off guard.
Yulina beams with a bright, friendly smile.
A sudden, soft gasp sounds as Emily stammers in nervous confirmation to the Duchess's presence.
Gripping Emily's hands, Yulina thanks her for the invitation, prompting a flustered Emily to offer her a seat.
A hand gestures toward the treats. As the other ladies giggle, Yulina looks down at the distant end seat she has been assigned.
The Duchess receives the end seat.
Emily asks if there is a problem as Yulina examines the seating arrangement at the table.
Emily flinches when Yulina points out her party has 3 people and requests another chair.
Yulina mentions it feels wrong to have one person stand, while Emily panics at the thought of seating a maid. Identifying the blonde maid as Marin, Emily wonders who the red-haired woman standing beside the Duchess is. A sudden heavy thud sounds as Emily's hand hits the table when Yulina introduces her maid, Ray.
Ray insists she is fine, but the silver-haired girl expresses concern that her companion will get tired.
Yulina promises to switch places with Ray if she gets tired, leaving a horrified Emily to watch in silence.
Clenching her fist in a silent rage, Emily feels humiliated that the Duchess would offer her seat to a servant.
The group sits at the long table while Emily vows to remain on guard against the Duchess.
Forcing a polite smile, Emily thanks the noblewomen for accepting her invitation to the garden.
Emily asks if this is the Duchess's first social gathering, and Yulina happily nods and confirms that it is.
The orange-haired lady finds it strange the Duchess hasn't been invited before, while the blue-haired lady agrees.
The blue-haired woman worries that rumors will start about the Duchess not getting along with the noble ladies of the duchy.
Marin fumes silently, blaming the noblewomen for their own failure to send the Duchess any invitations.
Yulina explains she is quite excited today because this is her very first invitation from Madame Emily. The silver-haired girl beams with joy, saying it feels like she is visiting a friend's house for the first time.
Emily reacts with surprise to being called a friend.
Emily suggests they call the Grand Duchess Yulina like friends do, prompting a look of outrage from Marin.
Marin realizes the noblewomen are intentionally trying to humiliate the Grand Duchess, while Yuna innocently assumes they are just being friendly.
Chibi Yuna asks the ladies for their names, causing the blue-haired and green-haired women to exchange nervous glances.
The blue-haired woman introduces herself as Teresa Smith with a look of hesitation.
The green-haired woman shyly asks to be called Chloe.
The orange-haired woman introduces herself as Mary.
A collage identifies the 4 ladies: Emily in the green dress, Teresa in the blue, Mary in the maroon, and Chloe in the beige.
Yuna introduces herself with a radiant, joyful smile that fills the garden with light.
Chibi Emily fumes with annoyance, fearing she is losing control of the conversation as Yuna's charm takes hold.
Emily decides she has no choice but to resort to a more direct plan to unsettle the Grand Duchess.
Emily gracefully suggests they begin their tea before it loses its warmth.
As the group settles in, Ray approaches the table to begin serving the refreshments.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as a teacup begins to tip over on the white tablecloth. A sudden, soft thud sounds as Ray expertly catches the falling cup before it can spill on Teresa. Ray calmly advises Teresa to be more careful, causing the blue-haired woman to blush in embarrassment.
Teresa stammeringly offers her thanks as Ray sets the cup safely back on the table.
Ray informs Yuna she will retrieve the gifts they brought, and Yuna thanks her for the help.
Mary asks if Ray has a family name, but Emily dismissively claims she is just an ordinary maid.
Chibi Yuna corrects them, happily announcing that Ray is actually a knight. Yuna explains that Ray's talent earned her a knighthood after fighting alongside the Duke, leaving Mary and Teresa speechless.
Chloe wonders why a minor noble would work as a maid, and Marin proudly replies it's simply what Ray prefers. Emily bites her lip in frustration, regretting her dismissive attitude now that she knows Ray's true status. Emily takes a small, delicate bite of the chestnut pie Yuna provided. While Emily privately admits the pie is decent, she notes the texture is slightly dry and the seasoning is quite strong.
Determined to find fault, Emily prepares to criticize the dessert as Yuna asks for her opinion.
Teresa and Mary follow Emily's lead, untruthfully claiming the pastry is difficult to swallow. Emily tells Yuna the effort is clear, but labels the pie too dry and the seasoning far too powerful.
A sudden soft chomp sounds as Marin tastes the pie and wonders why it seems to have changed since they left home. Marin realizes the pie is actually perfect and stares in shock at the blatant lies being told.
Emily begins to boast about the exquisite cake served at her own wedding to shift the topic.
Mary and Teresa eagerly join the conversation, reminiscing about the unique cream and the famous pâtissier.
Emily pointedly asks Yuna what kind of cake was served at her wedding, catching the Grand Duchess off guard.
Chloe feigns an apology while revealing that Yuna never even had a wedding ceremony, sparking Marin's anger.
Emily watches Yuna with a calculating gaze, wondering about the lack of a formal celebration.
A sudden, sharp flinch sounds as Emily asks Yuna if there was a specific reason she didn't have a ceremony.
Marin stands up and firmly tells Mrs. Brown to stop, but Emily dismissively claims she is only curious.
Emily continues to pressure Yuna, insisting there must be a reason for such an unusual lack of a wedding.
Emily rests her chin on her hand and begins to suggest a cruel theory with a smug smile.
Emily boldly suggests that the Duke himself must have been the one to forbid the wedding ceremony.
Yuna sits in stunned silence as the accusation that her husband rejected a wedding rings in her ears. The ladies whisper that such a loveless marriage is truly pitiful, causing Yuna to look down in sorrow.
Emily continues to brag about her own grand wedding and the massive rings her friends received. Emily expresses mock sympathy, stating how sad it must be to remain unloved by one's husband. Marin slams her hands on the table and stands up, shouting that the ladies are being far too harsh.
Marin tries to defend her lady's honor, but Yuna gently stops her and insists she is fine.
Yuna admits to the group that she and the Duke married without knowing each other's faces or holding a ceremony.
Yuna smiles with a gentle blush, explaining that since they didn't start with love, she is even more eager to learn it now.
Chibi Yuna turns the tables by asking Emily for advice on how she might win over her husband's heart.
Yuna confesses her desire to get closer to the Duke despite their current awkwardness, leaving the others surprised.
Chibi Yuna begins to recount their trip to the market, painting a picture of their time together.
Yuna proudly shares that she finally summoned the courage to hold the Duke's hand during their outing.
Surrounded by floating hearts, Teresa, Chloe, and Mary exclaim in shock at Yuna's story.
Teresa asks if the Duke enjoyed himself, and Yuna replies that he didn't seem to dislike their outing since he agreed to go out again.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Emily reacts with wide-eyed shock to Yuna's casual mention of her relationship with the Duke.
The ladies reflect on the surprising fact that the notoriously cold and blunt Grand Duke showed no sign of displeasure.
Emily stands up and insists that the Duke's lack of rejection means he was actually very happy, prompting Yuna to mention their recent hug.
The ladies are stunned by the news of a hug, marveling at how much faster the relationship is progressing than they ever expected.
Yuna sits with the group and shyly admits that she was actually the one who initiated the embrace.
While Yuna worries the moment was unclear, the ladies eagerly offer to judge the situation, and Yuna explains that the Duke asked to stay in the hug longer.
The ladies imagine a romantic scene of the Duke embracing Yuna as they swoon over the heartwarming detail.
Emily suddenly freezes as she realizes she has become so captivated by the Grand Duchess's story that she completely forgot her plan to avenge Giselle. Watching Yuna interact so gently with the others, Emily begins to wonder if the Grand Duchess truly had no ill intentions from the start.
Emily concludes that someone as sincere and transparent as Yuna simply doesn't seem capable of doing anything malicious.
Emily realizes that Giselle's husband was likely the source of the trouble all along, recalling how rude he had always been.
Emily notes that this is the first time she has ever experienced such a relaxed and genuine conversation at a tea party.
Yuna looks up in surprise as Ray approaches the table carrying several stocked wooden boxes.
Ray presents the boxes and informs the group that these are personal gifts from the Duke for each of the ladies. The guests are amazed to find limited edition Armand plates, which are incredibly rare and highly sought after by collectors.
Ray explains to Yuna that the Duke had ordered the gifts the previous night, though she claims she had simply forgotten to bring them out sooner. Marin watches Ray with suspicion, questioning how a disciplined knight could possibly forget a direct order from the Grand Duke.
Marin realizes that Ray purposefully brought the gifts out late to ensure they wouldn't be overshadowed by the pie.
Yuna is touched by the gesture, realizing that Theo took the time to prepare gifts for her guests despite his busy travel schedule.
Emily stands up and tells Yuna that she is actually the one who needs advice, surprising the Grand Duchess.
Looking down in sorrow, Emily admits that her own husband has never once looked after her or shown such consideration during social gatherings.
Emily bows deeply and asks for forgiveness for her rudeness, while also praising the delicious taste of the chestnut pie.
Teresa and Mary offer their sincere apologies as well, but Yuna graciously tells them that she truly enjoyed their time together.
Yuna stands up and asks why they are speaking so finalistically, as if they will never see each other again.
With a radiant smile, Yuna thanks the women for sincerely listening to her stories and making her day special.
Yuna leans in and kindly asks Emily if she would be willing to call her by her name, Yuelina, from now on.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yuna takes Emily's hand, declaring them friends, and a moved Emily accepts the offer.
Yuna suggests hosting the next gathering at her own estate to learn gardening tips, and Emily enthusiastically agrees to come.
As the group prepares to depart, Yuna asks the ladies if they will be willing to listen to more of her husband's stories next time.
A sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounds as the carriage departs, and Yuna sits inside feeling a profound sense of ease.
Marin praises Yuna for handling the situation so wisely, but Yuna humbly insists that the ladies were simply kind to her first.
The maids scoff at the idea of the ladies being kind, pointing out that they only backed down because Yuna was so disarmingly honest.
Yuna admits that the comments about her wedding were painful, but she remains happy that her honesty allowed everyone to open up. As the carriage travels through the woods, Yuna excitedly asks her maids what they should prepare for the upcoming tea party at the mansion.
The scene shifts back to the southern estate as a voice from the communication stone asks if Yuna can hear him. Count Woodlight tries to make conversation with Theo about the upcoming festival, but the Duke remains stoic and unresponsive. Theo sits with a bored expression, his hand resting idly on his knee as the Count continues to babble.
Losing patience, Theo bluntly orders Count Woodlight to stop with the small talk and get straight to the point.
A sudden, sharp aura of power radiates from Theo as he rejects the Count's investment proposal and stands up to leave.
Theo tells Ulysses to take care of the matter, and when the Count tries to protest, the Duke gives him a chilling glare. A sudden, soft whimper sounds as the Count cringes in fear, and Ulysses steps in to dismiss the man from the Duke's presence. Theo's cold expression instantly softens into a warm, genuine smile as he thinks of Yuna.
Surrounded by flowers, Theo looks at the glowing green communication stone with a look of pure adoration.
Theo gently speaks into the stone, calling out to Yuna to see if she is there. The Duke gazes at the stone with a fond smile, his earlier irritation completely forgotten. Theo warmly asks Yuna if her gathering with the local noblewomen went well today.
Sitting at her vanity, Yuna happily informs Theo that the party was a success and that everyone was very sweet to her.
Theo tells Yuna that she is the kind and sweet one, causing her to frantically and bashfully deny the compliment.
Yuna looks at the glowing green stone and questions when the gifts were prepared.
Theo explains it was a spontaneous decision.
A thought bubble reveals Ray took initiative the moment she heard about the tea party.
Ray confirms her success while Theo silently commends her for managing the task.
Narration reflects on the suspicious motives of the local noblewomen who had never invited Yuna before.
Chibi Yuna expresses her gratitude and shares her plans to host a future event.
Theo relaxes, pleased that his wife's day turned out well.
Yuna prepares to make a confession through the communication stone.
Theo teases her about the amount of money she spent.
Yuna admits the expenses were high and will be ongoing for her new projects.
She reveals she has hired more staff to provide desserts for the estate workers.
Theo encourages her to spend freely, noting the family's vast wealth. Yuna is visibly moved by his unwavering support. A romantic vision of a quiet tea time together fills the air.
Yuna leans closer to the stone to whisper to her husband.
She shyly confesses that she misses him while Theo listens intently. Theo is stunned by the sudden admission as Yuna begins to panic and backtrack. Yuna hides her blushing face in embarrassment. In her flustered state, she accidentally drops and cracks the precious stone.
She despairs over breaking the one-time use artifact.
Another stone nearby begins to glow as Theo calls out to her. Yuna quickly stands up to explain the sudden interruption.
Theo's voice returns the sentiment, telling her that he misses her too.
A radiant smile spreads across Yuna's face as her heart races. They both hold their respective stones, sharing a moment of quiet connection from afar.
Theo and Ulysses climb a long set of stairs with the Duke complaining about the temple's location.
Ulysses attributes Theo's stamina to his intense training sessions.
Theo admits he pushed himself to avoid the temptation of returning home.
Ulysses is baffled by the vague explanation as they reach their destination.
The pair arrives at a grand, secluded Belden.
A sudden sharp tap sounds as Ulysses knocks on the door to announce their arrival.
A sudden low creak sounds as the door opens, revealing a glimpse of the interior. An elderly man in priestly robes invites them inside. They settle into a lavishly decorated room, noting the contrast with the exterior.
The man is introduced as High Priest Perkos, who offers a philosophical response. Perkos serves tea and corrects Theo's guess about the variety being offered. Theo finds the taste remarkably familiar despite the different name.
Perkos prompts them to state the reason for their visit. Theo observes him carefully, questioning the trustworthiness of the man who knows the Saintess. Perkos correctly guesses they are investigating the missing holy water, surprising the Duke.
A sudden soft clink sounds as the priest's hand stops mid-motion.
A thought arises concerning the weakening power of the goddess Daphne.
Perkos takes a slow, silent sip of his tea. Ulysses notes that the high priest is being guarded with his information.
Theo pressures the priest, assuming his age grants him exclusive knowledge.
Perkos comments on the common misconception people have about his appearance.
Theo and Ulysses are completely shocked when the priest claims to be only 25.
Perkos explains the supernatural phenomenon of time within the eye of the storm. He begins to recount the circumstances of his departure from that place.
A vision of a snow-covered temple appears as he speaks of leaving his memories behind. Theo stares intensely at the high priest, his expression hardened by deep skepticism as he questions the man's claims.
High Priest Perkos looks away with a sigh, noting that whether Theo believes him is irrelevant since even he doesn't possess all the answers. Theo leans back in his chair, questioning if the Saintess would lose her divine power after using it to restore the holy water. Theo's eyes widen in genuine shock as the priest reveals that the Saintess herself might vanish entirely from existence. An ancient text appears as the priest explains that historical records suggest the first Saintess vanished after her purpose was fulfilled.
Perkos falls into a heavy, somber silence as he lets the weight of his revelation sink in for his visitors.
Ulysses looks on with concern, observing that none of the restricted historical records mention what eventually became of the Saintesses.
Theo stares into the distance, the unsettling word disappear echoing in his mind as he considers the potential fate of his wife.
Theo contemplates the possibility of Yuna becoming an ordinary person again, weighing the personal cost of her restoring the holy water.
A vision of soft, blooming flowers fills the air as Theo recalls his hope that they could finally leave the empire of Bios together.
Theo imagines a future where he and Yuna walk happily through a sunlit garden, free from the burdens of their status.
Theo's fist clenches tightly in his lap as the fear of Yuna vanishing forever takes hold of his heart.
Standing up, High Priest Perkos informs the Duke that he has shared all the information he is willing to provide for now.
The priest explains that he only granted this audience as a courtesy because he once owed a significant debt of kindness to Lady Camilla.
Theo's eyebrows knit together in confusion, wondering why his grandmother is being mentioned in this context.
Clasping his hands, the priest notes that many people have approached him with questions and ill intent regarding the Saintess's power.
Perkos delivers a chilling warning, stating that the Saintess possesses a power beyond human limits, and that this is a threat, not just a warning.
Sunlight filters through the trees as Ulysses realizes the High Priest believes Theo is merely another person trying to exploit Yuna's power.
Descending the temple's long stone stairs, Theo remains silent while Ulysses wonders if he should correct the priest's misunderstanding.
Theo stops abruptly and asks for confirmation that the priest claimed to owe Lady Camilla a significant favor. Turning back with a determined look, Theo orders Ulysses to contact his grandmother immediately and arrange a visit as soon as possible.
The scene shifts to a magnificent and sprawling estate, the residence of the formidable Lady Camilla.
Inside the lavish mansion, an elegant elderly woman in a blue gown asks her butler about the timing of her grandson's expected arrival. Lady Camilla reflects on the fact that she hasn't seen Theo in 5 years, her voice carrying a mix of nostalgia and pride. Hiding her smile behind a golden fan, Camilla thinks of Theo as a self-willed brat who has finally decided to show up. In a sudden, frantic flashback, a younger Camilla bursts through a set of double doors, calling out Theo's name in terror. A doctor in white robes explains that Theo's arm was severed during torture and has only just been surgically reattached. Despite the horrific injury, Theo tries to stand up, insisting that he must return to the front lines immediately.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Theo stumbles, driven by a desperate need to protect his men while the enemy is off guard.
A hand is raised in a fit of sudden anger and desperation.
A sudden, loud slap sounds as Camilla strikes her grandson across the face, her eyes filled with tears of rage and fear.
Camilla screams at her grandson, asking if he is out of his mind and what kind of madness runs through the Imperial bloodline.
Sobbing, she accuses him of being possessed by a vengeful spirit and blames him for his father's death before he almost gets himself killed too. A moment of quiet regret passes as Camilla reflects on how her words back then were intended to hurt him.
A sudden, soft snap sounds as Camilla closes her fan, admitting to herself that she was far too cruel to him during that time.
Staring out the window at the garden, she thinks back even further to the harsh treatment of her own son years ago. In another memory, a younger Camilla sits at her desk, sternly questioning her son about his decision to marry Grand Duchess Karen Rose. Her blonde son stands tall, arguing that the Imperial bloodline only brings suffering, and he wishes to choose his own path.
A sudden, hard slam sounds as Camilla slams her hand on the desk, worrying about his poor health failing him in the harsh north.
The blonde man remains resolute, telling his mother that his wife's royal status is the only thing that doesn't matter to him. Looking peaceful and radiant among white flowers, he declares that his love for her is truly the only thing that is important. Camilla remains unmoved by his plea, her expression hardening as she flatly refuses to give her blessing to the union. Her son looks down in deep sorrow as Camilla tells him that if he chooses to leave, he should go ahead. A sudden, sharp click sounds as Camilla turns her back on him, declaring that from this day forward, she will live as if she has no son.
A sudden, rhythmic click sounds as Camilla walks away, the echo of her footsteps marking the finality of their broken bond.
10 years pass, and a butler approaches Camilla outside her estate to inform her that a letter has arrived from the north.
A sudden, heavy thump sounds in Camilla's chest as her eyes widen at the sight of the familiar seal on the envelope.
Her hands tremble visibly as she holds the message, the weight of a decade's worth of silence finally coming to an end.
As the butler offers to prepare the carriage, Camilla curtly tells him to forget it, her stubborn pride still flickering despite the news.
Lady Camilla regrets her past hostility toward Karen Rose, wondering if things would be different for Theo.
She glances back toward her butler while lost in her heavy thoughts.
Theo waits patiently, his expression steady and reserved.
Camilla's hand steadies her teacup as she asks her grandson why he has come to visit.
She notes that it is unusual for him to visit her first and attributes it to strange things happening with age.
They sit in a lavish room, sharing tea in a moment of quiet, formal tension.
A sudden sharp gasp sounds from Camilla as Theo declares he is there to propose a deal.
Theo mentions magic stones, indicating they are part of his proposal.
Theo explains he heard about Perkos's debt to her and asks what she wants in return for a favor.
Theo looks at a vision of the High Priest and requests that Camilla order the man to help him.
Camilla asks if he has heard about the Saintess and if he is now targeting the Imperial throne.
Theo is surprised by her assumption as they continue their conversation over tea.
Portraits show the Emperor's bedridden son and his young daughter, highlighting the current state of succession.
Camilla questions if Theo intends to use the Saintess's power to seize the throne for himself. She stares at him with a piercing, analytical gaze, waiting for his honest answer.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Theo puts down his cup and rejects the idea of wanting the throne.
Theo clarifies that he doesn't want the Saintess's power and intends to ensure no one else can exploit it either.
Camilla is visibly startled by his unexpected and selfless declaration.
She looks at him with growing intrigue, wondering what his true nature and intentions really are.
Camilla warns him that Perkos will never fully trust Imperial blood and advises him to stay cautious.
Theo presses her to promise she will secure the High Priest's cooperation for him.
A sudden, light shrug follows as Camilla agrees to stop the royals from stealing the Saintess's power, as it aligns with her goals. Camilla agrees to arrange a meeting with Perkos by tonight, noting Theo's obvious desperation.
She demands to know what he wants from her now, treating the arrangement as a formal deal.
Camilla changes the subject, mentioning his marriage to a woman from a remote island village.
A sudden, soft gasp sounds as Theo reacts to her suggestion that he meet Princess Echelon instead.
She recalls the failed marriage talks from years ago and notes the Echelon Kingdom's success with magic stones.
Theo flatly refuses her suggestion with a stern and unwavering expression.
Theo recalls how the King of Echelon once yelled that he'd never give his daughter to such a man before collapsing.
Camilla asks how he is enjoying his life with his current wife, prompting Theo to ask why she is curious.
She points out that he likely doesn't love her and never even gave her a proper wedding ceremony.
A vision of Yuna's confused and innocent face appears in Theo's mind.
Theo feels a pang of guilt, realizing he was thoughtless regarding Yuna's first marriage.
Theo surprises his grandmother by stating that they will indeed have a wedding.
He blushes slightly while promising to hold a formal ceremony once they return home.
The pair share a moment of mutual confusion as they navigate the terms of their exchange.
Camilla offers him magic stones instead, claiming she has more than enough to spare.
Theo suggests a business investment as an alternative way to fulfill his part of the deal.
Camilla dismisses the idea, stating she already has plenty of money.
She crosses her arms and notes that without a wedding invitation, their deal won't be valid.
A sudden low groan sounds as Theo grumbles about her being a sly woman before agreeing to send the invitation.
Camilla thanks him and asks if that concludes the business they needed to discuss.
Looking out at the garden, Theo asks if she used magic stones to grow the white lilies.
Camilla explains that she grows them naturally because flowers lose their scent when magic stones are used.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo stands up to take some flowers, confusing his grandmother.
Theo smiles warmly, explaining that he promised his wife he would bring some back for her.
Camilla is utterly stunned, barely able to believe Theo is actually bringing flowers to his wife.
The scene shifts to Yuna hosting a garden tea party for a group of noble ladies.
Yuna smiles brightly while asking her guests if the decorations she prepared look all right. One of the guests, a brown-haired woman in green, looks around the garden with a thoughtful hum.
Emily notes that a round table is a wise choice since it lacks a head seat.
She observes the warm colors but critiques the wood for lacking character and needing improvement.
Emily tells Yulina that the arrangement suits her perfectly, especially the round table.
The guests agree that the circular shape makes everyone feel gathered close together for chatting. The purple-haired lady asks Yulina where Dame Ray has gone.
She quickly denies having any special interest or ulterior motives behind her question.
Laughter and playful teasing erupt among the group, despite her flustered denial.
Emily suggests that they should come up with a name for their group since they meet often.
Yulina reacts with excitement, finding the idea of a group name to be wonderful.
The orange-haired woman brainstorms a few ideas before suggesting something simple like teepee.
She explains the name fits because they always enjoy tea and pie during their gatherings.
The ladies share a pleasant moment while asking for everyone's final opinion on the name. A guard in a blue uniform approaches Yulina to announce that Marchioness Giselle is here to visit.
Emily looks worried and confused as she wonders why Giselle has arrived so suddenly.
Emily recalls how she previously tried to clear up misunderstandings by explaining that Yulina is a kind person.
She informs Yulina that Giselle is her friend and likely came after hearing about today's visit.
Yulina smiles brightly, assuming that the newcomer is simply curious to meet her. Giselle stands before the iron gates looking stern, her expression dark and unwelcoming.
Emily greets her friend, but asks why she decided to visit without giving any prior notice.
Giselle coldly states that she merely wanted to see what kind of woman the Duchess is. Emily thinks that an in-person meeting might finally help Giselle realize the past was just a misunderstanding. Giselle sits down with an arrogant thud, causing the atmosphere at the table to shift instantly.
Yulina offers a polite welcome, trying to remain hospitable despite the tension.
Giselle introduces herself with a sharp and condescending tone.
Yulina remains cheerful, thinking that any friend of Emily's is always welcome at her table.
Giselle scoffs and mockingly asks if children were responsible for messing up the garden's design.
Yulina is visibly taken aback by the Marchioness's sudden and blunt rudeness.
Giselle continues her critique, calling the trees mismatched and the flower colors tacky.
A sudden rhythmic tap sounds as Giselle taps the table and insults the lack of traditional seating hierarchy.
A sudden, sharp tack sounds as Emily slams her hand down and asks Giselle if she is being too harsh.
Emily defends the table as a great choice, while the orange-haired guest claims she wanted the same one.
The other guests defend Yulina, insisting the garden is beautiful and will only get better in full bloom.
Giselle is furious that everyone is ganging up on her, wondering if Yulina somehow bribed them all.
A set of ornate plates sits inside a decorative box. Giselle internally mocks the gift, thinking that a simple plate means nothing.
Giselle brings up the fact that Theo attended the Severin festival.
She maliciously asks if he went because of Princess Echelin, leaving Yulina confused.
Giselle smugly assumes that Yulina has no idea who the princess even is.
She explains that although the kingdom of Echelin is small, its princesses are famous for their great beauty.
A sudden heavy thump sounds in Yulina's chest as Giselle claims Theo once proposed to the princess.
Emily reacts in shock and anger, asking why Giselle would bring up a 5-year-old failed proposal now.
Giselle shrugs dismissively, claiming it doesn't matter since he is already married to the Duchess.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Emily stands up, calling it strange that Theo left his wife behind for a festival.
Fed up with the insults, Emily points toward the exit and orders Giselle to leave immediately.
The purple-haired guest agrees, stating that if she only intends to be mean, she is not welcome in TP.
A sudden, soft snap sounds as Dame Ray looms behind Giselle with a cold and threatening presence.
The guard stares down at the Marchioness with a stern and unwavering gaze. Dame Ray warns Giselle that if she says another word, she will certainly regret it later.
Giselle is struck by sudden chills, her arrogance vanishing as she trembles in fear.
Scrambling to save face, Giselle huffs that she's too busy and can find her own way out.
Yulina is visibly shaken by Giselle's words, her expression downcast as her friends look on with deep concern.
Emily places a comforting hand on Yulina's, gently telling her not to let the Marquiness's insults affect her. The ladies offer their support, with Emily and the orange-haired guest sharing that their own husbands weren't their first loves either.
Yulina expresses her gratitude for their kind words, while Emily reassures her that everyone has a past.
Emily encourages her to focus on the present happiness she has found with the Duke. Despite the encouragement, Yulina finds herself wondering if the Echelin princess is truly as beautiful as Giselle claimed.
Yulina blushes and looks away, her mind still preoccupied with the idea of Theo's supposed former interest.
The guests immediately reject the comparison, insisting that Yulina is far more stunning than any princess.
The scene transitions to the Imperial Palace at sunset, where large magic stones hum with a soft, ethereal glow.
Theo sits alone in a grand hall, quietly sipping wine as he waits for his meeting to begin.
Nearby nobles gossip about the Duke's rare presence at the festival, noting how seldom he makes public appearances. The nobles imagine themselves pitching business ideas to the wealthy Duke in hopes of securing easy funding.
A blonde assistant with glasses approaches to inform Theo that High Priest Perkos has finally arrived for their meeting.
Theo turns toward the door with a sharp, determined focus, ready to conclude his business. Hearing the nobles chatter, Theo coldly orders them to be silent as he prepares to depart. Theo walks away without another word while his assistant stays behind to inform the disappointed nobles that the Duke is busy. The blonde aide adjusts his glasses and tells the group they must discuss any investment proposals with him instead.
He internally resolves to find a truly profitable venture to justify the use of the duchy's vast funds.
A sudden rhythmic step sounds as Theo leaves the hall while the aide instructs the lingering nobles to line up in order.
Night falls over the palace, casting long shadows across the ornate architecture under a star-filled sky.
Theo enters a private chamber where the high priest waits, who notes that the duke is early for the festivities.
Perkos states that he did not come to the palace to enjoy a party and mentions Theo's visit to Camilla.
Sitting across from each other, Perkos admits he was surprised Theo went to see the woman he famously dislikes.
The high priest informs Theo that if he wants to hear the truth, he must provide a much firmer guarantee. Theo remains calm, stating that he believed he had already made his intentions perfectly clear. Perkos rejects his words, demanding a sacred vow made with Theo's very life to ensure his loyalty. Theo is momentarily stunned, questioning the gravity of making a vow that stakes his life. He asks if the high priest is referring to the legendary and dangerous ritual known as God's Vow. A sudden, sharp tack sounds as Perkos produces a thick, golden cord and sets it on the table between them. Theo agrees to the terms, wanting to begin the ritual immediately without wasting time on long explanations. The air fills with the holy light as the ritual for God's vow commences amidst blooming white flowers. Sacred texts explain that wrapping Daphne's cord around the wrist binds the spoken oath directly to the soul.
Theo clenches his teeth as the divine cord begins to wrap tightly around his wrist.
Perkos warns him that if the vow is ever broken, the magic will claim the life of the one who swore it.
The high priest demands that Theo vow to protect the Saintess and never raise a hand against her.
Theo agrees without hesitation, thinking that protecting his wife is something he would do regardless of any vow.
A sudden sharp flash sounds as the cord blazes with intense light, searing the oath into Theo's spirit.
Perkos remains stoic, noting that a vow made with blood always involves a certain amount of physical pain. Theo stares at his bleeding wrist, internally noting that the pain is bearable compared to his goals. A sudden, loud scream echoes as the divine energy peaks, surging through Theo's body during the final binding. Perkos declares the ritual complete as Theo slumps forward, physically exhausted by the magical strain. A sudden, low hum sounds as the golden light sinks into Theo's heart, signaling that the vow has been forged.
Perkos commends him for his endurance while Theo gasps for air, his body trembling from the ordeal.
Looking through the window, the high priest observes that the duke seems well acquainted with enduring deep pain.
Perkos admits he added some of his own divine power to the ritual, ensuring only Theo felt the agony.
Theo glares at the old man with a mixture of annoyance and fury for the unnecessary extra suffering.
Theo composes himself and asks if the high priest is finally ready to reveal the secrets he needs.
Perkos nods slowly, his expression serious as he prepares to discuss the fate of the Saintess.
A vision of the Saintess appears as Perkos explains her role as a messenger, though Theo impatiently interrupts.
The high priest confirms that only the Saintess possesses the power to purify the temple's failing holy water.
Theo questions the high priest's cryptic statement about the holy water's current status.
Perkos reveals that rather than disappearing naturally, the holy water is actually being stolen by an unknown party.
He explains that the theft is widespread, affecting several major temples across different regions for a mysterious purpose.
Given the weight of the sacred vow they just shared, Theo is certain the old man is speaking the truth.
Theo presses for more information, while Perkos emphasizes his goal of identifying the thieves to protect the Saintess.
The high priest identifies the Bios Empire as the primary suspect behind the missing holy water.
He admits he is already aware of the Empire's thirst for the Saintess's unique power and the methods they intend to use.
Perkos suspects that the sheer volume of stolen water points to a conspiracy involving more than just the Bios Empire. Turning the tables, the high priest questions the duke's own knowledge regarding the Saintess's true identity and how her power can be taken. He notes that Theo's specific trip south suggests he is already entirely certain of her existence. Perkos points out that Theo remained entirely unbothered when hearing about the Empire's malicious plans.
A sudden, sharp talk sounds as Theo realized he was being tested by the priest without even noticing it.
Theo asks if the high priest has already uncovered the Saintess's true identity since he knows so much. Perkos explains that he must remain cautious and cannot act rashly because his every move is being watched. He reveals that he purposefully chose to interact with those seeking the Saintess power as part of his strategy.
The high priest reveals that he has been meeting with mysterious, high-ranking individuals in secret.
Theo realizes that Perkos has intentionally put himself in danger to act as bait for the Saintess's enemies. The high priest expresses his confusion over why a prophecy would focus on seizing power rather than protection. He issues a final stern warning that death is the only outcome for anyone who dares to break a divine vow.
Perkos promises to visit the Duke's estate once he has gathered more information from his investigation.
As he leaves, the High Priest asks Theo to use the residual divine power in his body to bless the world.
A sudden, sharp talk sounds as Theo scoffed at the idea of becoming a source of blessings for anyone else.
Theo resolves to face any opponent, whether mortal or divine, to protect his future happiness with Yulina. The scene shifts to a carriage traveling through a lush green forest under a bright sky.
Theo sits quietly inside the carriage, lost in thought as he heads toward his next destination.
The narrative notes that the carriage is about to enter the deeper and more secluded parts of the woods.
Theo looks toward a bouquet of glowing white lilies, ensuring his protection spell remains active for the trip.
Feeling the weight of exhaustion, he decides to get some rest before switching to horseback for the final stretch.
In a dark and snowy dream, a young Theo desperately cries out for his mother in the middle of a blizzard.
He finds her lying motionless in the freezing storm, her face pale and her eyes closed.
The boy begs her to wake up, telling her he has protected the duchy and they can finally go home.
The nightmare of his past continues to haunt him, repeating the same tragic moment over and over. His foot slips in the deep snow as he struggles to maintain his footing in the relentless storm.
Overcome by the cold and grief, he collapses into the snow, unable to save the person he loves most.
He feels completely powerless, viewing himself as a useless human being in the face of his mother's fate. Tears stream down the boy's face as he remains trapped in the cold, dark memory of his failure. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light breaks through the darkness, commanding him to wake up.
A mysterious voice tells him that he does not belong in this place of suffering and must leave.
A glowing figure appears before him, expressing concern over how cold his body has become in the snow.
Theo is confused, wondering who this strange and radiant presence could be in his recurring dream.
Though he cannot move, he hears the gentle voice urging him to wake up and leave the pain behind.
The presence offers him comfort, telling him that he doesn't have to keep hurting anymore.
The golden-haired figure leans closer, surrounding him with a sense of safety and immense magical power.
For the first time, the chill of his nightmare is replaced by a deep and soothing warmth, just like this.
Feeling a strange sense of relief, he finds himself wanting to let go and fall into a peaceful sleep.
Theo wakes up with a start, his eyes wide as he realizes the carriage is still moving through the forest. He wipes his brow, recognizing the familiar nightmare but feeling shaken by the new elements within it.
He is left wondering about the unfamiliar, gentle voice that intervened in his usual dream for the first time.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Theo realized he had never heard that specific voice before in his life.
A distant, ethereal call for Ulysses echoes through the air, reaching out to him from beyond.
Ulysses knocks on the carriage door, asking if anything is wrong with the Duke.
A sudden, loud creak sounds as the door opens and Theo calls out to his aid. Theo appears physically distressed and flushed after waking from his unsettling and recurring nightmare.
A sudden, sharp tack sounds as Theo instructs his worried aide to ignore his complexion and look at the flowers.
Theo holds a bouquet of completely withered lilies.
Theo notes the preservation magic failed while Ulysses takes full responsibility for the disappointing oversight.
They discuss how returning south for new flowers would cause an unacceptable week-long delay for their arrival.
A sudden, heavy breath sounds as Theo worries that Yuna will be disappointed by his lack of a gift.
Ulysses suggests that there might be another way to handle the situation without a delay.
A sudden, low murmur sounds as Ulysses whispers a secret he overheard at a recent festival banquet.
A solitary tower stands tall under the moon.
A sudden, soft thud sounds as Yulina flops onto her bed after an exhausting day of work.
She thinks happily about the completed garden decorations and feels satisfied with her progress in the manor.
Yulina recalls replacing the old carpets while her staff celebrates her success as the Grand Duchess.
She feels the entire manor has become much more alive and vibrant since her arrival.
Rolling onto her side, Yulina expresses a sincere hope that Theo will find happiness as well.
She considers using the special night cream. Yulina recalls Mayron's instructions to apply the skin treatment before going to sleep tonight.
In a flashback, Mayron presents the skincare gift with a polite and eager request.
A sudden sharp click sounds as Yulina opens the jar to see the special night cream inside.
Mayron admits she learned that sincerity matters more than shallow social gatherings from their time together.
Yulina smiles warmly while expressing her deep gratitude toward the maid for the thoughtful gift.
She confesses that she would never have attended the tea party without Mayron's constant support.
Mayron is dazzled by the Duchess's beauty, wondering if her gift was even necessary for someone so radiant.
Yulina worries about the cost of the cream, but Mayron insists that the gift is perfectly fine.
Back in the present, Yulina considers whether it is time to remove the cream from her face.
A sudden, quick knock sounds at the door, interrupting her nighttime routine and making her startle.
Yulina is surprised by the late-night visit and recognizes Ulysses' voice calling through the door.
A sudden, loud creak sounds as she opens the door while still wearing the thick, white face mask. Ulysses appears physically drained and calls out her name in surprise at her unusual appearance.
Yulina is shocked they arrived early, which Ulysses attributes to the Duke's frantic pace on the road.
Ulysses asks about the white substance on her face, and Yulina identifies it as a cosmetic treatment.
Yulina explains the cream was a gift from Marin, leaving Ulysses curious about how she funded it.
She asks if Theo returned with him, and Ulysses confirms the Duke is currently at the estate.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as Ulysses suggests she wait until tomorrow to see the sleeping Duke.
Yulina resolves to look her best for Theo tomorrow while Ulysses prepares to deliver more news.
He informs the Duchess that an important guest will arrive to stay at the manor for a while.
Yulina asks about the guest's identity while feeling curious about the upcoming visit and its purpose.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds in her heart as Yulina reacts with visible shock to the revelation.
Ulysses notes the guest needs attention, but says Theo will handle all the preparations personally. The aide bows politely and takes his leave for the night to get some rest.
As he walks away, Ulysses has a nagging feeling that he has forgotten to mention an important detail.
A sudden, wide yawn sounds as he dismisses the thought as likely being nothing important.
Yulina mumbles about the princess of the kingdom of Echelon in a state of growing disbelief.
A sudden, cold chill sounds as Yulina realizes the guest is famously known as Theo's first love. Water crashes against the stone harbor walls. Ships dock at the busy harbor tom. Ulysses complains about his extreme lack of sleep from the journey, while Theo remains entirely stoic.
A sudden, sharp yell sounds as the aide trembles in frustration, reminding Theo of the manor's current state.
Theo remains silent, his expression serious as he clenches his jaw and prepares to move forward.
Theo and Ulysses admire the manor garden's vibrancy the night before.
A sudden, sharp tack sounds as Theo is approached from behind.
Theo's shadow, Khan, arrives to deliver a report on his orders. Khan reports that the Grand Duchess has put immense effort into the manor.
The garden serves as a testament to the Duchess's dedicated tending.
Khan mentions the Grand Duchess has also improved her chestnut pyre.
Theo orders Khan to ensure he never sees Giselle again.
Theo tells Ulysses to inform the Duchess of his arrival and early rest. Theo orders Ulysses to dismiss the rumors regarding the Echelon princess.
Ulysses wonders why the Duke won't deliver the news personally. Theo looks visibly dejected as he observes that the flowers have withered.
Theo refuses to return home empty-handed since Yuna decorated for him.
Theo instructs Ulysses to prepare for an early morning departure to the docks.
A sudden, heavy breath sounds as an exhausted Ulysses is approached by a stranger.
A messenger from the Princess of Echelon bows before the Duke and his aide.
Theo demands to see the specific item the messenger brought.
A crystal lily glows brilliantly inside an ornate white gift box.
Ulysses is impressed by the item's high quality, finding it worthy of the errand. Ulysses notes the item was intended as a tribute to the imperial family. Theo dismisses the gift because it lacks the scent of real flowers. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Ulysses yells at Theo for being too picky. Ulysses screams that Theo is in no position to be so difficult.
The messenger departs after asking them to host the princess.
News of the Duke's arrival reaches the ladies at the Brown residence.
The ladies gossip about the couple being in a romantic honeymoon phase. They wonder if the Duke is still occupied with his work duties. Yulina hesitantly admits that something else is bothering her. A sudden, quick stop sounds as Yulina announces the princess's arrival this evening.
The ladies cry out in shock at the news of the upcoming visitor.
A sudden low hum sounds as Yulina identifies the visitor as Princess Echelon. The princess's silhouette looms over them as Yulina worries about her identity. A sudden cold chill sounds as Yulina remains frozen by the news. A sudden heavy thud sounds as Emily slams the table in anger.
Yulina admits she is unsure of the reason for the princess's visit.
Yulina reveals the princess will be staying at the manor for over 2 weeks.
The ladies are outraged that a potential first love is visiting now.
Yulina tries to stay positive, assuming the Duke has his reasons.
Emily is visibly fuming over the threat to Yulina's happiness.
Emily vows to protect Yulina from the incoming homewrecker.
Emily commands everyone to stand up and prepare for action.
A sudden, tight grip sounds as Emily declares they are facing a romantic rival.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the ladies realize the severity of the situation. The group mobilizes to gather jewels, dresses, and professional dressmakers.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as Emily reassures a confused Julita.
Emily promises to show Yulina how to handle a romantic rival. A sudden, bright flash sounds as Emily vows to make the rival tremble. A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the maids offer their physical strength. Emily is pleased with her reliable team while Yulina remains bewildered.
Emily suggests teaching Yulina how to spill tea on her rival naturally.
Yulina agrees to the unconventional training with a nervous smile.
Theo contemplates the ornate gift box sitting on his office desk. A sudden, sharp click sounds as the gift box opens to reveal a brilliantly sparkling crystal lily. Theo sighs deeply, expressing a sincere hope that Yuna will be pleased with the gift when she sees it. A sudden double knock sounds as a voice from the hallway asks if the Duke is currently in his office. A sudden loud creak sounds as Ray opens the heavy wooden door to enter the room. A sudden sharp spark sounds as Theo asks why his former knight is looking at him with such a harsh expression. Theo notes she is staring at him as if he were a bug, but Ray coolly dismisses his concern as a mistake.
Ray reports that the Grand Duchess will return for dinner, causing Theo to worry about the late hour of her arrival.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo prepares to leave and pick her up, but Ray tells him there is no need.
A sudden, cold chill sounds as Ray suggests the Duke should stay and wait for the princess instead.
Theo is visibly startled, wondering if Ray lost her sense of fear after resigning from her post as a knight.
Theo asks if she is unhappy, and Ray reflects the question back at him with a heavy and dismissive sigh.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Ray declares that the Grand Duchess is the one who must be unhappy, not her.
Ray yells that the Grand Duchess waited a long time for him, yet he never went to see her after his arrival.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Ray expresses her profound disappointment in the Duke's recent behavior.
A sudden, quick flounce sounds as the red-haired woman turns and storms out of the room.
Theo is left alone and sweating, wondering how Ray could possibly know that he never went to see his wife.
A sudden low hum sounds as Theo worries that his failure to bring flowers has finally been discovered.
The manor stands tall and silent under the light of a full moon.
Theo stands in the hallway dressed in his formal black and gold military-style uniform.
A sudden loud creak sounds as Ulysses enters to announce that the Grand Duchess is currently on her way.
Theo panics, wondering if he should apologize or beg for forgiveness on his knees for his disappointing gift.
A sudden quick tap sounds as a white high heel steps forward onto the stone floor.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yulina approaches in a magnificent red and white gown.
Theo considers running back south as Yulina calls out his name from the shadows.
Yulina stands before him, looking radiant in an ornate gown adorned with pink and white flowers.
A sudden warm glow sounds as a blushing Theo wonders if he has died and gone to heaven.
Yulina smiles warmly and tells the Duke that he looks very handsome today.
Theo is overwhelmed with joy, convinced he must be dead, while a tiny angel version of himself celebrates nearby.
His inner thoughts scream that she must be an actual angel to be so breathtakingly beautiful.
Yulina blushes and wonders if his formal attire is meant to impress the incoming princess guest.
Yulina reassures herself, remembering the lessons her friends taught her about handling romantic rivals.
A sudden soft touch sounds as she reaches out and brushes her hand against Theo's dark cloak.
A sudden heavy thud sounds in Theo's heart as Yulina tells him she would like to make a suggestion.
Yulina mentions she heard an important guest is coming to stay at the manor for a while.
A sudden rapid pulse sounds as Theo tries to regain his composure while confirming the princess's arrival.
A sudden sharp gaze sounds as the couple stands closely together in the dim light.
Theo is stunned into silence, asking the Duchess to repeat her suggestion in a state of shock.
A sudden hot flush sounds as Theo's face turns bright red from embarrassment.
A sudden heavy breath sounds as Theo imagines Yulina lying in his bed, wondering if that was her true suggestion.
Theo feels like he is in paradise while imaginary angels blow trumpets to celebrate his good fortune.
A sudden quick startle sounds as Yulina watches the Duke nearly faint from his intense happiness.
From Yulina's perspective, she believes the Duke is pleased by her suggestion to share a room for the visit.
A sudden tight grip sounds as she wonders if he is as nervous as she is about the arrangement.
She explains they should not let the royal guest know they typically use separate rooms in the manor.
A sudden bright flash sounds as a delighted Theo agrees that she is absolutely right.
Yulina decides to have Marin move her belongings into the Duke's room later that evening.
A sudden loud creak sounds as Ulysses announces the official arrival of Princess Letitia of Echelon.
Yulina tells herself it is showtime, resolving to stay calm and follow her friend's instructions.
Yulina imagines being cold to the princess, determined to act with scorn regardless of what the guest does.
Yulina imagines being cold to the princess, with Emily vowing to criticize her rival's every movement.
A sudden tight grip sounds as Yulina clutches Theo's arm, causing him to blush at the squishy sensation.
A sudden quick tap sounds as a young blonde girl enters and greets the Grand Duke and Duchess.
Yulina is shocked as the visitor identifies herself as Princess Letitia of the Kingdom of Echelon.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as the princess curtsies and thanks the Duke for his travel arrangements.
The young princess stands before the tall couple in the manor's ornate hallway. Princess Letitia looks sweet and innocent with her blonde curls and bright green eyes.
Yulina's mind reels as she repeats the princess's name and origins in disbelief.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Yulina manages a smile and introduces herself to the young guest.
Letitia looks awestruck, complimenting Yulina's beauty and comparing her to an angel from heaven.
Theo is pleased by the girl's keen eyes while Yulina hesitantly asks for the princess's age.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Letitia proudly announces that she turned 11 years old this year. A sudden, loud boom sounds in Yulina's mind as she stares at the child in utter shock. A sudden, sharp crack sounds as Yulina imagines Theo proposing to a toddler and yells at him for his past actions.
A sudden startle sounds as a panicked Theo stammers that it must have been a different princess.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Letitia confirms she was indeed the one engaged to the Duke.
A sudden, soft hiss sounds as Theo claims there were reasons while Letitia backs him up. Letitia mentions that her kingdom possesses exceptional skills in the art of gemstone crafting.
She explains that Duke Phoenix wanted those skills, leading her father to propose a marriage alliance.
Back then, Theo had no intention of marrying and saw Ashlyn as too weak a nation.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Theo points to the child, proposing to her because she was too young to actually marry.
A sudden, faint rustle sounds as her father protects his daughter and the marriage talks end in anger.
A sudden, loud boom sounds as chibi versions of the men are kicked away, cementing the first love rumor.
Letitia admits the rumor helped her kingdom by scaring off other powers that sought to prey on them.
Yulina looks remorseful, apologizing to the young princess for bringing up such a sensitive topic.
A sudden, warm glow sounds as Letitia smiles and assures her that her curiosity is only natural.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the couple observes the girl, impressed by her maturity for such a young age.
Yulina reflects on how children in her own homeland are still just playing at that age.
A sudden, soft sigh sounds as Letitia places a hand over her heart while looking downward.
The group sits at a long table as Yulina encourages the princess to enjoy her meal.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as Theo's hand serves a roll to Yuna, who thanks him warmly.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as Letitia watches Yuna eat with a sudden, soft munch.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as Letitia watches Theo take a sudden, quick sip of his wine.
Yulina stops eating, noticing the princess staring intensely at her and the Duke.
A sudden startle sounds as Letitia looks away with a bright red blush on her face.
A sudden, sharp clack sounds as the girl trembles over her food while Yuna watches in confusion.
Yulina offers a gentle smile, telling the princess there is no need to be so nervous.
A sudden soft giggle sounds as Letitia tries to play off her awkwardness with a nervous laugh.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Theo places a new plate down, telling Yuna to eat before the meat cools.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Yuna passes a plate to Letitia, offering her something easier to eat.
Yuna claims the Duke also prefers his food in small pieces, leaving a confused Theo to wonder when that became true.
A sudden, playful wink sounds as Yuna encourages Theo, who glows while enthusiastically agreeing to help the princess.
Yulina asks if she came alone, and Letitia explains her nanny is currently in the manor's servant quarters.
Letitia mentions her older sister was the one who attended the Southern Festival earlier that year.
Theo watches as Yulina assumes the sister must be beautiful if Letitia is so adorable.
A sudden, proud hum sounds as Letitia reveals her sister is already married with a child of her own.
A sudden, proud hum sounds as Theo asks about her visit, and she explains she is there for a field study.
A sudden, soft hum sounds as Theo recalls the annual academy program that he finds rather bothersome.
Letitia confirms her goal is to study the terrain and the harsh cold of the duchy. Theo observes that Yuna, usually quite fond of meals, has barely touched her food this evening.
He wonders if she is concerned about the princess's impression of the manor's food.
Princess Letitia quickly clarifies that the meal is actually quite delicious.
Yuna encourages Theo to eat more, noting the long journey the princess endured, while he explains that travel often dampens one's appetite.
When Yuna offers to fetch some fresh fruit, the princess politely declines.
Theo remains silent, watching the exchange with a steady gaze.
Night has fallen over the manor as Yuna begins to speak to the Duke. Yuna enthusiastically praises the princess, finding her incredibly cute and remarkably poised for her young age.
Theo agrees with her assessment, noting that the girl is far more mature than one might expect.
Yuna wonders if the Duke has a soft spot for children, unaware that he is actually captivated by her own adorable smile. Theo offers a charming look as he asks if she would prefer to use the bath first. A blushing Yuna remembers their arrangement to share a room and insistently tells Theo to go ahead of her.
Theo agrees to wait as Yuna tries to hide her mounting embarrassment.
Theo notices a jewelry box on the table and realizes it contains the gift he originally intended for Yuna.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as he reaches out and firmly takes Yuna's hand.
He pulls her into a sudden, close embrace, much to her surprise. Yuna's face flushes as she looks up at Theo in a state of shock. Theo asks for her forgiveness, feeling guilty that he hasn't yet provided the gift he promised despite her hard work.
Yuna reassures him that she doesn't mind about the gift at all.
Theo mentions that although it might not be what she expected, he has brought her another type of flower instead. The scene focuses on the ornate white and gold jewelry box. Yuna gasps as she prepares to see what is inside the container. Yuna is awestruck by the stunning, gem-encrusted lily he presents, finding it breathtakingly beautiful. Theo's face reddens as he asks if she likes it, and she enthusiastically confirms her delight. A sudden warm glow sounds as Yuna beams with joy, expressing her desire to show the gift to her friends. Theo realizes she means her social circle, while Yuna discusses finding a vase and mentions a shopping trip with Mary. Theo's blush deepens as he continues to listen to Yuna's happy chatter. He suddenly recalls a promise he made to an older woman regarding a wedding invitation. A sudden cold chill settles as Theo realizes with horror that they have yet to hold a proper wedding for themselves. The grand hallway remains quiet under the light of a sparkling chandelier.
Theo sits in a large bathtub, running a hand through his wet hair as he thinks. He criticizes himself for not providing a proper gift or a wedding ceremony while still acting as her husband.
He reflects on how much effort Yuna put into preparing the mansion for his return.
Theo feels ashamed of his excitement over sharing a bed when they haven't even had an official ceremony.
A sudden, loud splash sounds as the Duke douses himself with water, calling himself a beast for his thoughts.
He resolves to put aside any thoughts of sharing a bed until they are officially and properly married.
Theo's inner fire burns with determination to suppress his desires for the sake of Yuna's honor.
The manor sits peacefully under the blue light of the night sky.
A sudden, loud creak sounds as Theo enters the room to ask if Yuna is ready.
A sudden startle sounds as Theo finds the large room completely empty. The story shifts to the past, showing a busy harbor in the kingdom of Ashland.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as a messenger rushes to find Princess Letitia with word from her sister.
Letitia looks curious while her nanny watches over her at the docks.
In the present, Letitia writes in her diary, grateful for her accommodations but still feeling quite nervous.
A sudden quick tap sounds as she closes her book, vowing not to be a burden during her stay.
Letitia approaches her large, comfortable bed while wondering if she represented her kingdom well during dinner.
She hopes that news of the Grand Duke's kind treatment will eventually help her homeland's reputation. The young princess lies awake, staring at the ceiling in deep thought.
She recalls a memory of students looking at a map and mocking the location of Ashland.
Letitia watches as her peers mockingly search for her kingdom, which appears as nothing more than a tiny dot. A sudden soft sob sounds as Letitia lies in bed, hurt by memories of people dismissing her homeland as a remote, forgettable place. Her tears are interrupted by a sudden, quick knock sounding at her bedroom door.
A sudden soft rub sounds as a startled Letitia wipes her eyes and answers Yulina's inquiry through the door.
Yulina asks to enter for a moment, and the young princess quickly grants her permission.
Letitia looks toward the door with wide, curious eyes as her guest enters the room.
Yulina arrives carrying a tea set, apologizing for the late-night visit as she smiles warmly.
She presents a special herbal tea designed to help warm the body and promote rest.
A sudden soft sip sounds as the two sit together, and Yulina comments on the tea's pleasant, nutty flavor.
Letitia admits she can already feel the warmth from the tea spreading through her.
Yulina empathizes with her, sharing how she also struggled to sleep when she first arrived at the duchy.
Letitia is visibly touched by the older woman's kindness and understanding.
Yulina suggests that changing the bedding might help the princess feel more comfortable.
She speaks enthusiastically about the mansion's incredibly soft and fluffy wool comforters. Letitia's eyes sparkle as she imagines herself sleeping on the back of a giant, soft sheep. The young girl expresses her gratitude, clearly moved by the thoughtful gesture.
A sudden warm glow sounds as Yulina encourages Letitia to speak more casually with her.
Letitia feels guilty for having nothing to offer in return, but Yulina suggests they simply garden together tomorrow. The princess is surprised to learn that a high-ranking noblewoman would choose to do manual labor herself. Letitia is horrified when Yulina cheerfully mentions how adorable the garden worms are. A sudden, bright flash sounds as Yulina smiles radiantly, promising that their work together will be great fun. Letitia agrees to the plan, hoping that she can be of some help to her host. A sudden, quick wrestle sounds as Yulina mentions her friends and accidentally addresses the princess by her name.
A sudden, sharp clack sounds as Yulina sets her cup down, apologizing for her lack of formality.
Letitia insists it is perfectly fine and asks Yulina to stop using honorifics altogether. Yulina worries that she is being too forward and simply wants her guests to feel at home.
A sudden soft hum sounds as Yulina strikes upon a new idea to bridge the gap between them.
A sudden quick slap sounds as she claps her hands together with renewed excitement.
Yulina suggests they treat each other like sisters because she finds Letitia so incredibly cute.
The young princess is momentarily stunned by the unexpected compliment.
Letitia recalls how her parents and nanny always praised her maturity and dignity, but never her cuteness.
Yulina gently adds that she is happy to let their bond grow naturally at its own pace.
Yulina beams with a pure, angelic light that leaves the young princess awestruck. Letitia blushes and shyly accepts the offer to become closer.
Thrilled by the response, Yulina vows to begin speaking casually as she would with a younger sibling.
Letitia laughs with genuine joy, finally feeling at ease in the large mansion.
The princess reflects on how adorable her host truly is, feeling a deep sense of affection.
Yulina realizes the servants are likely asleep and decides to improvise a gift for the night instead.
A sudden bright flash sounds as she discovers a quill and ink on the side table.
A sudden quick rustle sounds as Yulina begins to draw a face on one of the pillows. She presents the finished creation, which features a simple, smiling face tied with a dark ribbon.
Letitia points out that the pillow looks exactly like a snowman.
Yulina listens with interest as the girl explains how people build figures out of snow.
The silver-haired woman admits she has never seen a real snowman before. She is delighted that this pillow is the first snowman she has ever created.
Letitia eagerly suggests they build a real one together the next time it snows in the duchy.
Yulina happily agrees, looking forward to teaching the princess and learning from her in return.
A sudden, loud chime sounds from the city's bell tower as a new day begins.
A man hidden under a dark, hooded cloak makes his way through the bustling morning crowds.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as he steps into a quiet alley to meet a contact wearing a white cloak.
A sudden, sharp glare sounds as the man's amber eye narrows, questioning the identity of the person behind the mask.
A white-robed figure reveals a hand marked by intricate, grid-like scarring.
The white-robed figure recognizes the brown-haired man in the dark alley, acknowledging their unexpected reunion.
The mysterious contact notes the man's recent return from the Duchy of Phoenix.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as the brown-haired man reveals his striking yellow eyes, addressing the figure as Lady Asarum.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the two walk through a grand stone hall, discussing the power of the Yeti.
The man confirms that he found neither holy water nor the River of Memories during his mission.
Lady Asarum questions if the Yeti offered any prayers while visiting the temple.
A sudden, steady rhythm sounds as they continue walking while the man details the target's entrance into a prayer room.
A sudden, soft hum sounds as Lady Asarum asks if the target experienced any visions or voices.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as the man recalls a wedding ceremony, flatly denying any unusual occurrences.
A sudden, thoughtful sigh sounds as Lady Asarum ponders if causality is responsible for the lack of reaction.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as Lady Asarum prepares to perform a brief investigation into the matter.
Lady Asarum chants a recul.
A sudden, sharp glare sounds as the man recoils from the dark energy manifesting before him.
A sudden, loud crackle sounds as the man reminds his contact that Yulina's return depends on her regaining power.
The brown-haired man urgently demands assistance, stressing the mutual benefits and his own lack of time.
Lady Asarum coldly dismisses his plea, stating she has no motivation to assist him.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the man is startled by Lady Asarum's offer of a potentially dangerous deal.
The man's eyes glow yao.
Lady Asarum gestures with her scarred hand, claiming that certain forces will rise to serve his interests. The man erupts in anger, questioning the proposal of using dark power despite knowing its true nature.
Lady Asarum insists that the source of the power is irrelevant as long as it delivers the Yeti to him.
Glowing liquid fills the basin. Ritual sounds echo through stone.
A sudden, soft rub sounds as Lady Asarum challenges the man's resolve to finally reclaim Yulina.
A sudden loud hiss sounds as Lady Asarum urges the man to consume the liquid to gain the strength he seeks.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as a hand is placed firmly on the man's shoulder.
Lady Asarum leans in close, whispering that this is his one and only opportunity to succeed.
Sun shines over white matter. Theo stares out the window.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Theo watches Yuna and the young princess gardening together in the courtyard.
Theo grumbles internally about how Letitia's presence resulted in him spending his first night back alone. Theo fumes over Yuna's preoccupation.
Yuna apologizes to Theo, explaining that her concern for Letitia led to her falling asleep in the girls' room.
A sudden, cold chill sounds as Theo internally scoffs at the idea of the princess struggling more than he did.
He compares his childhood hardships,
Theo resolves to share his own hardships, hoping to reclaim Yuna's undivided attention and sympathy.
A sudden, loud wail sounds, breaking Theo's concentration and snapping him back to reality.
A sudden, soft giggle sounds as Theo watches the two joyfully inspecting a garden worm, feeling foolish for his petty thoughts.
Theo tries to regain his dignity, convincing himself that he is far too mature to be jealous of a child.
A sudden, sharp clack sounds as a grumpy Theo listens to Yuna praise the food for their guests during a meal.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as Yuna and Letitia enjoy a lively conversation over dinner, leaving Theo feeling sidelined.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Theo despairs over losing his precious quiet time with Yuna during meals.
Theo pours himself more wine.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Letitia informs Yuna of her plans to visit the Bios Villa the following morning.
Yuna looks curious as Letitia explains the academic purpose behind her intended visit.
A sudden startle sounds as Yuna asks Theo for his opinion on the safety of Letitia traveling alone. A sudden soft hum sounds as Theo reassures Yuna that the villa's location near the docks is perfectly secure.
Yuna enthusiastically offers to prepare snacks and supplies for the young princess's journey.
A sudden bright flash sounds as a cheerful Yuna continues to dote on a polite but overwhelmed Letitia.
Letitia realizes it is time for their plan, confirming the moment with a surprised gasp.
Yuna leaves the table for the kitchen, leaving Theo to question her destination in confusion.
Yuna asks for patience while she checks on a prior request she made earlier.
Theo and Letitia sit alone as the door closes behind their departing host.
Theo questions the princess about the intended duration of her stay at the mansion. Letitia explains her plan to depart once her academic report is finally finished.
Letitia apologizes for the trouble her arrival caused, citing Yuna's deep concern for her.
Theo accepts the apology with understanding, noting that such misunderstandings are common.
Letitia expresses her gratitude, sharing that Yuna helped her sleep peacefully through the night.
Letitia recalls Yuna mentioning how unfamiliar everything felt when she first arrived there.
Letitia notes that Yuna credited Theo's kindness for her ability to settle in quickly.
Theo stares ahead, clearly struck by the revelation of Yuna's positive opinion of him.
A sudden soft thrum sounds as Theo is overwhelmed by Yuna's unexpected and touching praise.
Theo's mood brightens significantly as he enjoys his meal, which Letitia notices with relief.
The princess treasures the memory of the comfort she felt sleeping alongside her host.
Letitia mentions hearing that the couple has not yet held a formal wedding ceremony.
A sudden heavy chill sounds as Theo reacts with a sharp and intimidating glare. Letitia nervously mentions that strategic marriages often omit ceremonies, but Theo refuses to agree.
He vows to hold a grand ceremony to prevent anyone from gossiping about them.
Letitia admits her ignorance, noting that Yuna had not shared this information with her.
Theo dismisses the matter, stating he will bring it up with his partner later today.
A sudden soft hum sounds as Theo finds the young princess to be quite romantic.
Letitia explains that strategic marriages usually lack a personal proposal, surprising the Duke. She explains they are usually arranged by letter, asking if he plans a personal proposal.
Letitia is moved by his intent, believing a proposal would be a cherished first for Yuna.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Theo realizes a formal proposal is absolutely necessary.
He envisions a beautiful ring as he begins to consider the upcoming special moment.
Letitia mentions her 5 older sisters, offering her unique perspective to help him succeed.
She describes various ceremonies she has seen, including strategic ones and even remarriages.
The blonde girl eagerly offers to use her past experiences to assist the Duke.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo realizes the child is more capable than expected.
Theo recognizes her talent, thinking she is exactly the kind of person the principality needs. He feels glad to have shared such a productive conversation with the young princess.
A sudden, sharp glare sounds as Theo resolves to make the proposal truly perfect.
He considers many options before deciding to leave the wedding choices to Yuna.
Theo accepts the offer of help, promising to return the favor if she needs it.
Letitia wonders internally if her attempt to guide the Duke's heart was successful. She watches him with a smile, certain of the deep affection he has for Yuna. Letitia reflects on the inescapable social obligations that noble ladies must eventually face. She fears that without a wedding, the Duchess's reputation will suffer in high society. The princess remembers her own past isolation and the pain of being left alone. Letitia remains determined to ensure that Yuna never experiences that same sense of loneliness.
A sudden, quick creak sounds as Yuna returns, apologizing to everyone for being late.
Yuna carries a tray holding a warm, freshly prepared dish into the dining room.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo stands up, surprised that Yuna cooked for him.
Yuna presents a chestnut pie, remembering that Theo had mentioned wanting to try.
She encourages Letitia to try it while it is still fresh and hot from baking. A sudden, soft chime sounds as Theo is touched that she remembered his simple request.
Theo decides to prepare his proposal with even greater care after her thoughtful act. Letitia prepares to interrupt the quiet, romantic moment between the Duke and his host.
Letitia prepares to depart as Yuna asks if she would like to eat more. Letitia recalls several tasks she needs to complete before heading to the villa the next day.
Theo watches the exchange with a pleased expression.
Letitia wonders if she should leave the couple alone while Yuna offers her a piece of pie to take along.
Letitia shyly agrees to take just one piece.
Theo playfully insists that she needs 2 pieces to help her think clearly.
A sudden soft chime sounds as Letitia gratefully thanks them while Yuna beams with a warm smile.
Letitia radiates pure joy and gratitude.
The manor stands quiet under the moonlight.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo sits at his desk, working late into the night.
Yuna softly calls out Theo's name.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yuna enters the room in her nightgown, asking if he was working.
A sudden quick tap sounds as Theo stands, explaining he was merely lost in thought. A sudden steady rhythm sounds as Yuna approaches, hoping she hasn't interrupted him.
Yuna blushes deeply under Theo's intense and focused gaze.
A sudden soft thrum sounds as the couple shares an intimate moment of mutual focus. Theo repeatedly praises the chestnut pie, and Yuna teases him for mentioning it so many times.
Theo insists the meal was truly delicious, and Yuna expresses her gratitude for his kind words.
A sudden soft rub sounds as Theo wonders if he will finally share a room with Yuna tonight.
Theo resolves to maintain propriety until their wedding, while Yuna quietly feels relieved by her own thorough preparations.
Theo's internal resolve to protect Yuna is absolute. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as a nervous and blushing Yuna reacts to the tension between them.
Yuna struggles to fall asleep, worried about what might happen next.
A sudden, soft thrum sounds as the physical proximity between the two heightens the mood.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo offers to sleep in the study so Yuna can rest comfortably.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as a shocked Yuna sits up, questioning his decision to leave.
Theo admits that the study lacks a proper bed, having only a sofa.
Yuna offers to sleep on the sofa herself, but Theo firmly rejects the idea.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yuna reaches out, grabbing Theo's sleeve to stop him.
Yuna shyly proposes that they simply sleep together instead.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Theo is momentarily stunned by Yuna's forward request.
Yuna enthusiastically promises to be a quiet and unobtrusive sleeping companion.
Theo realizes she meant the proposal literally and tells himself to compose his wandering thoughts.
Theo agrees and suggests they chat for a bit before falling asleep.
Yuna mentions that Lady Gazelle has suddenly and unexpectedly left the duchy.
Theo feigns ignorance of the matter while secretly acknowledging his assistant Khan's efficiency.
Yuna plans a dessert outing to help cheer up her friend Emily.
A sudden quick rustle sounds as Yuna prepares to share something important with Theo.
Yuna explains how hard she worked on fixing and decorating the mansion while he was away.
Yuna recalls her deep desire for Theo to return to a beautiful and cozy home.
A sudden steady crackle sounds from the fireplace as Theo softly calls out Yuna's name.
The two share a tender welcome home, expressing how much they missed one another.
Theo gazes lovingly at Yuna.
Theo tells Yuna that he has an important confession to make.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo takes Yuna's hand firmly in his own.
A sudden soft thrum sounds as Theo expresses his wish to celebrate their wedding anniversary every year.
Theo formally asks Yuna if she will marry him.
Distressing memories of Yuna's past and her family's reactions surface.
Yuna remembers the moment she first met the bloodied man they called her husband.
A quiet and solitary memory of the past lingers in Yuna's mind.
A sudden soft rush sounds as Yuna reflects on her lack of personal agency since arriving.
She walks hand in hand with Theo through a festive street.
Yuna recalls the unexpected kindness shown by everyone in the duchy.
A sudden quick tap sounds as she hopes they can eventually become a natural couple. A sudden soft gasp sounds as Yuna wonders about the depth of their connection.
She contemplates how much time is needed to truly become husband and wife.
A sudden soft rub sounds as Yuna and Theo hold hands tightly in bed.
Theo remarks on the approaching winter, and Yuna quietly agrees.
They both look forward to the coming snow with shared anticipation.
Yuna feels a profound sense of happiness in the quiet moment. Theo watches her with a gentle and affectionate expression.
A sudden soft chime sounds as Theo suggests they should make haste. Sunlight fills the room as a sudden quick chirp sounds from outside.
Their hands remain intertwined as the morning sun rises.
Theo is flustered to find he never left for the study as planned.
He realizes they spent the entire night together in the same bag.
Theo gazes at his partner with burgeoning romantic feelings.
He resolves to hold a formal wedding to publicly declare Yuna as his wife.
Theo's determination peaks as Yuna begins to stir from her sleep.
Yuna wakes up groggily, and Theo gently encourages her to rest longer. The silver-haired woman blinks sleepily in the bright morning light.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Yuna sits up, shocked to realize they held hands all night.
Yuna worries she caused discomfort, but Theo reassures her he is perfectly fine.
Yuna suddenly remembers her duty to see Letitia off, disappointing the Duke.
Theo kindly offers to pick the princess up himself later. He smiles warmly at Yuna's concern for their best.
Letitia arrives at the academy gates accompanied by a maid.
The maid worries about the princess's confidence as Letitia bids her farewell.
Letitia explores the grand, statue-filled halls of the Imperial Academy.
A classmate recognizes her, though she mispronounces Letitia's title. Other students whisper and gossip about her sudden arrival.
A boy with glasses rudely questions where she spent the night.
Letitia clarifies her name and mentions staying at the villa.
Another student scoffs, disparaging the quality of local inns.
The boy with glasses mocks her, claiming she must have stayed in a dump. Letitia chooses to stay silent to avoid further conflict with her peers.
A sudden sharp tap sounds as the teacher enters the room.
Miquelon, a teacher at the Imperial Academy, makes his appearance.
He begins distributing handouts to the gathered students.
Miquelon announces an upcoming field trip to the wall.
Letitia raises her hand to address the teacher.
She politely informs him that she did not receive the handout. Miquelon coldly instructs her to come forward while other students laugh.
A sudden heavy chill sounds as Letitia takes the paper under his stern gaze.
Miquelon internally belittles Letitia for her background in a small border kingdom.
He thinks poorly of the Ashland King's strategy for the princess.
The teacher assumes Letitia is only seeking a noble marriage match.
He signals the start of the lesson with a sharp movement of his cane.
Miquelon begins his lecture to the attentive class.
A student highlights the duchy's perceived weaknesses in magic and systems.
Letitia is stunned to hear her home and the villa she stayed in being so cruelly insulted by her peers.
Miquelon continues his lecture by warning the students to bring bodyguards to the wall village due to the prevalence of thieves.
A student with glasses named Lucian raises his hand and receives permission from the teacher to speak.
Lucian rudely questions if the Phoenix Duchy is even more pathetic than the Ashland Kingdom while Letitia sits behind him.
Miquelon smirks at the question, openly agreeing that the duchy lags far behind the Empire in terms of development.
A sudden, sharp chill sounds as the teacher continues to belittle Letitia's homeland, causing her to blush with intense embarrassment.
Other students join in the mockery, laughing as they suggest calling Letitia the poor princess.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Letitia clenches her fists tightly in her lap while the classroom erupts in laughter.
The bullies continue their verbal assault, mockingly asking if she wants them to call her mother for her. Lucian sneers at her silence, cruelly pointing out that her mother is likely unable to even visit the academy.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as Lucian pokes Letitia, demanding that she say something in response to his taunts.
Lucian's confidence wavers as he notices a dark, imposing figure suddenly looming behind him and the other students.
A deep and steady voice answers the boy's question, identifying the newcomer as the princess's guardian.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Miquelon panics, frantically ordering Lucian to shut his mouth. A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the teacher trembles with fear, stammering while he asks the man why he has arrived.
A sudden, heavy thrum sounds as the Grand Duke reveals himself, staring down the terrified teacher with cold eyes.
Theo demands to know what kind of teacher would stand by calmly while a student speaks such nonsense.
A sudden, sharp crack sounds as Theo grabs Miquelon by the collar, his patience for the man's negligence completely gone.
The students huddle together in terror behind the sofa, whispering in fear as they realize they are facing the Grand Duke.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Lucian breaks into a cold sweat, staring through his glasses at the legendary man.
Lucian remembers being told that the Northern Grand Duke is a monster who tears people apart and eats them alive.
The boy's imagination runs wild with terrifying images of Theo as a demonic figure surrounded by flames. The scene shifts briefly as the tension in the academy continues to rise.
A sudden, soft rush sounds as Lucian realizes he has just insulted the ward of the man he fears most. A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Theo continues to hold the trembling teacher in his firm grip. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Theo releases Miquelon, leaving the disgraced teacher sprawled on the floor.
A sudden, low hum sounds as Theo turns his gaze toward the students, wondering how they dared to bully his guest.
A sudden, steady rhythm sounds as Theo approaches the huddling students while Lucian hiccups in absolute terror.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Lucian covers his face and cries, desperately apologizing for his earlier behavior.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as Theo stands before Letitia, calling her name to get her attention.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as the Duke leans down to check on the young princess. Theo observes Letitia with concern, wondering why she held back when he knows she is capable of speaking her mind.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Theo tells Letitia to leave while he finishes dealing with the situation.
Letitia looks up at her protector with wide, teary eyes and a look of pure relief.
A sudden, heavy chill sounds as Theo issues a final warning that anyone who bullies her again will face his wrath.
Miquelon wails in despair as Theo threatens to grind his bones to dust while a tiny Letitia chirps her agreement. The scene shifts to the manor gate where Yuna waits anxiously, wondering why the princess is so late.
Yuna feels bad for missing the morning send-off and hopes to tell Letitia how well she did at the academy.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as Letitia finally appears, running toward Yuna and calling her sister.
Yuna turns around in surprise, her eyes widening as she hears the affectionate title for the first time.
A sudden, steady rhythm sounds as Letitia's feet race across the stone path to reach her friend.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as the young princess throws herself into Eunice's arms for a tight embrace.
The air feels light and sweet as the two share a warm and heartfelt moment of reunion.
A sudden, soft rush sounds as Letitia sobs into Yuna's shoulder, finally letting out all the stress of her day.
The afternoon sun shines brightly over the beautiful and quiet estate grounds.
Yuna sits with Letitia in the garden, gently asking if she feels better after her emotional outburst.
A sudden, soft chime sounds as a blushing Letitia explains that she burst into tears simply from the relief of seeing her again. Yuna watches her with deep sympathy, imagining the difficulties the young girl faced on her own.
Yuna promises that once they return to the house, they will have a delicious meal and get some rest.
Letitia's face lights up with joy when she hears that the chef Hans is preparing a special treat for her.
Yuna brings up the affectionate title Letitia used Hanir.
The two women sit together in the garden.
Letitia blushes deeply while expressing her immense happiness.
Yuna warmly admits she wishes Letitia were her real sister.
A sudden sharp creak sounds as Theo enters the mountain.
Theo finds the group relaxing in the back garden.
Yuna excitedly shares the news of Letitia's new nickname.
Theo jokingly asks if that makes him an older brother. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Letitia stands up. Letitia asks the Duke to review her school hand-op. Yuna reacts with shock as Theo examines the paper.
Yuna is horrified by the warnings of village pickpockets.
Theo reassures her that the trip will be perfectly safe.
Yuna wonders about his secret plan for the visit.
Yuna invites Letitia to eat and walk together.
Theo is dejected that his own plans were usurped. Letitia explains she must study for a major exam. Yuna is surprised by the young princess's academic dedication. Letitia requests a specific lemon cake from the town. She hopes the sugar will fuel her long study session.
Yuna happily agrees to visit the shop for her.
Letitia leaves the cake run to the two adults.
Theo and Yuna walk together in the bright sunlight.
Theo realizes Letitia is intentionally creating a private date.
A sudden heavy chill sounds as Theo's age shivers. The couple stands alone among the garden's autumn trees. Theo suggests changing their destination for a proper date.
Yuna is delighted by the prospect of a detour.
A sudden low hum sounds as Theo considers options. A sudden heavy rumble sounds from the speeding carriage.
They arrive at the gates of the walled village.
A sudden sharp squeak sounds as the wheels stop.
A sudden soft tap sounds as Yuna steps out.
Theo encourages Yuna to share any concerns she has.
A sudden quick rhythm sounds as a man approaches. The village manager welcomes the Duke with nervous energy. The manager is startled to see a lady visiting. He correctly guesses that she is the new Duchess.
Yuna's radiant appearance leaves the manager completely awestruck.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as the manager bows.
Yuna politely apologizes for their unexpected arrival today.
The manager assumes they are checking the field trip preparations.
He enthusiastically invites them to follow him into town.
Theo and Yuna walk through the busy village streets.
Yuna notices something peculiar happening at a nearby wall.
Two workers argue about making the scenery look realistic.
A sudden, sharp slap sounds as a worker grabs filth.
A sudden, wet splat sounds as the filth hits stone. Yuna asks what the villagers are currently doing.
The manager gleefully explains they are smearing dung everywhere. Yuna realizes the villagers are using waste to decorate.
A sudden, loud shock sounds as a massive exclamation fills the screen.
Yuna expresses absolute horror that they are smearing actual dung on the walls.
The story production details are displayed against a sunset sky.
The teal-haired manager instructs the workers to scatter the filth thoroughly so it looks realistic.
He turns to the couple to report that they are currently gathering more garbage to finish the job.
The manager explains that once they scatter trash everywhere, the town will look like a sewer.
Theo casually asks if he should summon the fake pickpockets while a stunned Yuna tries to intervene.
Yuna demands to know why they are intentionally making the village streets look so disgusting.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo reassures her that everything is under control.
The manager agrees, noting that despite appearances, the walled town is incredibly safe.
He explains that thanks to the Duke's mana stones, the residents want for nothing.
A sudden sharp top sounds as the men mine mana stones in the great mountain quarries.
A sudden quick rhythm sounds as the women use advanced gem cutting techniques to process the stones.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as former knights stand guard to ensure the peace of the residents.
The happy villagers and their pets enjoy the prosperity of their home.
The manager tells the princess that she has no reason to worry about public safety here. Yuna questions why the Academy guidebook would claim the village as dangerous and filthy. Theo explains that the Empire forces this negative image upon the Duchy.
The manager adds that the Empire refuses to acknowledge their prosperity and demands they look poor for student visits.
A sudden soft chime sounds as Theo mentions he provides full financial compensation for this inconvenience. A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo notices Yuna beginning to tremble with suppressed emotion. Yuna asks with a shaky voice if he really must go through with this charade.
Theo wonders if she is angry as she quietly admits her displeasure with the situation.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as her frustration finally boils over. Yuna screams in frustration, her face flushing a deep red.
She yells that if rumors spread about a bad state, Theo will be the one unfairly blamed.
Yuna continues her outburst, stating she cannot stand the thought of people insulting him. She lists all the hard work he did for the duchy, from war to stone mining and tuck. A sudden, soft rush sounds as Yuna cries that the students will judge him as a flawed lord. A sudden, heavy thrum sounds as Theo realizes she is defending his honor with such passion.
A sudden, quick chirp sounds as a tiny bird version of Yuna fumes with rage.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Theo gently reaches out to calm her down.
A sudden, soft tap sounds as Theo's hand cradles her blushing cheek. A sudden, low hum sounds as Theo pulls her into a warm, protective embrace.
Theo whispers that he will fix everything to her satisfaction so she won't worry. Yuna thinks about how firm and solid his chest feels against her. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Theo confirms his promise to her.
The workers scratch their heads in confusion at the romantic display in the middle of a dirty street.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the manager scolds the workers for their lack of awareness.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as the manager claims the Duke is personally comforting them for their hard work.
A sudden, soft chime sounds as the villagers are moved by the Duke's supposed kindness.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as the manager calls out to the couple to continue the tour.
He announces they will head to the Mana Stone Quarry next to show off their pride.
A sudden, soft rush sounds as Yuna beams with happiness while hearing about the local restaurant.
The scene shifts to the manor at night as the council meeting ends. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as the aide approaches the Duke with a stack of papers.
The aide asks if he is even listening while Theo sits back with a glass of liquor.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as the aide yells that more or less is an unacceptable answer.
He rants about having to wait in line for lemon cake while Theo disappeared to the village.
A sudden, soft hum sounds as Theo agrees with the point while sipping his drink. Theo fondly remembers the time he spent with Yuna, including buying blankets for their carriage.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Ulith stands before the Duke, who relaxes comfortably in his ornate chair.
Theo asks if the lemon cake reached Letitia safely, and Ulith confirms that both the princess and the Duchess enjoyed it immensely.
Theo praises his aide's work as Ulith mentions that the villagers are deeply grateful to the Duke.
Theo is confused by their gratitude until Ulith explains they are relieved to no longer have to maintain their fake facade of poverty.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Ulith adjusts his glasses and declares that they cannot allow the Empire to manipulate them forever.
Ulith explains that the Empire resorts to petty acts because they could never win a war against the Duke, while Theo distractedly thinks about how much he misses Yuna. Ulith reflects on how much the Duke has changed, noting that he once showed very little interest in the affairs of his duchy.
The air feels light and sweet as the Duke and Duchess share a warm, joyful moment together.
Ulith begins to mention an important detail he almost forgot, prompting the Duke to ask what it is.
A sudden, loud shock sounds as Theo casually mentions getting married, leaving Ulith completely wide-eyed with surprise. A sudden, soft hum sounds as Theo clarifies his desire to hold a proper wedding ceremony.
Ulith is shocked by the suddenness of the request, but Theo firmly instructs him to begin the preparations immediately. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Theo smiles and orders Ulith to handle the arrangements so they can wed before the snow begins to fall. A sudden, soft tap sounds as Ulith's gloved hand grips the handle of the door. A sudden, low hum sounds as Ulith steps into the hallway, realizing that since early winter has begun, the snow could arrive at any moment.
A sudden, quick rhythm sounds as Ulith frantically lists his tasks, from remaking the banquet hall to hiring musicians and cleaning the annex.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Ulith breaks his quill in stress, overwhelmed by the impossible timeline for invitations, feasts, and tailoring formal wear. A sudden, heavy rumble sounds from the speeding carriage as its lantern flickers in the dim light.
Inside the carriage, Ulith sits across from Letitia as they travel together.
Ulith observes the young girl, concluding that the Duke clearly has high expectations for the princess's future.
Theo's previous command echoes in the aide's mind, ordering him to personally guard the princess.
A sudden, loud shock sounds as Ulith recalls Theo's insistence that Letitia is an invaluable talent for the duchy.
A sudden sharp tap sounds as Theo's hand grips his desk, warning that the Empire might try to snatch her away.
A sudden, low hum sounds as the Duke looms over Ulith, threatening his life if he fails to protect the girl.
A sudden heavy chill sounds as Ulith shivers at the memory of the Duke's terrifying gaze.
Ulith awkwardly tries to break the silence by starting a conversation with the princess.
A sudden, loud shock sounds as Ulith notices her book and asks if she is reading Martian philosophy.
Letitia confirms she has read the book before and notes that her own copy has a much larger print than the one he is holding.
A sudden soft chime sounds as Ulith thinks to himself that such a text seems far too difficult for a child.
Ulith decides to test her by quoting a famous line about the difference between respect and trust. A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Letitia explains that the book ultimately teaches that respect and trust are actually the same thing.
A sudden, soft chime sounds as Ulith is stunned by the incredibly high academic standards of the girls' academy.
Impressed by her complete understanding, Ulith suggests that they should form a reading circle together.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as a modest Letitia declines, claiming she doesn't think she has anything useful to offer him.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Ulith adjusts his glasses, understanding why the Duchess finds the humble princess so endearing.
A sudden, soft chime sounds as Ulith suggests she could be helpful by offering her perspective on the Duke's upcoming wedding. A sudden, sharp slap sounds as Letitia claps her hands in excitement, eager to provide her assistance.
Letitia explains she has witnessed many weddings, so Ulith asks if she thinks it's possible to prepare one in just a week.
Letitia suggests they must start by deciding what to sacrifice, even if it leads to rumors of a shabby ceremony.
Letitia points out that the people of the duchy view their harsh winters as a period of crisis.
Ulith considers her suggestion of having a simple wedding and donating the saved funds to help the citizens.
A sudden soft chime sounds as Letitia explains that distributing relief goods in place of a grand wedding would be a noble gesture.
Letitia notes that if they prioritize the welfare of the people, no one would dare to find fault with the wedding.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as an inspired Ulith screams in total agreement with her plan.
Ulith is awestruck by Letitia's intelligence, realizing he wouldn't have known how to begin without her.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Ulith calls out to the princess with newfound determination.
A sudden, low hum sounds as Ulith clenches his fist, resolved to make the wedding a success.
Letitia is startled by the secretary's sudden burst of intense energy.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the manager is left speechless.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Ulith escorts Letitia from the carriage.
Ulith is the Duke's right hand and the secretary who holds the real power in the duchy.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as the manager realizes the Duke's secretary is personally escorting a princess from a weak nation.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Ulith greets the group with a polite smile while standing beside Letitia.
A sudden, heavy rumble sounds as Ulith comments on the sweets they brought and orders the knights to be sent away so they don't swarm.
Ulith explains the knights will inconvenience the villagers, but the manager stammers that the town is incredibly dangerous.
A sudden, quick rustle sounds as Ulith asks how the town is supposed to be dangerous. A sudden, loud shout sounds as a student insists on taking a knight, claiming Letitia is bringing one along too. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Ulith leans in close and addresses the boy as a child. A sudden, loud shock sounds as Ulith warns that the Grand Duke will take him away if he doesn't behave.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as the boy argues that the village is filthy and dangerous.
Ulith asks the boy if he truly understands where he is.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Ulith declares the village is part of the duchy, the land of Lord Theo de Phoenix. A sudden sharp snap sounds as Ulith adds that the Grand Duke has never lost a battle. A sudden soft rush sounds as Ulith tells them to write their report exactly as it is if they finally understand. A sudden quick chirp sounds as Ulith cheerfully asks if they should go while the students shiver in fear.
A sudden quick rhythm sounds as a pleasant Letitia walks forward.
The sun sets on the grand manor.
Yuna tells Theo that Letitia is a genius because her handwriting is so neat for her age.
Theo asks what the report says as Yuna excitedly shows it to him.
The report explains that the people of Walltown have goals that ultimately benefit the duchy's well-being.
A sudden quick chirp sounds as a tiny bird version of Yuna asks if Letitia isn't clever.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo smiles, noting how delighted Yuna is by the princess's work.
Theo thinks to himself that Yuna truly loves children.
A sudden soft chime sounds as Theo thinks having a child who resembles Yuna would be wonderful.
Theo imagines them as a family and thinks their titles would finally change.
Their new titles would be Mommy and Daddy.
A sudden soft hum sounds as Theo thinks they need a passionate newlywed life and hard training before the wedding.
Yuna mentions that Letitia even wrote about the general store they visited together.
A sudden quick rustle sounds as Theo pulls Yuna into a back hug while she reminisces about their enjoyable time. A sudden soft thrum sounds as Yuna feels Theo's breathing and her heart starts to pound. A sudden soft thrum sounds as Theo holds the report and notes the girl's steady hand for an 11-year-old. A sudden soft thrum sounds as a blushing Yuna asks if he is standing a bit too close.
Yuna tries to tell herself to calm down and act naturally.
A sudden sharp snap sounds as Yuna trips on her dress while thinking about Letitia.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yuna gasps and loses her balance. A sudden soft tap sounds as Theo catches her and tells her that it's fine.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as a deeply blushing Yuna is caught in his arms.
A sudden quick rush sounds as a flustered Yuna frantically reaches for the report. A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo holds her firmly from behind. A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yuna stammers his name while he holds her close.
Theo thinks her scent is lethal and struggles to restrain himself until the wedding.
A sudden soft thrum sounds as Yuna worries that he might hear the sound of her racing heart.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo leans down to kiss his wife.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as their lips are inches apart.
A sudden soft tap sounds as Theo pulls back and tells her to wait a moment.
A sudden soft thrum sounds as Yuna hides her face against his chest with a pounding heart.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo holds her hand and asks if she knows the wedding order includes a kiss.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Theo declares that a kiss is merely the appetizer.
Theo licks his finger while gazing intensely at a shocked Yuna. Yuna's eye widens in surprise as Theo leans closer to her.
A flustered Yuna turns bright red while Theo smiles at her playfully.
Theo pulls Yuna into a tight, intimate embrace in the dimly lit room.
Yuna stares blankly at her reflection, looking quite exhausted from the night before. Yuna reflects on her restless sleep caused by the tension of yesterday's events.
A tired Yuna yawns constantly as she realizes she didn't get proper rest.
Yuna regrets her decision to stop Theo during their intimate moment.
Yuna contemplates her behavior, deciding that being more affectionate would have been too bold.
Yuna panics internally while Marin asks if her grace is all right.
Marin expresses concern over Yuna's pale and tired appearance this morning.
A startled Yuna quickly insists to the maid that she is perfectly fine. Yuna asks Marin if the broken stairs in the tower made her commute difficult.
Marin explains she used the study and expects the stairs to be fixed tomorrow.
Marin is surprised that Yuna hasn't heard the latest news about the Duke.
Yuna admits her racing heart made it impossible to face Theo earlier today.
Marin mentions that Theo has been working out since the early dawn. Yuna wonders why Theo suddenly needs so much physical strength for the future.
Yuna is left speechless by the news of Theo's sudden morning exercise. Theo's seductive behavior from the previous night flashes through Yuna's mind.
Marin notices Yuna's face turning extremely red and flushed once again. Marin offers to lower the room temperature as Yuna denies any issues. Yuna reaches out to grab Marin's attention to ask a serious question.
Yuna asks Marin about the traditional wedding procedures used in the Grand Duchy.
Yuna specifically inquires about the actual order of the upcoming ceremony.
A sudden soft hum sounds as Marin details the initial prayer followed by the vows.
Marin explains that a banquet and guest greetings follow the official ceremony.
Yuna is surprised to learn her duties continue well after the wedding day.
Marin lists upcoming responsibilities like overseeing household affairs and attending various parties.
Marin notes that the public will fully recognize Yuna's new status after the wedding.
Marin adds that Yuna will eventually take over managing the estate's financial ledgers.
A sudden soft tap sounds as Marin reassures Yuna of her current progress.
Marin mentions the vast amount of study required for her new royal role.
Yuna realizes a wedding is a serious commitment with many heavy responsibilities.
Yuna considers Theo's dedication to his work and his people late every night.
Yuna resolves to properly fulfill her role as the new Grand Duchess.
Yuna suddenly wonders if she can simply live as Theo's wife for now. A determined Yuna decides to focus on her role as a wife first.
Marin is pleased to see Yuna's sudden shift to energetic and positive determination.
A servant announces that the large, empty hall will be decorated as the venue.
Ulith begins the preparations by ordering a thorough cleaning of the dusty hall. Ulith plans to hide trophies taken from the palace while Theo listens nearby. Theo instructs Ulith to send invitations to the council and Yuna's friends.
Theo surprises Ulith by suggesting they also invite the servants to the ceremony.
Theo knows Yuna will appreciate the gesture as the two men walk away.
Ulith writes down the wedding theme and the positive benefits of Theo's idea.
Ulith asks if they should invite the Imperial House of Bios to the event.
Theo clarifies that the Imperial invitations should only be sent after the wedding.
Ulith pauses to ask about inviting Madame Camilla to the upcoming ceremony.
Theo smirks, certain that she won't be able to arrive in time anyway.
Ulith scribbles frantically on a clipboard, stressing over the wedding's tight one-week schedule.
Theo asks if there's a complaint, triggering a nervous and sweaty denial from his secretary.
Both men turn their attention toward the entrance as a presence is sensed.
Marin steps forward to formally announce the arrival of the Grand Duchess.
Yuna enters with a radiant smile, wondering if she kept the men waiting.
Theo blushes as he assures her otherwise, while Yuna admits she hurried to him.
Theo struggles internally with his impulses while noting Yuna's lack of fear after yesterday.
A blushing Yuna reveals her eagerness to see him was her main motivation.
Theo is momentarily stunned, his face turning red at her sweet and direct confession.
Yuna takes his hands and asks for confirmation of her future role and title.
Theo confirms her status as the staff watches the scene with varying degrees of amusement.
Yuna declares her intention to begin fulfilling her marital and noble duties starting today.
Theo misinterprets her words, his face turning an even brighter shade of red in shock.
Yuna clarifies she means household management, leaving Theo and the staff in awkward silence. Theo sighs and tells her that she shouldn't feel pressured by such responsibilities.
Ulith and Marin pot each other as Theo explains the estate staff is already efficient.
Yuna insists that fulfilling her part as his wife is only the right thing to do. She emphasizes that once the wedding is over, she must be treated as the Grand Duchess. Framed by flowers, Yuna suggests that they also live their lives as true lovers. Theo is completely paralyzed by the bold suggestion, his blush intensifying even further. The word lovers echoes through Theo's mind, leaving him in a state of pure shock. Theo nods in agreement, acknowledging they have been a couple from the moment they met.
Yuna clutches his shirt and promises to perform her duties with all her heart.
Theo leans in close, gazing into her eyes with a heavy and emotional stare.
Theo's internal monologue reveals how long he has had to suppress his intense desires.
He clenches his fist, realizing Yuna transformed his past mistakes into a time for love.
Theo gently cups her face, his voice soft as he whispers her name.
The couple shares a quiet moment of mutual affection amidst a garden of flowers. Yuna's eyes sparkle with joy as she beams and thanks him warmly. Theo responds with a tender and gentle smile, his previous intensity softening completely.
Theo clears his throat and asks when they should call for the wedding designer.
Yuna explains that a meeting might be difficult, much to the surprise of Ulith.
Theo is taken aback as Yuna prepares to reveal her conflicting schedule for tomorrow.
A chibi version of Yuna announces her existing plans with her tea pie gathering friends.
A sudden bolt of lightning strikes Theo as he absorbs the news of his exclusion.
Yuna excitedly describes the famous dress shop her friends have already rented out for them.
Theo's aura turns dark and gloomy as he tries to process the sudden disappointment.
Yuna notices Theo has turned pale, but he insists through gritted teeth that he's fine.
Ulith watches his master with a bead of sweat, worried about Theo's actual mental state.
Theo calls out for his secretary as the scene transitions to the Grand Manor.
Theo broods at his desk, questioning why people even need friends in the first place.
Ulith snaps back, yelling that this antisocial attitude is exactly why Theo lacks friends.
A flaming aura surrounds an angry Theo while Ulith coughs to clear the tense air.
Ulith lectures his master on being a great husband who understands his wife's social needs.
The secretary points out traditional rules regarding wedding dresses and suggests a compromise.
Theo remains unimpressed and skeptical of Ulith's advice, his expression dark and grumpy.
Completely defeated by his own dramatic feelings, Theo collapses onto his desk in despair.
Theo tearfully imagines Yuna as a cute little bird wearing a tiny wedding dress.
Ulith's ear bleeds from the sheer volume of Theo's obsessive shouting about the Grand Duchess.
A final heartfelt plea is written across the void, asking her to return soon.
Morning light filters through the grand doorway.
A relieved sigh escapes from the woman. Daisy, the owner of the shop, asks if these sample dresses will be sufficient. Daisy reflects on her homeland while considering her plans to return to the Bios Empire.
She laments her busy schedule, wondering why it must overlap with the upcoming wedding.
Daisy knows that crafting the wedding dress for the Duchess will be a massive career boost.
Cruel rumors describe the Grand Duchess as a corpse-like figure with white hair.
Daisy sketches while pondering colors like pink to liven up a pale complexion.
Lady Emily calls out to Daisy as someone approaches.
Emily confirms that Yulina will be arriving at the shop very soon.
Emily asks if these are the specific samples they will be trying on today.
Daisy explains these dresses were meant for her collection's debut and remain unworn.
The blue-haired woman suggests altering existing collection dresses since their time is very tight.
A sudden, sharp ring sounds as the ladies discuss which colors would best suit Yuna. Daisy privately recalls that everyone considers Lady Emily's social circle to be pretentious and selfish. She wonders if Emily is volunteering as a handmaiden just to gain something from the Duchess.
A sudden bright ring sounds as the door opens for the arrival of the guests. Emily welcomes Yulina while Daisy stares in utter disbelief at the name.
Daisy is shocked to see the Duchess on such good terms with these particular ladies.
Yuna enters gracefully with a companion and asks if they have all been waiting.
Yuna grabs Daisy's hands and reveals she has heard a great deal about her from Emily.
A sudden sharp click sounds as Daisy stares at Yuna, unable to believe her beauty.
Yuna stands confused amidst a radiant glow, wondering why the designer is staring.
Yuna is the personification of winter snow.
Daisy is furious that anyone could call someone this beautiful a corpse. A sudden frantic mutter sounds as Daisy declares that inspiration is finally coming to her. A sudden quick jolt sounds as the designer lunges toward the startled Duchess.
Daisy declares she is the designer and vows to contribute a spring-themed masterpiece for the wedding.
Yuna smiles happily and tells Daisy that she looks forward to working with her.
Daisy excitedly instructs everyone to follow her as she leads them through the shop.
A sudden, sharp slide sounds as the curtains are pulled back.
Daisy presents a wide variety of dresses for Yuna to use as style references.
Daisy declares that a pure white wedding dress is the only acceptable option for Yuna.
Emily is worried because a custom white dress would need to be made from scratch.
The other noblewomen agree that there won't be enough time for such perfection.
Daisy tells the group not to worry about the time constraints.
A sudden sharp snap sounds as the fiery designer breaks her glasses in a fit of inspiration.
Daisy plans to design the dress today and start production tomorrow despite the intensity. She promises to present a wedding dress unlike any other in the world.
Yuna beams and tells Daisy that she is counting on her vision.
A credits page marks the scene's transition.
Daisy points out that most people associate winter with a cold and bleak atmosphere.
She explains that Yuna's dress will instead emphasize the unique warmth that only winter brings.
Emily and her friend are thrilled, certain the look will be perfect for Yuna.
A sudden, clear ring sounds as Daisy suggests they pick a suit style for now.
The designer rushes to the door as a sudden, sharp ring sounds.
Daisy peeks through the door to greet an unexpected visitor.
The designer approaches with a sudden light dash sounding to ask if she can assist Lady Eska.
Yuna grants the request with a warm and supportive laugh.
Emily suggests that Yuna should take this chance to get acquainted with the famous Lady Eska.
A sudden sharp click sounds as the hem of a red patterned dress and a purple shoe come into view while a voice calls out for Emily.
A woman with long dark purple hair and a matching gown introduces herself as Countess Eska, remarking on the chance meeting.
Emily greets the newcomer before Eska notices the silver-haired woman and notes they have never met.
Emily identifies the woman as the Grand Duchess, prompting a surprised reaction from Eska.
Eska offers her sincere apologies for the late introduction as she formally presents herself.
A sudden, quick bow sounds as the Countess performs a respectful curtsy before the seated Duchess. Yuna smiles radiantly while expressing her pleasure in meeting Eska and apologizing for the interruption.
Eska explains her preference for personally checking her commissioned dresses, and Yuna warmly assures her that she doesn't mind.
The Countess expresses her hope to receive a formal invitation from the Duchess in the future.
A sudden, quick slide sounds as Daisy arrives with a package for Eska, who offers her thanks as she prepares to leave.
Yuna reflects privately on how kind and warm the Countess seems to be.
A sudden, clear ring sounds as Daisy bids the visitors farewell at the door.
The noblewomen praise Eska for her upright character and her ability to maintain dignity in high society.
The blonde girl suddenly recalls a specific memory, piquing Yuna's curiosity.
She describes seeing Eska performing volunteer work during a previous trip to Walltown.
Emily clarifies that the Count owns a quarry there, which is why Eska is frequently seen volunteering.
The ladies agree that Eska is an admirable figure, and Yuna expresses a desire to meet her again.
Emily offers to arrange a meeting later just as Daisy rushes back, apologizing for the delay caused by an unexpected guest.
A sudden, sharp ring sounds from the entrance bell, causing Daisy to react with surprise and frustration. Daisy turns to inform the new arrival that they are fully booked, but stops when she sees Theo standing there.
Theo smirks and greets Yuna, calling their meeting a coincidence as Ulith stands silently behind him.
Yuna stares at him in utter shock, unable to believe he is actually at the shop.
A sudden, quick creak sounds as Theo remarks on how surprising it is to run into each other among so many shops.
Theo claims he was simply visiting to have his formal attire tailored, though Ulith finds the lie painfully obvious.
Yuna is impressed by his diligence, leaving Ulith baffled that she actually believes the excuse. Daisy invites the entire group inside to begin reviewing the dresses for the Duchess. The group sits together in a tense silence as Theo maintains a stoic and serious expression.
Two women whisper to each other about how rare it is to be in such close proximity to the Grand Duke.
Emily wonders aloud if it is normal for future husbands to accompany their wives to dress fittings while Theo looms nearby.
A sudden quick slide sounds as Daisy peeks through the dressing room curtain to check if the group is ready. Yuna steps out wearing a stunning pale yellow dress adorned with gold details and a large bow. The intricate design of the yellow gown is highlighted against a backdrop of blooming flowers.
The noblewomen are captivated by her beauty, declaring that the color yellow suits her perfectly.
Emily praises the refreshing line of the skirt, and Yuna asks for their honest opinion. Yuna blushes and turns toward her fiancé to ask what he thinks of the look.
Theo sits completely frozen and stiff, staring at her with wide eyes and a red face.
Internally, Theo compares her to a cute baby chick and struggles to find the right words to describe her.
Overwhelmed by her appearance, Theo turns bright red and remains speechless.
Yuna grows concerned and asks if he dislikes the dress while Theo struggles to respond. A sudden, sharp slide sounds as Daisy pulls the curtain back, eager to move on to the next outfit.
Theo sweats nervously and avoids eye contact while the other ladies watch his awkward reaction.
Emily and her friend whisper to each other that today is going to be an exceptionally long day.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the Grand Manor as night falls.
A sudden, quick thud sounds as Theo sets his glass down, reflecting on how quickly the day passed. He recalls Yuna looking like a mermaid princess in one of the many dresses she tried on.
Theo's mind drifts through the various looks, comparing her to a lilac flower, a rose, and a sunflower.
Earlier that day, Yuna admitted her exhaustion, prompting Theo to plan on summoning the designer to the mansion next time.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Yuna enters Theo's office, interrupting his plan to buy every dress they saw.
A sudden, light slide sounds as Yuna reveals she has brought a measuring tape with her. Yuna explains that since they didn't have time for his tailoring earlier, she intends to measure him herself. Yuna suggests that the designer should create a suit for Theo that matches her wedding dress, but he politely declines the offer.
A sudden thought causes Theo to pause as he reconsidered his previous rejection.
Theo is struck by an ominous feeling as he realizes he may have made a social blunder.
He recalls a past conversation where his mother reminded him that having multiple marriages is not a matter of pride.
Young Theo kneels before his mother as she urges him to think carefully about his future choices. The memory of his mother's voice questions how Yuna would feel about his lack of enthusiasm for a new suit.
Theo imagines a distressed Yuna suggesting that he should simply remarry his ex-wife instead of her. He pictures her turning her back on him and walking away forever in disappointment.
A silent cry of desperation sounds in Theo's mind at the terrifying thought of losing her.
Theo quickly changes his tune, nervously claiming that he actually does need a new suit tailored.
Theo's inner self feels that his late mother's memory just saved him from a disastrous mistake.
Theo begins to unbutton his shirt to be measured, leaving Yuna completely flustered and blushing.
He nonchalantly explains that it is impossible to get accurate measurements without removing his outer layers.
Yuna is left speechless as she finds herself staring at his well-defined bare chest.
Overwhelmed by the situation, Yuna wonders if she must touch his skin and offers to have Ulith do the work instead.
Theo immediately rejects the suggestion, firmly insisting that she be the one to take his measurements.
Theo privately notes that the idea of his subordinate touching him in such a way is absolutely horrifying.
A trembling Yuna prepares to begin measuring him, her face turning bright red from the proximity. Yuna gasps in surprise as she notices something startling upon closer inspection of his body. She is deeply saddened to see that Theo's back and shoulders are covered in numerous jagged scars. A sudden, soft gasp sounds as Theo assures her the wounds no longer hurt, though Yuna mourns the pain they once caused. Clutching the measuring tape, Yuna asks Theo with great concern if he will be forced to go to war again. Narration notes that as the master of the duchy, Theo bears a heavy responsibility toward his land.
The grand estate stands silent under the night sky as the weight of his duties is acknowledged.
Yuna looks at him with determination, identifying herself as his devoted future wife. Theo stares at her with a look of intense, quiet reflection. The physical evidence of Theo's difficult past as a soldier is laid bare before Yuna. The two stand together in the large room, the atmosphere charged with shared vulnerability and concern.
Theo acknowledges her worry and agrees to be more careful with himself.
Yuna asks him to make a formal promise to stay safe, and Theo agrees without hesitation.
Theo is moved by the realization that Yuna is genuinely worried about his well-being.
He turns the conversation back to her, asking for a specific promise in return.
Theo asks Yuna to vow that she will never leave his side, no matter what happens in the future. Theo feels that Yuna is far too radiant a person to be wasting her concern on him.
He secretly hopes that even if she only feels pity for him, she will still stay by his side. Yuna gives him a bright and warm smile, clearly touched by his request.
She playfully extends her hand to seal their mutual vow with a promise.
Theo calls out her name softly, his gaze filled with affection.
He looks down at her with a serious and longing expression. Yuna responds with a shy affirmation, her face flushing as she looks up at him.
Narration suggests that the bond between them has moved beyond typical lovers' promises.
A sudden, firm embrace sounds as Theo pulls Yuna close against his bare chest. Theo vows to give Yuna everything he has as her partner and protector.
Yuna is stunned by his sudden proximity and the intensity of his words.
Theo reaches out to gently touch her face, his thumb grazing her lower lip.
Yuna stands on her tiptoes, drawn in by the magnetic pull between them.
Theo and Yuna share a deep and passionate kiss in the center of the room.
Their lips meet in a tender display of the love and devotion they have built. They hold each other tightly, lost in the intimacy of the long-awaited moment. The scene concludes with a close, lingering shot of their passionate kiss.
Theo and Yuna share an intimate gaze.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Theo lifts Yuna into his arms while their lips remain locked.
Theo pulls Yuna closer into his embrace. Theo and Yuna share a deep, passionate kiss as his shirtless physique is highlighted in the dim room. The couple is surrounded by blooming flowers. A sudden, soft moan sounds as Yuna closes her eyes, completely overwhelmed by the intensity of Theo's affection.
Theo pulls back slightly to ask if she is all right, while a sudden, soft sigh sounds as Yuna struggles to catch her breath.
Yuna's heart races as she calls out Theo's name in a silent realization.
Theo smiles warmly and explains that his heart always beats this wildly when he is with her, leaving Yuna flustered and questioning his words. Theo gently cradles Yuna's face and tells her that he has many more promises he wants to make to her. Their lips meet in a tender kiss.
Theo kisses her cheek and whispers that he would prefer she only wear her hometown pajamas in the privacy of their bedroom. Theo gazes at Yuna with a soft smile and asks if she has any promises she wants to make with him.
Yuna's fingers tremble slightly as she admits that she actually has many promises in mind.
The two share a long, devoted kiss.
Morning light shines on the grand mansion. Emily pauses mid-sip, looking visibly startled.
Yuna sits in a complete daze, her mind stuck on the previous night's events.
A sudden, sharp cry sounds as Yuna jumps in surprise when Emily asks if she is feeling unwell due to her distracted state.
Yuna quickly assures her friend that she is fine, though her mind drifts back to the intimate night she spent with Theo.
Yuna recalls a vision of a shirtless Theo drying his hair with a towel.
Yuna reflects on how embarrassed she has been all morning, unable to even look Theo in the eye while he wonders about her behavior.
Emily observes her friend and wonders why she visited the Brown estate alone, suspecting that something significant must be happening.
Emily considers the possibilities of Yuna's distress.
Emily asks if Yuna is feeling unsettled because the wedding is approaching, prompting a confused reaction from Yuna.
Emily explains that pre-wedding jitters are normal because of the significant life changes that follow marriage. Emily points out that while Yuna is technically already married, things are different now, making Yuna's eyes widen in surprise.
Yuna blushes deeply and admits that she only recently realized they weren't truly a married couple until now.
Yuna seeks silent guidance for herself.
Yuna realization that her face is burning with embarrassment causes her to touch her cheek.
Emily tilts her head in confusion.
Emily reaches a sudden realization. Emily confirms her suspicion that Yuna is having trouble with her daily life because of her feelings for the Grand Duke.
Emily smiles brightly and offers a solution.
Emily suggests that Yuna needs to get to know her husband on a deeper level.
Emily presents a red envelope and explains that Madame Eska has invited Yuna to her exclusive salon.
Emily describes the salon as a perfect venue for Yuna to learn about the duchy's culture while surrounded by local nobility.
Emily explains that the small gathering has a strict rule requiring guests to attend with their husbands. Emily points out that interacting on a literary and cultural level will help Yuna become much closer to the Grand Duke. Yuna looks down at the invitation with a look of quiet hope and thanks Emily for her help.
Yuna wonders if the Grand Duke will like the idea just as Daisy rushes in calling for the Grand Duchess.
Daisy excitedly announces that the Grand Duke has arrived, startling Yuna.
Daisy urgently suggests that Yuna should go to meet him immediately.
Emily tells Marin that she will arrange a separate carriage so that Yuna can travel with the Grand Duke instead.
Yuna is surprised by the sudden change in plans, but Marin kindly insists that she doesn't mind and tells Yuna to go on ahead.
Yuna rushes to meet her Afghant.
Daisy wonders aloud why the Grand Duke came to visit so unexpectedly. Emily takes another sip of tea while reflecting on the romantic atmosphere she has witnessed.
The couple stands in perfect harmony.
A sudden, loud rattle sounds as the carriage travels through the woods, while Yuna laments that they never even finished taking Theo's measurements.
Theo notes that Ulith arrived this morning with a measuring tape, looking completely bewildered.
Narration mentions that someone else had already promised to handle the task of taking measurements.
Yuna looks away with a deeply flustered and blushing expression.
Theo smugly points out her embarrassment as Yuna struggles to find a reasonable excuse.
Theo explains that the measurements are already sent and suggests they head back to have lech. Theo suddenly asks Yuna to make one more formal promise to him. Theo offers to call the request a simple favor if a promise feels too burdensome.
He asks Yuna to promise to inform him whenever she goes out and where she is heading.
Yuna stares at him in silent surprise at the unexpected simplicity of his request.
Yuna wonders if that is truly all he wants and readily agrees to his terms. Yuna remembers the invitation Emily gave her earlier and pulls the red envelope out to show him.
Theo takes the envelope and identifies it as a formal invitation from the Eska family.
Theo looks at the invitation with a thoughtful expression as he considers the character of Count Eska.
He recalls the Count as a man famous for leaving meetings early to keep his wife from worrying.
Theo reflects that the Count is a devoted husband known for being completely agreeable and reliable.
Theo asks Yuna if she would like to accompany him to the salon hosted by Count Eska's wife.
Yuna blushes as she explains that guests are required to attend the gathering with their husbands.
Yuna excitedly notes that joining the literary salon would be a very helpful experience for her.
Theo realizes with a sudden internal jolt of panic that he knows absolutely nothing about literature.
Theo begins to hesitate over the request as Yuna looks toward him with intense, silent hope.
Yuna gazes at him with sparkling eyes while pleading for him to join her at the event.
Theo is visibly shaken and startled by the sheer power of her hopeful and innocent gaze.
A sudden cold sweat breaks out on Theo's face as he struggles to find a way to respond. Theo quickly folds and agrees to go, noting it is a special event intended for couples.
Yuna cheers with joy and thanks him as the carriage continues its journey through the woods.
The carriage travels down the quiet path as the couple returns to the grand estate.
The scene shifts to the mansion, where Daisy is diligently writing a letter at her desk.
A sudden, quick scratch sounds as Daisy finishes her writing and sets her pen back in the stand. Daisy stretches and celebrates having the time to relax now that the trip to the capital is postponed.
A sudden, sharp knock sounds at the door, startling the young girl from her thoughts.
Daisy opens the door with a curious smile, wondering who would be visiting her so late.
Theo stands in the hallway and asks the young girl if she is still awake.
Theo looms in the doorway with a dark and exhausted expression, catching Daisy completely off guard.
Daisy invites him inside after explaining she was not feeling sleepy yet. Theo walks into the room while Daisy wonders what the Grand Duke could possibly want at this hour.
A sudden, soft crackle sounds from the fireplace as Theo addresses her as Princess.
Theo takes a seat and asks Daisy if she is familiar with the salon hosted by Lady Eska.
Daisy explains that the literary salon involves reading books, writing poetry, and discussing various works. Theo asks if the nature of the gathering changes for couples, but Daisy doubts there is much difference.
Daisy's expression shifts as she realizes Theo intends to attend the salon as a couple with her sister.
Daisy has a sudden realization that Theo wants to impress Yuna despite his own lack of literary knowledge.
Daisy mentions she has heard many details about such salons from her other sisters who attend them.
Theo is intrigued as Daisy recommends a famous book titled The Understanding of Love. Daisy notes the book is considered a masterpiece and suggests Secretary Ulith likely has a copy. Theo is impressed by her perfect answer and promises to take her advice into consideration. Theo shifts the subject and asks if she is finding her stay at the mansion to be comfortable.
Daisy gives him a bright and happy smile, confirming that she is doing perfectly fine.
Daisy shares that the Grand Duchess and the other ladies of the household treat her with great kindness.
Daisy describes how Marin brings her books while Ray teaches her the essential art of self-defense.
Theo smiles warmly as he notes how well Daisy has been embraced by Yuna's inner circle.
Daisy looks up with a puzzled expression as Theo offers to provide help in his own way.
Theo crosses his arms and confidently offers to cover the high tuition costs for the academy. Daisy is visibly flustered and declines the offer, but Theo asks if she is hesitant because the funds aren't coming from the Grand Duchess.
Daisy insists she cannot accept such a large sum of money, but Theo dismisses her concern and tells her to simply pay him back once she has become a great person.
Theo explains that the repayment doesn't need to be monetary and encourages her to go to the Bios Empire to learn everything she can and bring that knowledge back.
He expresses his hope that she will one day be able to demonstrate her talents in both her homeland and the duchy. Daisy is momentarily stunned by the sincere encouragement.
Daisy reflects on how she has never been recognized for her abilities until this very moment.
She realizes that her initial expectation for everything to remain the same as before was completely wrong.
Daisy looks back on the warm and welcoming environment of the mansion.
Theo watches Daisy with a steady gaze as he continues his thoughts.
Daisy clenches her fist with determination and vows to work hard and return with many good results.
Theo closes his eyes with a satisfied smile and tells the young girl to work hard. Theo leans back and reminds her not to overburden herself, which Daisy readily agrees to.
A sudden, loud rattle sounds as a carriage travels through the night forest under a crescent moon the next day.
Theo sits inside the carriage by lamplight, intently focused on reading a book titled The Understanding of Love.
The carriage wheel spins along the dirt road.
A sudden sharp clack sounds as the carriage door is opened upon arrival.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as Yuna steps out of the carriage wearing a stunning red gown adorned with roses.
A sudden formal bow sounds as the butler welcomes the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess to the estate.
The couple stands before the grand and illuminated Eska estate as the butler welcomes them.
Theo and Yuna make a striking pair in their coordinated red and white attire.
The moon shines brightly over the towers.
The couple is formally greeted by the staff as they enter the grand hallway.
Count and Countess Eska stand together to welcome their esteemed guests.
Yuna greets the Countess, who expresses her gratitude for their acceptance of the invitation.
The Count notes how wonderful they look together and remarks that the red tones perfectly highlight their dignity.
Theo returns the compliment by noting that the Count's attire is also quite suitable, which the Count considers an honor.
The Count invites them to enter since the other guests have already arrived.
The two couples walk into the parlor.
Yuna is surprised to see the other guests as the Countess welcomes her.
Yuna realizes that the other people present must be the husbands of her friends Emily and Mary.
Emily and Mary greet Yuna with pleasant surprise and excitement.
Countess Eska smiles warmly and suggests that everyone should take their seats now that the group is complete.
The couples gather around the table in the elegant parlor. A maid informs the group that the food has arrived, prompting a quiet acknowledgement from the Countess.
Countess Eska instructs the maids to set the trays of refreshments down on the table.
A sudden formal bow sounds as the maids Susan and Gina finish their task while the Countess thanks them.
Yuna observes the exchange and thinks to herself how kind the Countess is to her servants.
The hostess invites everyone to help themselves to the food. A variety of tarts and cakes are presented.
Count Eska proudly mentions that his wife personally made the finger foods, causing Mary to react with surprise.
The Countess modestly replies that she simply enjoys cooking and doesn't consider herself particularly skilled. The Count gazes at his wife with adoration. The Countess tells her husband that his praise is enough while the rest of the group enjoys the cozy atmosphere. Theo chimes in to boast that his wife is also an excellent cook, catching Yuna completely off guard.
Theo specifically mentions that her chestnut pies are unforgettable, leaving Yuna flustered as she calls out his name.
Yuna quickly tells the Countess that the food is truly delicious, and the hostess is happy to hear it suits her taste.
Countess Eska says she would love to try the Grand Duchess's pie someday, making Yuna laugh nervously. Theo eats a strawberry and adds that the glazed chestnuts on the pie are particularly good as Yuna calls out to him again. A sudden happy laugh sounds as Yuna blushes and exclaims that the dessert is incredibly delicious, prompting a cheerful agreement from her husband. Theo blushes deeply as he realizes that Yuna just fed him in front of all the other guests.
Theo reflects on how the literature salon is turning out much better than he had initially expected.
The hostess suggests moving on to the reading portion, noting that since there are new guests, they have not chosen a specific book yet.
Countess Eska proposes sharing a short folktale instead, and asks if everyone has heard of the story titled The Blue Wolf.
The men at the table confirm they know the story, with the man in the pink suit noting that anyone who hunts would be familiar with it.
Yuna asks about the creature, and Theo explains that it is a rare wolf found only in the cold northern regions.
He further notes that the blue wolf is rarely spotted even within the Phoenix Duchy. Countess Eska begins the narration, promising to tell a tale about the loyalty of the blue wolf. The story begins long ago with a family who lived happily in a small cabin deep within the mountains. Though they were not wealthy, their child grew up strong and was surrounded by their deep love. Tragedy struck one day when a band of thieves attacked their peaceful home. Desperate to save their child, the parents told the young boy to run as far away as possible. The child fled deeper into the mountains while his parents were attacked by the intruders. A sudden whistling wind sounds as the forest becomes darker and more foreboding the further the child wanders. His hands and feet soon went numb, and his skin began to crack and bleed from the intense cold. Exhausted and freezing, the child finally collapsed and lost consciousness in the snow.
A majestic blue wolf soon discovered the unconscious child lying alone in the frozen wilderness. The blue wolf took hold of the child's clothes and carried him back to its den.
The wolf began to care for him, likely thinking the child was its own orphaned cub. From that point on, the child lived under the protection and care of the blue wolf deep in the mountains. As time passed, the child grew strong and healthy while being raised by the creature. Together, they hunted down the thieves who had destroyed the child's family.
After taking their revenge, the child and the wolf returned to their home in the mountains. The child had found a new family, and to him, the wolf's den was truly home.
The Countess finishes the story, noting that these wolves sometimes serve as a master's guardian or companion.
The ginger-haired woman in yellow exclaims how amazing it is that the wolf's eyes turn red when it chooses a master.
The lady in the green dress wonders if a human could ever tame such a beast, but her companion suggests it would be extremely difficult.
Theo reflects on the legend, noting the rarity of the creatures and their supposed ability to change size at will to hide themselves.
Countess Eska asks for the Grand Duke's opinion on the folktale now that the narration has concluded.
Yuna admits she felt a bit sad thinking about the child who lost his parents. She adds that she is nonetheless glad the child was able to find a new family with the blue wolf.
The Countess finds it to be a very interesting way of looking at the story.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as the Countess suggests a dance to lighten the somber mood of the room. Yuna is surprised by the suggestion, while the man in the pink suit notes that sitting around can become dull.
The woman in the green gown tells Yulina not to feel pressured and says she can simply enjoy the music.
Theo calls out Yuna's name as he reaches his hand toward her. Theo stands before his wife and formally offers her his hand for a dance.
Yuna explains that she has never danced before, but Theo reassures her that it is perfectly all right.
He promises to lead and suggests she can place her feet on his if it becomes too difficult to follow.
Yuna worries that doing so would make it harder for him, and Theo admits that might be true.
A sudden, quick heartbeat sounds as Theo tells his wife to trust her husband, promising that he will not let her fall.
Theo gently takes Yuna's hand as they prepare to begin their dance.
The pianist begins to play, filling the elegant parlor with music.
Theo and Yuna begin their dance together as the other guests watch the striking pair. Yuna smiles up at Thea and tells him that dancing is actually very fun.
She notes that for now, she can only follow his lead, and Theo asks her what could possibly be wrong with that.
A sudden, graceful sweep sounds as Theo dips Yuna during their dance.
The couple shares an intimate and romantic moment together on the dance floor.
Yuna promises to lead the dance once she masters the steps.
The black-haired man blushes and agrees to wait for that day.
Other couples join in on the elegant dance. The pair shares a tender embrace as the music continues.
The gentlemen gather on the balcony for a quiet drink.
Theo is invited to a hunting trip after expressing his gratitude for the evening.
Countess Eska asks the Grand Duchess about her experience at the salon.
Yuna smiles and describes the gathering as incredibly enjoyable.
The purple-haired woman admits she has long wished to extend an invitation.
She reflects on her past hesitation regarding the Grand Duke's unpredictable social preferences.
The other ladies express their own surprise at the Grand Duke's unexpected appearance.
Yuna warmly welcomes future invitations to their social circle.
She expresses how much she truly enjoys the company of the group.
The hostess is pleased and believes they will form a strong bond. Countess Eska reveals she is also an outsider to the duchy.
Yuna reacts with genuine surprise at the revelation.
The green-dressed woman explains that the Countess originally hailed from the Bios Empire.
The Countess shares how love led her to move to the capital and then here.
She admits her desire to befriend Yuna stemmed from their shared experience as newcomers.
Yuna is touched and praises the Countess for her immense kindness.
Yuna extends a formal invitation to the Countess for her upcoming wedding.
The Countess is honored and eagerly accepts the chance to attend. The ladies continue their tea party in high spirits. Time passes as the grand wedding day finally approaches. A sudden, anxious trembling sounds as Theo realizes the wedding is tomorrow. Theo paces nervously in his room as the weight of the occasion hits him.
A sudden, soft brush sounds as he reaches for a drink to steady himself.
He suddenly stops, fearing a drink will make him look unwell for the ceremony. A sudden, deep sigh sounds as Theo questions why he feels so unsettled.
A sudden, light rustle sounds as Yuna appears, catching Theo's full attention.
Theo explains he was waiting up for her so they could retire together. A sudden, soft brush sounds as Theo notices something has changed. Theo pulls his wife into a warm and protective embrace as a sudden, soft rustle sounds.
He expresses a deep desire to be near her today.
A sudden, startled flinch sounds as Theo notes she smells different this evening.
A sudden, rapid pulse sounds as Yuna blushes intensely, recalling the reason for her new scent.
Yuna reflects on her recent bath where the maids prepared her for the wedding. A sudden, playful whisper sounds as a maid makes a suggestive remark about the wedding night.
A sudden, panicked thud sounds as Yuna worries her earlier invitation was misinterpreted.
A sudden, quick tap sounds as Yuna nervously suggests they go to sleep. The night remains quiet outside the grand mansion windows. A sudden, awkward silence sounds as the couple lies together in the dark. Yuna finds it difficult to process that her wedding is so close.
Theo asks her about her planned trip to the dessert shop tomorrow. Yuna explains her desire to personally finish the wedding cake decorations.
Theo smiles and expresses his total confidence in her culinary abilities.
He reminds her to return by noon to begin the official preparations.
Theo confirms he will be at the temple to finalize the blessing prayer. He privately resolves to ensure their union is absolutely permanent. A sudden dark snicker sounds as Theo humorously imagines threatening the officiant to ensure the vows are binding forever.
Yulina calls out Theo's name as a sudden soft rustle sounds.
The couple discusses their upcoming marriage and how things will truly change tomorrow.
A sudden soft exhale sounds as she looks down. Theo gazes at his wife with affection.
Theo reassures Yulina that the ceremony won't change the essence of their life together.
He promises she will remain the Grand Duchess and mistress of his home.
A sudden low chuckle sounds as Theo suggests they will begin fulfilling their marital duties tomorrow night.
Yulina expresses her desire to remain his lover even after they are officially wed.
A sudden tight squeeze sounds as Theo pulls her into a deep embrace. She vows to be a dignified duchess, but admits she values being his lover above all else.
A sudden warm glow sounds as Theo blushes and tells her to do as she wishes.
Yulina asks if she should still return to the attic after the ceremony concludes.
A sudden heavy crash sounds as Theo vividly recalls their agreement to use separate rooms for a year.
Yulina waits expectantly for her husband's response.
A sudden sweet giggle sounds as she playfully asks if she should stay with him instead.
A sudden tight hold sounds as Theo embraces her, realizing he almost made a massive mistake.
Yulina notes they still have plenty of time to get to know each other.
Theo smirks and tells her he has a brilliant idea.
A sudden gentle lift sounds as he takes her chin and suggests they start right now.
Theo gazes intensely into his wife's ass.
He suggests they simply find ways to get to know each other much faster. The distance between the couple closes rapidly.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as they lean into an intimate moment together.
The pair shares a passionate kiss as the night deepens.
The morning of the wedding day arrives as a maid reminds Yulina to wear her cloak.
A sudden chilly breeze sounds as she explains the magical cloak will keep the Duchess warm.
The maid instructs the driver to head to the dessert shop while they make a quick stop.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as the driver agrees to wait in the freezing cold.
A sudden light rustle sounds as Yulina explains they are visiting a nearby jewelry shop.
A sudden bright shimmer sounds as she offers the driver a gift to buy himself something warm.
A sudden polite bow sounds as the driver expresses his deep gratitude for her kindness.
A sudden light laugh sounds as the maid teases that the Grand Duke is unaware of their detour.
A sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounds as Yulina arrives at her destination.
A sudden bright chime sounds as the shopkeeper welcomes the Grand Duchess.
A sudden soft slide sounds as Yulina asks if her special order is ready.
A sudden sharp click sounds as the woman reveals a blue sapphire necklace with a handcrafted cord.
A sudden amazed gasp sounds as the ladies admire the sturdiness and beauty of the piece.
A sudden happy beam sounds as Yulina explains the cord symbolizes eternity and health in her culture. A sudden cheerful laugh sounds as they imagine how touched Theo will be by the gift.
The shopkeeper mentions she has another item to present to the bride.
A sudden sharp click sounds as she reveals an exquisite white glass rose.
She explains it is a gift from the fruit shop owner Yulina once helped.
Yulina recalls the shop and the skewers of fruit she enjoyed there.
The woman notes the shop's success is due to her support, and they wish to show their thanks.
She offers her sincere congratulations on the upcoming wedding ceremony. A sudden happy laugh sounds as the maid exclaims the wedding finally feels like a reality.
The Grand Duchess accepts the glass rose with a warm smile.
Yulina looks forward to the celebration with a full heart. She focuses on the final details of the towering wedding pic.
A sudden happy giggle sounds as the chef praises her work for being truly exceptional. The silver-haired woman is relieved when the chef offers to handle the final wedding cake decorations. Her attention is caught by a sudden light rustle as the chef prepares something behind her. The chef presents several gift bags, offering his sincere congratulations on her upcoming marriage ceremony.
She thanks him for his kindness, but he insists the gratitude should truly be his.
He explains that the duchy has been supporting local merchants ever since the couple's recent public appearance. The chef notes the Grand Duke rarely visits the plaza and presents another gift he had been holding. Touched by Theo's hidden care for the people, Yuna promises to deliver the gift to her husband. A sudden bright chime sounds as the ladies leave the shop, commenting on the delicious scent of cookies. Marin suddenly stops as she spots something unexpected and troubling outside the shop window.
She realizes the coachman is waiting by the carriage rather than inside the shop as expected.
The brown-haired maid worries about him being in the cold and urges the Duchess to board quickly.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as they reach the carriage door to begin their journey back.
A sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounds as Marin reflects on how wonderful the couple's public outing was.
Marin mentions the public's praise, but Yuna humbly credits her husband for the positive impact on the city.
A sudden heavy lurch sounds as the carriage stops abruptly, cutting off Yuna's praise for Theo. Marin expresses her confusion and worry at the carriage coming to such a sudden halt.
A sudden sharp bang sounds as the door flies open to reveal a masked man in black.
Yuna reacts with horror, realizing this intruder is certainly not their intended coachman from the estate.
Mirren shouts for the Duchess to flee as the masked intruder lunges into the carriage.
A sudden pained cough sounds as the maid is brutally struck by the masked figure.
Yuna screams in terror as Mirren collapses and the black-cloaked kidnapper looms over them both. A sudden harsh tug sounds as the man grabs Mirren by the hair to use her as leverage.
He brandishes a dagger, warning the Duchess that her maid's life depends on her absolute cooperation. Yuna desperately demands to know his goal while pleading for him to release Mirren at once.
The kidnapper coldly claims he has only knocked the maid unconscious for the time being to ensure silence.
He orders Yuna to come quietly to avoid further harm, leaving her stunned and terrified.
A sudden muffled gasp sounds as the man presses a drugged cloth over Yuna's face.
As her vision fades, Yuna desperately resolves to stay conscious for the sake of her husband.
A sudden soft thud sounds as Yuna loses consciousness, dropping her gift as she is taken.
The distant mansion remains quiet and still, unaware of the tragedy unfolding on the road.
Theo admires the intricate details of the dressmaker's work, finding it quite impressive.
He expresses his eager anticipation for Yuna's arrival and her first appearance in her wedding dress.
Ulith checks his watch and notes that while the Duchess is late, she should arrive soon.
A sudden, frantic bang sounds as Mirren bursts into the room, looking injured and weeping. The maid frantically reports that a masked man suddenly appeared and intercepted their carriage.
Theo's expression turns murderous as he learns that his wife has been taken by an intruder.
Mirren collapses in despair, blaming herself while Ulith tries to steady her and gather more information. She explains that the kidnapper wore a mask, making it impossible for her to identify his face.
Theo calls out to his aide with a voice turned cold with absolute fury. He orders Ulith to immediately track the magical shadow he had secretly placed on Yuna for protection.
Theo commands a total lockdown, demanding the capture of anyone acting suspiciously between the estate and plaza. His rage peaks as he orders his men to seize every suspect, whether they are nobles or citizens.
The wedding dress stands alone among red roses, a somber reminder of the celebration now in jeopardy.
Snow falls silently through the evening sky as the capital enters a state of high alert.
A sudden low howl sounds as the wind whips around the silent buildings of the duchy.
Ulith reports that Khan was at the mansion strengthening security, but the shadows guarding Yuna were intercepted.
The aide confirms the total loss of the security detail with a grim and pained expression.
Theo is shocked by the elite guard's defeat and asks about the note found in the carriage.
A sudden, soft rustling sounds as Ulith hands over the kidnapper's note for the Duke's inspection.
Theo reads the ransom note demanding 1 ton of magic stones within 3 days for Yuna's life. Theo's fist tightens as he attributes the kidnapping to the refugees. He explains that these people have harbored resentment since losing the war.
Ulith reflects on the unfairness of his master bearing all the kingdom's hatred.
Theo suspects a refugee from the wall village spotted his wife previously.
He notes the distance suggests the plan was formed well in advance.
Theo questions his aide about who knew the Duchess's travel plans. Ulith names Princess Letitia and the mansion staff as potential sources.
Theo orders a total lockdown on the estate, including high-ranking guests.
He dismisses Princess Letitia's status with a cold, piercing gaze.
Ulith acknowledges the command while preparing to share another crucial detail.
The aide reveals that Yulina's secret errand involved a gift for him.
Theo stares at the sapphire necklace, realization hitting him hard. A sudden, quick top sounds as Theo orders his elite forces into action.
He commands his aide to deliver a terrifying ultimatum to the refugees.
A dark declaration begins to take shape in the silence.
The weight of the threat hangs heavy over the missing Duchess.
Theo vows to execute 1 hostage every minute until his wife returns.
A sudden, quick blink sounds as Yulina finally opens her eyes.
She struggles to understand her surroundings while feeling the biting cold.
The Duchess realizes she has been imprisoned within a stone cell.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as a heavy door is opened.
A masked man approaches, noting that his high-profile prisoner has regained consciousness.
A sudden, sharp clank sounds as she desperately asks about her maid's safety.
The captor removes his cloak, revealing the face of a desperate man.
A sudden, quick toss sounds as he discards his warm fur-lined wrap. He mockingly praises the magic-infused garment while lamenting his people's suffering.
The man claims that magic stones could have saved his dying children.
He wonders if the Duke values his wife more than his hoard.
Yulina weeps at the cruelty of her wedding day being ruined.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as he slams his fist against the bars.
He insists they were driven to this after being ignored while dying.
The captor demands to know why they were denied help in their need.
He admits his desire to kill her while barely containing his rage.
A sudden, low growl sounds as a massive wolf enters the shadows.
Yulina recoils in terror as the beast's eyes glow with hunger.
He warns her that the untamed beast will kill her if she flees. The man tells her to direct her resentment toward her husband. A sudden, loud bang sounds as the heavy door slams shut again. Left alone, Yulina gazes out through the narrow bars of her cell.
She notices white flakes drifting down from the dark, wintry sky.
The Duchess laments the snow falling on what should be her wedding night.
A sudden, tight squeeze sounds as she recalls their promise to be together.
She weeps, fearing that Theo will now forever associate the snow with pain. Back at the mansion, guests wonder why the bride is so delayed. The noblewomen are thankful they delivered the cake before the blizzard worsened. A sudden, loud crash sounds as Theo bursts into the drawing room.
The Grand Duke stands silhouetted by the doorway, radiating a murderous aura.
A sudden, sharp rise sounds as a blonde woman hears the kidnapping report.
Theo informs the room that the refugees are responsible for the crime.
His eyes burn with a cold fire as he prepares for war. Theo warns Princess Letitia that his retribution will target her husband, her family, and even her homeland. The noblewomen are struck with fear, frantically claiming they would never dream of harming the Grand Duchess. Theo stands with an oppressive aura, offering a final chance to confess before he discards all mercy. He cold-heartedly declares that the blonde princess is forbidden from returning home until Yulina is found. A sudden, quick nod sounds as Letitia desperately promises to provide any assistance necessary to save the Duchess. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as the maid reflects on the cruelty of her lady's special day being ruined. The brown-haired maid cries out in a fit of absolute grief and desperation over the kidnapping. A sudden, quick nod sounds as the green-haired noblewoman acknowledges the gravity of the Duke's decree.
A sudden, light tap sounds as a hand reaches out to address the Grand Duke during the interrogation.
Letitia suggests that Lady Eska might be a potential ally if the refugees are indeed behind the crime. Theo questions the connection, prompting the princess to explain that the lady often volunteers in the Wall District. Letitia recalls hearing that a refugee owes the lady a significant debt, catching the attention of the room. She describes a memory of a refugee servant being quietly sent away by Lady Eska to protect their identity. Theo remains skeptical, finding it odd that someone would show such selfless kindness to a hidden refugee. A sudden, soft slide sounds as a hand reaches out to take a relevant document for the investigation.
The scene shifts to the purple-haired Lady Eska, who silently reviews a letter in her hands.
A sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounds as a carriage races through the snowy mountains under a dark sky.
Ulith reports that the elite knights and shadow guards are currently scouring every corner of the capital.
A sudden low hum sounds as Ulith urges the exhausted Duke to rest while the snow continues to fall. A sudden heavy rattle sounds as Theo worries about his wife being exposed to the freezing winter temperatures.
Theo refuses to rest, explaining that he cannot stop while Yulina's location remains a terrifying mystery.
A sudden low growl sounds as Theo stares out at the falling snow with intense simmering hatred.
He vows that he will never allow the winter to steal another person precious to him again.
A haunting memory of two figures lying motionless in a blizzard flashes through the Duke's mind. A sudden loud bang sounds as someone announces the Grand Duke's arrival to the noble couple. The dark-haired man and Lady Eska greet him, asking if the Duchess's rumored illness has improved. Theo ignores the pleasantries, stating coldly that he has specific business with the Countess of Eska. He mentions her past as the daughter of a viscount from the eastern region to establish his knowledge. Lady Eska remains composed, confirming her lineage with a calm and polite expression.
Theo asks where she learned the legend of the Blue Wolf, and she claims it was from an old bookstore.
A sudden, quick nod sounds as the Duke identifies the specific shop, and she agrees with his assessment.
The atmosphere turns tense as Lady Eska realizes the Duke finds her explanation suspicious and strange.
Theo reveals that the bookstore owner claimed to have no knowledge of such a legend existing in his shop. Lady Eska attempts to dismiss the discrepancy, suggesting the owner simply cannot remember every volume in his inventory. The conversation turns dark as the topic of the missing magic stones is abruptly raised. Theo declares that he has absolutely no intention of negotiating or bargaining for his wife's life. A sudden, sharp clack sounds as the Duke places a vial of divine-infused poison on the table. Ulith explains that the potion is a truth serum that will cause immediate death if the user tells a lie. The dark-haired man is visibly shaken as Theo directs his murderous gaze toward the Countess once more. A sudden, soft pop sounds as Ulith presents a pill, while the Duke threatens to execute every refugee by morning. Theo pours the poison into a cup, noting how the Emperor has long desired the extermination he once blocked. A sudden, low splash sounds as Theo reflects on how the Emperor might finally smile at the coming bloodbath. Theo orders the Countess to drink and answer his questions while her husband pleads for a misunderstanding.
The dark-haired man gasps in shock as he witnesses the Duke's cold and unrelenting interrogation methods.
A sudden, sharp gulp sounds as Lady Eska seizes the cup and drinks the poison to prove her resolve. A sudden, sharp clink sounds as she sets the empty cup down, preparing to confront the Duke first.
Lady Eska describes the horrific conditions outside the walls, stating that the winter has become a living hell.
She recounts how the Duke's troops exploited the refugees like slaves and seized their precious magic stones.
A sudden, tight grab sounds as her husband demands to know why she cares so much about the commoner's plight.
A sudden, sharp slap sounds as Lady Eska yells the truth, revealing that she is a refugee herself.
The dark-haired man reacts in shock as Lady Eska reveals she was sold as a child to replace a nobleman's daughter.
A haunting memory shows her being taken from her family, who were falsely promised magic stones in exchange for her life.
A sudden, tight grip sounds as she weeps with rage, recounting how her people were left with absolutely nothing.
Theo watches coldly as she assures him the Grand Duchess is currently unharmed and held in a safe location.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the purple-haired woman collapses to her knees, offering to reveal the secret location.
She screams her ultimatum, promising the location only if the Duke vows to provide aid to the dying refugees.
Her husband stands frozen in silence, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation of his wife's true identity and past. A sudden, sharp ring sounds as Theo draws his sword, coldly dismissing her bargaining attempts regarding his wife's safety.
A sudden, sharp ring sounds as the Duke levels his blade at her throat, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
The dark-haired husband panics as the Countess declares she has no fear of death if it helps her people. She cries out in desperation, questioning how he can ignore the children dying outside his walls while hoarding magic stones. A sudden, low growl sounds as Theo sneers, labeling her emotional pleas as nothing more than final, pathetic excuses. He tells her that if she truly wanted to help, she should have used her noble status to find legitimate solutions. Theo suggests she could have petitioned the council through her husband or stolen the technology herself to save the refugees.
He towers over her with disgust, calling her a coward for preying on the most vulnerable person instead of targeting him.
The Duke demands the final location of his wife while maintaining the lethal edge of his blade against her skin. Tears stream down her face as she realizes the cold cruelty of the man she is trying to bargain with.
She finally breaks, detailing an abandoned house in the basement along the west road outside the castle walls.
A sudden, sharp gulp sounds as she swallows her pride and fear while the sword remains dangerously close.
A sudden, quick whoosh sounds as Theo turns away, ordering his aide to prepare for their immediate rescue mission.
A sudden, rhythmic click-clack sounds as the Grand Duke strides out of the room without a backward glance. The dark-haired man stares at his wife in disbelief, his world crumbling as he realizes the depth of her lies. A sudden tight grab sounds as he pulls her close, demanding to know if her entire life with him was a deception.
He looks at her with a broken expression, desperately asking if she ever felt any genuine love for him.
Lady Eska looks up at him with a hollow gaze, her face pale as the effects of the poison take hold.
A sudden wet splash sounds as a violent crimson stain erupts across the white background.
The Countess suddenly vomits blood, her body finally succumbing to the lethal Truth Serum she consumed.
A sudden hacking cough sounds as she collapses, coughing up more blood while her husband watches in absolute horror.
A sudden hacking cough sounds as she admits her failed attempt to love him before her strength fades.
A sudden hacking cough sounds as she begs the blonde aide to deliver a final message to the Duke.
A sudden sharp wheeze sounds as she tells her husband she doesn't seek his forgiveness for her actions. The dying woman gasps out her final words, asking Ulith to tell the Grand Duchess how truly sorry she is.
A sudden soft thud sounds as her hand drops limply to the floor, marking the end of her life. A sudden quick whoosh sounds as the aide turns to leave the grieving man alone with his deceased wife. Darkness descends over the mansion as the scene shifts away from the tragedy of the Eska household.
A plate of simple potatoes sits on the cold stone floor of the Duchess's dark prison cell.
A sudden soft slide sounds as Yulina offers food to her companion, knowing they need strength to survive.
A sudden rhythmic munch sounds as a massive white wolf gently takes the potato from her hand.
A sudden rhythmic munch sounds as she pets the beast, reminding it of the secret promise they made together.
A sudden rhythmic munch sounds as she vows to bring the creature with her when she finally escapes.
A sudden sharp gulp sounds as the Duchess reflects on the desperation that drove the refugees to kidnap her. A sudden soft slide sounds as she reveals a sharp shard, determined to escape rather than become a burden to Theo.
A sudden rhythmic click-clack sounds as footsteps approach the cell door, signaling the arrival of a visitor.
A sudden sharp crack sounds as she readies her makeshift weapon, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as she warns her captor to release her immediately before she takes action.
The Duchess cries out in the darkness, her resolve hardening as she prepares for a dangerous confrontation.
A sudden, low hum sounds as she plans to lure the man close so the wolf can attack.
A sudden bright flash sounds as she hears a familiar voice calling her name from the shadows.
A sudden, heavy wheeze sounds as Theo appears before the bars, looking worn but desperate to reach her.
A sudden, sharp clink sounds as a set of iron keys falls to the ground in front of the cell.
Theo finds his wife in the dark, cold cell. A sudden, quick dash sounds as Theo rushes to her side. Theo identifies himself and wraps her in his warm cloak.
Yulina feels relieved and becomes overcome with sudden sleepiness.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as she asks to save the wolf. A sudden, soft thud sounds as Yulina faints in Theo's arms.
Ulith suggests she is suffering a shock from severe hypothermia.
Theo orders a carriage to take her to the temple.
The scene shifts to the temple the next morning.
A healer reports that her hypothermia is finally improving.
The teal-haired woman examines the unconscious silver-haired Duchess. Theo watches over his wife with a somber expression.
The priestess asks about the unexpected and sudden arrival.
She mentions the treatment of the massive blue wolf.
Theo explains the kidnapping and their current investigation efforts.
The priestess recalls Yulina's previous happiness regarding her wedding.
Theo dismisses the healer's advice for his own rest. He coldly orders the priestess to leave him alone.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as the priestess exits the room.
A sudden, sharp click sounds as Theo stands over the bed. A sudden, soft slide sounds as he strokes her face.
Yulina finally opens her eyes and speaks his name.
Theo is relieved as she asks if they are home.
A sudden, soft hum sounds as he explains their current location.
Yulina insists on sitting up despite her stiff body.
Theo assures her that the wolf is also recovering well.
He looks away, consumed by intense feelings of guilt.
Theo apologizes for the suffering she endured because of them.
A sudden, soft hum sounds as she holds his hand. She worries about Theo being alone during the blizzard.
Yulina smiles warmly at her husband to comfort him.
A sudden, sharp ring sounds as Theo mentions the magic stones.
Yulina expresses her wish to help the desperate refugees.
A sudden, quick whoosh sounds as Theo rejects her request.
Yulina admits her own foolishness regarding her marriage to him.
She begs him to reconsider his stance on helping men.
A sudden, quick whoosh sounds as she asks about a bracelet. Theo identifies the wedding gift with the blue gemstone.
Yulina explains she prepared it specifically for her husband.
Theo confirms that the gift is safe at the mansion. She asks why he was not wearing it yesterday.
Theo explains he could not wear the gift before the wedding.
Yulina expresses how much she looked forward to their marriage.
The noble couple shares a quiet moment of mutual understanding.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Yulina suggested San.
Theo proposes holding their wedding here at the temple.
Yulina is completely stunned by his sudden and romantic offer.
A sudden sharp zap sounds as Theo flinches at her reaction.
She tells him to rest his haggard and exhausted face.
Yulina smiles, promising a wedding once they both recover. Theo stares forward with a grim but focused expression on his face.
Ulith reports that the remaining refugees in the black market have been dealt with.
The aide explains that Count Eska is unwell and currently under a physician's care.
Ulith mentions that Delulkin has heard about the Duchess's safety and is arriving soon.
Theo commands that Delulkin must not see Yulina until she is fully recovered.
The aide asks for instructions regarding the large group of refugees at the city wall.
Theo orders their identities changed and directs the children to be sent to an orphanage.
He proposes an exclusive magic stone trade with Ashlyn in exchange for taking the refugees.
Ulith is shocked by the proposal, recognizing the significant leverage Ashlyn has long desired.
Theo insists refugees earn citizenship through work and directs all gratitude toward the Duchess.
Ulith moves to begin his work, but his master stops him for one more task. The blonde aide looks back with a confused and curious expression on his face.
Theo orders that their wedding ceremony be prepared immediately for Yulina's sake.
He strides out of the room, leaving the aide to handle the new arrangements. A sudden, sharp thud sounds as the door closes behind the departing Duke.
Ulith stands alone, feeling a familiar sense of being overwhelmed by his massive workload. A sudden, quick scritch sounds as he begins frantically taking notes on his pad.
He is dazed by the sheer number of international and local crises he must manage.
A close-up shows the warm and satisfied smile of the silver-haired woman.
Ulith resolves to finish all his tasks, even if it means sacrificing his sleep.
A chibi style shows the couple sleeping peacefully together amidst many floating hearts. The scene shifts through a montage of various characters from the ongoing story.
Morning light floods through the tall windows of the mansion as a new day begins.
Theo groans softly as he slowly wakes up from his long and deep slumber. His eyes widen in surprise as he realizes someone is looking down at him.
Yulina hovers over him, asking how he feels now that he is finally awake.
She questions his health while he remains frozen in shock at her sudden proximity.
The silver-haired woman leans in closer, teasingly suggesting that they start the morning with a kiss. Theo flushes a deep crimson, stumbling over his words as she playfully mocks his embarrassment.
He remains utterly flustered while she continues to tease him about his reaction.
A dark background underscores his internal confusion about the weight he suddenly feels.
Theo gasps in pain, feeling an incredible and unexpected weight crushing his chest.
He coughs and sputters, trying to apologize to his wife while gasping for air.
The massive white wolf stares down at him with an intense and judgmental expression. Theo continues to choke as the wolf remains firmly planted on top of him.
Yulina speaks from the side of the bed, asking if he has finally recovered.
She stands tall in a beautiful pink gown, looking healthy, radiant, and completely healed.
Theo admits he feels better, but points at the wolf in complete confusion.
He explains that the creature was brought in to keep her company while he slept. Yulina pets the massive beast, noting she couldn't walk it while tending to him.
Theo realizes that the fierce creature has been completely tamed by his wife's kindness.
She assures him of her health while the wolf glares at him with narrowed eyes.
Yulina beams at her husband with a joyful and bright expression on her face.
Theo looks back at her with a gentle, loving smile of his own.
The Duke and Duchess share a quiet moment of connection as they lace their fingers. A priest sits at a grand organ, playing music that fills the entire temple. The altar is meticulously decorated with an abundance of white flowers and lit candles.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as the massive temple doors are swung open.
Theo and Yulina enter the sanctuary together, dressed in their magnificent wedding attire.
The happy couple stands together at the end of the aisle, ready to begin their future. A sudden, soft step sounds as Theo and Yulina approach the altar. Ulith adjusts his glasses, admitting the immense trouble required to prepare the ceremony.
Theo notes that seeing his wife so happy makes every struggle worth it.
The couple prepares for their vows.
The priestess directs the couple to face one another before the altar.
A sudden, low cough sounds as the priestess begins the formal inquiry of commitment.
Theo vows to remain by her side in times of joy and sorrow.
Yulina reflects on the long prayer regarding their past and future lives.
The priestess officiates with a smile. Theo stands tall at the altar.
Theo confirms his devotion with a resolute and public declaration. Yulina awaits the seal of commitment.
A sudden, rhythmic clap sounds as Ulith and the staff celebrate the union.
The priestess instructs the new couple to seal their sacred vow with a kiss.
Yulina admits to herself that she feels more nervous today than ever before. A sudden soft slide sounds as Theo leans in to seal the kiss.
They share a romantic wedding kiss.
Theo whispers her name as they pull apart. Theo is overwhelmed by his emotions.
Yulina beams, explaining her happiness comes from having Theo as her husband.
They embrace as a married couple.
Winter snow falls on the mansion.
Marin and Letitia rush into the room, crying out in relief at her safety.
Marin weeps while apologizing for failing to protect her, but Yulina offers gentle comfort.
Letitia expresses her immense joy at Yulina's safe return as they share a warm reunion.
A sudden, sharp clank sounds as an armored knight approaches the group.
The red-haired woman formally requests to resign from her previous position as a maid.
She declares her intent to serve as Yulina's personal knight, much to the Duchess's surprise.
The head butler leads the staff in expressing their delight at her safe return. A sudden, sharp creak sounds as doors open for the special celebration. A sudden, soft roll sounds as Chef Hans wheels in a massive wedding cake. Hans admits the flavor might vary, but he tried to replicate the original design.
Yulina is thrilled to see the cake, noting the phrase she wrote is identical.
Theo asks if she was the one who originally wrote the message.
Yulina confirms she would have written it herself under normal circumstances. Yulina expresses her gratitude to Hans for the perfect recreation.
Theo thanks his wife while she reacts with bashful surprise at his affection.
Ulith interrupts the tender moment to apologize for his necessary intrusion.
The massive wolf enters the room.
A sudden, quick dash sounds as Yulina joyfully invites the wolf to approach.
Theo is baffled as to why he is having such a visceral reaction.
Yulina explains her friendship with the creature and plans to keep it at the mansion.
The butler and chef express their nervous concern regarding the massive creature.
Yulina tells them not to worry and asks the wolf if it is ready.
A sudden, bright poof sounds as the beast transforms into a puppy. The staff cries out in unified shock at the sudden transformation.
Letitia pets the animal, amazed by its ability to change size and its softness.
Everyone gathers around the creature while Theo looks on with visible exasperation. Theo questions the reality of the situation.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as Theo fumes, remembering how it only growls at him.
Theo's inner monologue reflects his disbelief that the creature snuggles so comfortably in Yulina's arms.
Yulina giggles at the puppy's ticklish licks, while Theo fumes internally that he should be the one in her embrace. The scene shifts to a vibrant illustration of a red-haired woman wearing a fierce and determined expression.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as Yulina peeks through the large doors of the study.
She enters the room and notes that Theo is still awake, surprising the Duke as he calls out her name.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Theo stands up and explains he thought she was sleeping with Princess Letitia tonight. Yulina beams, reminding her husband that she would never leave his side on the day they held their wedding.
A sudden, warm flush sounds as Theo's face turns deep red at her romantic and devoted words. A close-up captures her affectionate gaze as she looks toward him with a racing heart.
Yulina recalls Marin applying a sweet-smelling oil for her before she came to find him.
A chibi-style scene depicts Ray and the maids teaching Yulina various things to prepare her for the night.
She notes to herself that they are currently at his desk rather than in their bed.
A sudden, soft flutter sounds as she wonders if he intends to start with a kiss at the desk again.
A chibi Yulina excitedly prepares herself for whatever romantic gesture he might make.
Theo leans in close, asking his wife to hold on for just a moment.
A sudden, quick slide sounds as he reaches toward her and she reacts with a start.
Yulina is surprised when he presents a gift instead of the kiss she expected, telling her to take it.
He explains that he was not able to prepare the gift properly since the ceremony was held at the temple.
A sudden, soft click sounds as he opens a red jewelry box to reveal a radiant pink gemstone ring.
Theo holds the box toward her, watching for her reaction to the exquisite gift.
Yulina nods happily, agreeing to accept the beautiful token of his affection.
A sudden, gentle slide sounds as Theo carefully places the stunning ring on her finger.
Yulina is moved by its beauty, while Theo expresses his relief that the jewelry pleases her.
Theo secretly notes that the jewel was taken from the tiara of an invaded and defeated nation.
Yulina admires the ring on her hand, her heart full of love for her husband.
Theo gazes at her with a gentle smile, wishing for Yulina to stay by his side forever.
She tells him that she has never seen a more beautiful jewel in her entire life.
Yulina remarks that his gift feels incredibly grand compared to the bracelet she gave him. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Theo counters that her bracelet is far more charming in his eyes.
She notes that the colors of the jewels in their gifts match the colors of their eyes.
The silver-haired woman smiles brightly while holding her hands together in joy.
A close-up shows the depth of Theo's eyes as he confirms that it truly seems to be the case.
Theo leans in close, remarking on the incredibly sweet fragrance that surrounds her.
A sudden, low breath sounds as his proximity makes Yulina feel a tickling sensation.
A sudden, quick sniff sounds as he asks what she has been doing before coming to the study.
A sudden, firm tug sounds as he pulls her into a passionate and desperate embrace. A sudden, heavy thump sounds as Yulina feels her heart beat wildly against him. A sudden, quick slide sounds as he tilts her head back to look into her eyes.
A close-up shows his intense and focused expression as he prepares to close the distance.
A close-up captures the moment of shared intimacy just before their lips meet.
A sudden, soft moan sounds as the couple shares a deep and loving wedding kiss.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as they embrace passionately against the desk. Yulina is overwhelmed with emotion as the kiss deepens and she blushes intensely.
A sudden, firm tap sounds as Theo's hand grips the edge of the desk during their encounter.
Theo whispers her name while she grabs his shirt with trembling hands.
Yulina looks up at him with a blush, admitting her desire to go to bed together.
Theo is momentarily stunned by her directness, his eyes widening in surprise.
A sudden, quick whoosh sounds as he sweeps her up into his arms to carry her.
A sudden, soft gulp sounds as Yulina reacts to his sudden and decisive movement. The warm light of the mansion window glows brightly against the quiet night sky.
A sudden, soft kiss sounds as Theo carries his wife toward their bed. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Yulina realizes their first night as a married couple is truly beginning.
A sudden, soft flap sounds as the scene focuses on the preparation for their intimate evening.
A sudden, soft flap sounds as Theo surprises a blushing Yulina by tucking her under a blanket.
Yulina asks why he is covering her, and Theo explains that she is currently running a fever.
A sudden, firm tap sounds as Theo ignores her denials, noting that even her voice is shaking. A sudden, low cough sounds as Theo points out that her symptoms are becoming more obvious.
Yulina wonders if he is right, while Theo advises her to eat more frequently to recover her strength.
Yulina blushes intensely, questioning why he would kiss her so deeply if he already knew she was ill.
Theo jokingly claims that he was only trying to take the cold away from her through his affection. A sudden, gentle stroke sounds as Theo comforts her, telling her not to worry as she rests. Yulina is amazed by the beautiful new room that has been prepared for her and her companion.
Ulith asks if she is satisfied with the grand and elegantly decorated living space.
A sudden, quick patter sounds as Yulina thanks Ulith for providing a room for her and the wolf.
Ulith admits his relief at seeing her so happy, despite his own visible exhaustion.
A flashback reveals Theo reflecting on the need for a room for the wolf the previous evening.
Theo instructs Ulith to build the new room directly next to his personal study.
Ulith notes the complexity of the project, estimating it will take at least a month to finish.
Theo demands that the entire large-scale construction be ready by the following morning.
A sudden heavy thump sounds as Theo radiates an intense and undeniable pressure to get his way.
Theo remains firm in his demand, insisting that the project be completed by the next morning.
Ulith reflects on the harrowing experience of finishing the impossible construction in a single day.
A sudden soft roll sounds as Ulith offers his assistance while the puppy wolf plays nearby.
Ulith hesitates as he prepares to deliver a more serious and personal message to the Duchess.
Ulith formally offers a sincere apology for his perceived failures in protecting her. Yulina is confused by his words, but Ulith insists her previous suffering was due to his lack of ability.
Yulina counters that she is the one who should feel sorry, especially regarding Marin's injury.
Ulith reassures her that Marin has grown stronger and is working harder than ever to support her.
Ulith shares that Theo has already sent magic stones and food supplies to help her hometown.
Ulith adds that Theo intends for them to visit Luwah Island together once the winter season ends.
Yulina is deeply moved, realizing Theo was caring for her past life while she was focused elsewhere.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as Ulith admires how the Duke performs noble deeds without a word.
A sudden quick hop sounds as Ulith expresses his wish for the couple to finally live in peace.
The narrative notes the immense joy of seeing the Duke finally united with the woman he loves. A sudden soft purr sounds as Yulina embraces the small creature, her heart full of contentment.
Yulina attempts to reassure her guests that she is perfectly healthy and doing well.
A sudden loud sob sounds as the Tea Pie members weep with relief over her safe return. The ladies describe the intense shock and worry they felt when they first heard she had disappeared.
A sudden, firm nod sounds as they express their deep gratitude that she returned home safely.
Yulina is touched by the group's sincere devotion and concern for her well-being.
A sudden soft slide sounds as the lady in green presents a special wedding gift from the group.
She explains they discovered the secret wedding after Theo returned guest gifts and sent personal letters.
Yulina is confused about the returned gifts, which included beautifully crafted soaps and chocolates.
The ladies giggle while discussing how news of their marriage has likely spread throughout the Empire.
Yulina smiles bashfully before Princess Letitia shyly calls out to get her attention.
Letitia presents a personal gift of a handkerchief she embroidered with Yulina's name.
Yulina is moved by the gesture as Letitia offers her sincere congratulations on the marriage.
A sudden soft squeeze sounds as the two sisters share an affectionate moment and hold hands.
Letitia's expression turns solemn as she reveals that she must return to the Empire tonight.
Letitia thanks everyone for their care, tearfully admitting how much she will miss the duchy.
The lady in green presents a separate gift to Princess Letitia, asking her to accept it.
Princess Letitia is startled while Yulina calls out her name from behind.
A sudden soft slide sounds as Yulina presents a beautifully wrapped gift box with a large golden bow. A sudden soft click sounds as Letitia opens the box to find a pen and a journal.
A chibi Yulina promises that she will definitely write letters to her sister. The tea group excitedly invites Letitia to join them for tea again during her next visit. A sudden soft squeeze sounds as Letitia hugs the gift, promising to write back for sure.
The lady in red is shocked by the princess's intense determination and asks where she learned to speak so boldly.
Letitia explains she is simply repeating what the Duke said yesterday, leaving the other ladies flustered. Yulina blushes at her sister's words, thinking that her husband can be quite excessive.
Time passes, and the next day arrives. The grand mansion stands tall against the backdrop of snowy, majestic mountains.
A sudden, firm thud sounds as the Duke walks down the corridor of his home. Theo reflects on how quiet the house feels now that Letitia has departed.
He pauses his thoughts, recalling the final meeting he had with her before she left.
In a flashback, Theo asks the young princess if she is truly returning to the Empire soon.
A sudden, gentle stroke sounds as he pats her head, commanding her to go and conquer the academy. He notes to himself that his encouragement should help her maintain her confidence during her studies.
Theo smirks to himself, wondering if they might soon have a child who resembles Yulina.
A sudden, sharp tap sounds as he comes to a halt in the hallway.
A sudden, sharp creak sounds as he pushes aside his romantic thoughts to focus on pressing business.
A sudden, heavy thump sounds as Delulkin stands up to greet the Duke while Yulina sits nearby.
Yulina beams at her husband's arrival, noting that Uncle Delulkin has just arrived as well.
A sudden, soft sniff sounds as Delulkin wipes away a fake tear, claiming he was overcome with relief. Delulkin describes how his heart broke upon hearing of her kidnapping, while Yuna insists she is perfectly fine.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Theo sits down, while Delulkin remarks on the Duke's consideration.
Theo abruptly cuts him off, demanding to know the reason for his visit and mentioning the dog he brought up. Delulkin explains that now the refugee situation is handled, he intends to visit the Duchess as often as possible.
He argues that he must take responsibility for her since he brought her here, but Theo dismisses the claim as ridiculous.
Theo glares with an intense purple aura, mentally plotting to send the man to rot in a magic stone mine.
Delulkin introduces the man with him as a highly skilled healer and priest from the Bios Temple.
He suggests the priest should examine Yulina, but Theo questions the necessity of such an action.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as the priest explains his divine power allows for a detailed diagnosis through a simple handshake. Delulkin insists on the checkup despite Yulina's protests, asking her to simply hold the priest's hand.
A sudden, soft slide sounds as Yulina reluctantly reaches out toward the priest's hand. A sudden, loud growl sounds as the wolf pup in her lap suddenly displays a terrifying and aggressive intent. A sudden, sharp whoosh sounds as the pup transforms into a massive beast and lunges at the priest.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Delulkin realizes the creature is a blue wolf and begs her to stop it.
Yulina struggles to restrain the massive beast, asking it what is wrong as the men cower in fear.
Theo remains calm, telling them not to worry and noting that the creature's protective nature is sometimes quite admirable.
Yulina admits she is powerless when the wolf is in such a foul mood as the beast continues its assault. A sudden cold shiver sounds as the two men are paralyzed with fear by the presence of the beast. A sudden low breath sounds as Theo glares at the pair, ordering them to get out immediately.
Later, outside the mansion, Delulkin asks the priest about his plans now that their mission has failed.
A sudden soft rustle sounds as the priest laments losing his justification to meet the Duchess or verify her power. A sudden low gasp sounds as he shows his hand, which is already rotting away from drinking tainted holy water.
A sudden cold shiver sounds as he regrets not being able to hold her hand while Delulkin offers a hollow comfort. Delulkin asks why he couldn't sense the girl's magical current even though he has the ability to read power.
He explains that recognizing an imprinting partner is ultimately how one confirms if a couple truly loves each other. The priest notes that most people wait for the 1-year mark of marriage to imprint safely, even without love.
Delulkin smirks as he reflects on the intense and possessive way the Grand Duke looked at Yulina today.
Rumors of the royal couple's affection have spread across the duchy as observers recall seeing them together with the giant wolf. The public notes how the two have spent intimate private time in the plaza and even sent out personal wedding gifts.
Delulkin decides there is nothing left to observe and plans to suggest that they proceed with the imprinting ritual immediately.
Outside the mansion walls, the blindfolded priest from the Bios Temple listens as Delulkin shares his manipulative schemes.
Delulkin smiles coldly, thinking that they have absolutely nothing to lose even if the imprinting fails to occur as planned. As the two conspirators prepare to return to the Empire, a mysterious figure watches them from the shadows. A man in a dark hood stares silently from the trees, his expression unreadable as he monitors the departing guests. A sudden, soft pour sounds as tea is served during a quiet meeting within the walls of a grand temple.
Theo sits across from a green-haired priestess, asking her where he can find the specific priest of Bios who recently visited.
She explains the man left at dawn in poor health, though Theo remains skeptical of the man's supposed healing skills.
Theo reveals he came specifically to pass along a message intended for a man named Perkos.
The priestess clarifies that Perkos is the high-ranking priest currently serving at the Daphne Temple.
Theo instructs her to warn Perkos that the Bios priest attempted to harm the Saintess using tainted holy water.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as the priestess reacts in shock, asking the Duke if he is certain about such a grave accusation.
Theo explains that tainting holy water is a divine impossibility unless the perpetrator possesses power equal to the god Daphne.
The priestess is left deeply unsettled, struggling to comprehend the terrifying implications of what is happening in the shadows.
A sudden, sharp realization sounds as a new and startling theory begins to form in her mind.
She realizes that the Grand Duke has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to protect the Saintess this entire time.
A sudden, sharp clock sounds as Theo sets down his cup, his gaze turning serious as he waits for her response.
She wonders if his decision to marry the Saintess was also a calculated move to ensure her safety from the temple's reach. The priestess jumps to a wild conclusion that Theo is actively trying to eliminate a dangerous threat to the god Daphne.
A sudden, firm shout sounds as the priestess stands and swears she will find Priest Perkos to deliver the urgent message.
Theo agrees, adding that he will personally investigate ancient and forbidden records for answers about the tainted water. He notes that the Bios priest's actions suggest a much deeper and more sinister plan than simple healing.
The priestess looks away with a bead of sweat on her face, feeling the weight of the Duke's dark suspicions.
A flashback reveals the Bios priest reaching for the Saintess with a rotting hand, proving his intent to seize her power.
A sudden low hum sounds as Theo contemplates the priest's true goal of verifying the Saintess's divine identity.
The scene shifts back to the Duke's grand estate, which remains nestled among the vast and snowy mountains.
A sudden, quick patter sounds as Delulkin rushes out to greet the Duke, who has just arrived home with his aide.
Theo glares at the man, questioning why he is visiting so frequently and asking if his official work is really that light.
Delulkin offers a hollow and polite smile, unaffected by the Duke's clear irritation at his presence.
Delulkin suggests they visit the Bios temple next week, but Theo demands to know the reason for such a sudden trip.
Delulkin argues they must complete the imprinting ritual now to ensure an heir is born to the duchy before long. Theo shuts him down instantly, stating firmly that there will be no heir and no need to rush the ritual.
A sudden, quick scuffle sounds as Delulkin gasps in shock, asking if that means the marriage has not been consummated yet.
Theo smiles mockingly, explaining he only held the wedding ceremony so people would realize he was actually married.
Delulkin begins to argue using the girl's name, but he is immediately cut off by the Duke's rising anger.
A sudden, cold pressure sounds as Theo orders Delulkin to address her only as Grand Duchess, never by her personal name. A chibi Delulkin trembles in fear, quickly apologizing and agreeing to follow the Duke's strict command.
A sudden, quick turn sounds as Theo walks away, leaving the flustered Delulkin calling out after him. Delulkin is left standing alone, his voice trailing off as the Duke disappears down the long corridor.
Outside, the winter wind howls through the pine trees on the edge of the snowy mountain range.
Theo exhales a sudden, cold breath and tells himself to get a grip, reminding himself he is doing this for Yuna.
A sudden sharp knock sounds as Theo pauses at a door, calling out to ask if Yuna is currently inside the room. Yulina turns around with a bright expression, her face lighting up with pure joy at the sight of her husband.
She smiles radiantly at him, her eyes shining with warmth and affection amidst a backdrop of blooming flowers.
A sudden, heavy thumping sounds as Theo's heart races and his face flushes red, overwhelmed by her sheer beauty. A sudden, soft sigh sounds as Theo nervously asks if she remembers her promise to share a room after 1 year of marriage.
Yulina looks up at him with a confused but gentle expression, wondering why he is bringing up that specific topic now.
Theo reflects on his habit of saying things he doesn't truly mean, noting how it makes him feel bitter. Facing the silver-haired Duchess, Theo insists that it would be best for them to keep their promise regarding separate rooms.
Yulina looks up in shock, arguing that they should instead focus on getting to know each other at a slower pace.
She questions his sudden change of heart, asking why he is so insistently pushing for distance right now.
A sudden, sharp clench sounds as her hand tightens and she begins to make a final demand of her husband.
Yulina pulls Theo into a passionate kiss, her face flushed as the room fills with a romantic glow.
Pushing him away as a sudden, sharp whoosh sounds, she tells him he shouldn't have made her expect anything.
Theo, looking flustered and blushing, quickly relents and agrees that they should take things slowly after all.
He tells her not to worry as he quickly retreats, urging her to get a good night's rest.
A sudden, loud slam sounds as the door shuts, leaving Yulina standing alone in her room with a frustrated expression.
Outside the room, Theo leans against the wall and lets out a deep exhale of pure exhaustion.
Within the Grand Manor, Delulkin is shocked to learn that the critical prophecy book has been stolen.
The short-haired woman named Ethan explains that she was intercepted while trying to deliver the book to the palace. She describes how bandits suddenly attacked her carriage and stripped her of all the money and her belongings.
Delulkin stands in a menacing shadow, his silence filling the room with a sense of impending dread. Ethan explains that she watched them throw worthless letters into the sea and managed to rewrite what she had read. She notes that there is no reason for the Duke to attack them, despite bandits waiting openly at the docks.
Delulkin points out the road usually has hundreds of people, but Ethan notes it was suspiciously empty that day.
Delulkin realizes with fury that the road was deliberately blocked to monitor exactly what was being sent to the Empire.
He identifies the attackers as the Grand Duke's secret forces, the Shadows, while scolding the woman for her incompetence.
Ethan is paralyzed with a sudden cold shiver as the terrifying truth of the Duke's involvement sinks in.
A sudden sharp grab sounds as Delulkin seizes a book, his hand trembling with absolute rage.
He calls her a brainless fool as a sudden sharp whoosh sounds, throwing the book across the room in a fit of temper.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as he screams that his entry into the Imperial Palace is now in jeopardy. A sudden sharp smack sounds as the book hits the floor, and Delulkin mutters that he knew this would happen.
He reflects on how the couple appeared to be madly in love, which explains why they delayed the imprinting.
Delulkin orders Ethan to go and fetch the communication stone they received from the Empire immediately.
He shouts at her as she hesitates, demanding she bring the stone and questioning if she has gone deaf. Ethan turns and runs out of the room as a sudden, quick patter sounds to fulfill the man's angry command.
A moment of tense silence follows as the gravity of the situation settles over the room.
Delulkin bites his nail, realizing the couple has finally reached a state where the imprinting ritual is possible.
Later that night, Theo stands on a high balcony, exhaling a deep breath as he stares at the snowy peaks.
He worries that Yulina must be disappointed since he hasn't seen her all day after suggesting separate rooms. A sudden soft slide sounds as Theo reaches for the door handle, hesitating before he finally decides to knock.
A sudden soft knock sounds as Theo calls out and asks if he can enter her private chambers.
Yulina apologizes, explaining that she didn't want to wake the wolf pup who had just fallen asleep in her room. Theo says he doesn't mind, but expresses concern about her light dress given how cold it is outside. Yulina promises to dress more warmly in the future, her gaze fixed on him with a soft, uncertain look.
A sudden soft squeeze sounds as Theo takes her cold hands in his expression softening with genuine care.
He gently invites her to sit down with him, the atmosphere between them turning warm and intimate. In a chibi vision, Theo asks if this is all right, and Yulina happily confirms it while the wolf sleeps. Theo sits beside her on the edge of the bed as a sudden soft slide sounds.
Yulina looks at him, silently reflecting on the manipulative things Uncle Delulkin told her about her husband.
A flashback shows Delulkin claiming that the Grand Duke was deeply scarred by a previous marriage that existed only in name.
Delulkin had told her that Theo struggles with people and is very timid, requiring her constant care and attention.
Yulina regrets acting petty the day before as she and Theo sit together in the quiet room. She looks at him intensely and clarifies that while she agreed to separate rooms, she never meant separate beds.
A sudden deep blush spreads as Theo's face turns bright red at the Duchess's unexpected and bold suggestion. A sudden soft crackle sounds as the fire continues to burn brightly in the cozy room's fireplace.
Sitting close together on the bed, Yulina asks if he remembers their wedding cake, to which he warmly agrees.
Blushing deeply, Yulina reflects on how many nights have passed since they shared an intimate moment like the one on their wedding night. As a sudden heavy thumping sounds, she suggests they should make up for lost time and asks Theo for his opinion. A sudden soft pop sounds as a chibi Theo eagerly agrees that Yuna is absolutely right. A sudden soft slide sounds as he reaches out to touch her face, surprising the Duchess. A sudden soft woof sounds as Theo leans in, the romantic air thickening as he prepares to close the distance between them. A sudden quick jump sounds as the tiny wolf pup leaps onto the bed, completely shattering the romantic mood.
Yulina apologizes to the pup for waking it, gently coaxing it back to sleep while Theo seethes in the background.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Theo glares at the creature, his irritation mounting as it claims the space between them.
A sudden sharp crack sounds as Theo fumes internally, calling the pup a brat for interrupting his precious alone time.
A sudden sharp zap sounds as Theo vows to throw the pup into the garden the moment winter ends. In a dark chamber, a sudden quick cough sounds. The brown-haired man lets out a weary sigh. He notes that drinking the tainted holy water daily is causing his body to rot, something an ordinary human couldn't survive. A sudden sharp shock sounds as a dark presence asks why he refuses to accept the power it offers.
The man questions the identity of the power, which reveals itself as the essence of darkness.
The dark entity claims to be the only one capable of satisfying the man's deepest desires.
The darkness notes his instincts are rejecting it and suggests using another power, leaving the man confused. A sudden quick turn sounds as the man asks if the Grand Duke is aware of the prophecy. A sudden low static sounds as he admits his failure but swears on his life that the Duke loves the Duchess.
He continues to plead, insisting that despite his inability to confirm it, his observation is true. A sudden, soft sigh sounds as the masked priest decides they must proceed with the imprinting ritual immediately.
He plans to send a drug to force the imprint at the Phoenix Temple, intending to make the Duke ingest it.
Knowing the Duke won't come if summoned, the priest resolves to create a convincing pretext to lure him.
He believes the Duke won't suspect the drug and will think he simply needs to manage himself. A sudden, quick step sounds as the man demands answers while the priest notes this is their final opportunity. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the man realizes the priest failed to withstand the Duchess's power and is now imprinting.
A sudden, loud shout sounds as the man yells at the priest to answer his questions.
A sudden, sharp chuckle sounds as the priest mocks the man for being unable to accept the power themselves.
A sudden, quick flinch sounds as the priest suggests the Grand Duke could take all that power for himself.
A sudden, sharp clench sounds as the priest asks if that outcome wouldn't be better for the woman in question.
A sudden, low grin sounds as the priest muses it is better for her to be taken by her husband.
A sudden, sharp smack sounds as the man lunges forward and strikes the priest, knocking his mask away.
A sudden, sharp chuckle sounds as the unmasked man tells his attacker that things will proceed regardless of his resistance.
A sudden, bright flash sounds as the scarred man declares his younger sibling will go to the duchy for his sake.
A sudden, quick step sounds as he calls for help and a guard confirms his presence.
A sudden, sharp grab sounds as the man orders the guards to drag the intruder out of the Empire forever.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as the guards drag the shouting man away, leaving the prince calling him a wretch. The scarred man's intense gaze lingers.
A sudden, sharp rip sounds.
The aide addresses the Duke with concern.
A sudden, quick whoosh sounds as Theo tosses a torn letter, while his aide warns that destroying Imperial mail is illegal.
A sudden, soft sigh sounds as Theo wonders how to stop the Imperial princess from making a sudden visit.
A sudden soft push sounds as the aide explains the princess reviewed Academy reports and found no way to avoid her.
A sudden, sharp frown sounds as the aide notes her insistence on praying at the temple for the duchy's prosperity.
Theo worries that the arrival of both the priests and the princess might be connected to Yulina.
The aide points out that, unlike a prince with succession rights, the princess hasn't even had her coming-of-age ceremony yet. A flashback shows a young girl calling out to her brother while the aide and Theo sit together.
A sudden, quick patter sounds as the young girl runs through the garden toward them.
The aide recalls how the princess has been fond of the Duke since she was a small child.
A sudden, soft sigh sounds as Theo admits he was only lenient because she was a child, despite her Imperial blood.
Theo reflects that they might be attempting to manipulate the innocent Imperial princess for their own ends.
The aide reassures the Duke that as long as he avoids the imprinting ritual, no real danger will follow.
Theo ponders whether the use of separate bedrooms is enough to keep Delulkin successfully deceived.
The aide warns that if he continues to visit the Duchess so frequently, their secret arrangement might eventually be discovered.
Theo dismisses the concern, claiming his visit was only for a brief moment as he leans over his desk.
The aide notes that the brief visit actually lasted the entire day, while Theo heads for the door to choose an escort for the princess.
The aide smiles knowingly to himself as the Duke exits the room. Later, a priest attends to Yulina in the parlor, noting that she appears to have fully recovered from her recent ailments. The man is identified as Daniel, an intermediate priest, who explains that her condition is stable and requires no further medicine.
Yulina thanks him, but worries he traveled a great distance for nothing, though Daniel insists it was no trouble at all.
He explains that he volunteered for the duty after witnessing her wedding ceremony and wanting to assist the couple.
Daniel remarks that the overall mood and atmosphere of the entire duchy have changed significantly since her arrival.
In a chibi vision, Daniel happily reflects on how the estate's gardens are incredibly beautiful during every visit.
He casually mentions that since the wedding is finished, she and the Duke will likely be imprinting quite soon. Yulina looks completely baffled, admitting she has never heard of anything called an Imperial imprint before.
Daniel laughs and suggests that His Grace must have simply forgotten to mention the traditional ritual to her. He explains that the imprint is a sacred vow a married couple makes only once, promising to look only at each other forever.
He describes the ritual as an unbreakable covenant sanctioned by the goddess Daphne.
Daniel recounts the mythology of the goddess and the divine beings who became the ancestors of the imperial family, granting descendants the power to imprint.
He notes that the Archduke is no exception to this legacy, prompting Yulina to ask what physical or magical changes occur after the bond is formed.
The priest explains that the primary change is that the couple becomes capable of sharing each other's inner mana and power.
A chibi vision shows a couple embracing warmly as their hearts and energies begin to glow and synchronize.
Yulina asks if the imprint is a natural occurrence over time, causing Daniel to hesitate as he prepares to explain the specifics.
He reveals that they must travel to the Bios temple to share their love, causing the Duchess to blush a bright, intense red.
Daniel quickly clarifies that it is a serious commitment that can only happen if the two individuals are truly in love with one another.
Yulina sits in silence, internalizing the weight of the priest's words and what they mean for her relationship.
She thanks him for the explanation, but privately worries about what will happen if she doesn't know how to properly share love.
Night falls over the estate, and a sudden, sharp crackle sounds as the fire continues to burn in the bedroom's hearth.
Sitting on the floor by the fire, Yulina pets the sleeping wolf pup while quietly repeating the words about the Imperial imprint.
She begins to worry that the real reason Theo hasn't mentioned the ritual is because he isn't certain he truly loves her.
She reflects on how he visits her every day despite their separate rooms, wondering if his feelings are as strong as hers.
As she recalls their intimate moments, a sudden, soft knock sounds as Theo calls her name and asks to enter the room.
Yulina tells him he may come in as a sudden, soft creak sounds from the door opening to reveal the Duke standing there.
Theo notices the wolf pup has fallen asleep, and Yulina explains it was exhausted from their long walk earlier that day. He walks toward her and asks if something is troubling her, noting that she seems unusually downcast this evening.
Yulina forces a bright smile and insists she is fine, though she wonders if her anxiety was visible on her face.
Theo gazes at her with a gentle expression as she resolves that she can no longer just sit back and wait for him to act.
A sudden, quick rush sounds as Yulina throws herself forward, wrapping her arms around the startled Duke in a tight embrace.
Clinging to him, she softly tells him that she doesn't believe they have made a proper promise to one another today.
Theo is flustered by her sudden boldness, asking her again if she is absolutely sure that nothing is wrong.
She confirms she is fine while shifting her weight, her movements causing a sudden, soft rustle to sound against the carpet.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Yulina's momentum carries them both backward onto the large bed.
The couple lies together on the bed, the atmosphere in the room turning thick with sudden tension and romance.
Yulina looks down at the blushing Duke, her silver hair spilling over her shoulders as she faces him directly.
A sudden, sharp grab sounds as she takes his face in her hands while Theo stammers out a shortened version of her name.
A sudden soft smooch sounds as the Duchess leans down and initiates a deep, passionate kiss with her husband. The two embrace tightly on the bed, the romantic air filled with the scent of flowers as they finally close the distance between them.
Theo's mind races in confusion as he wonders what is happening and why Yuna is suddenly being so forward and aggressive. In a flustered chibi thought, Theo wonders if the intensity of her affection is actually going to be the end of him today.
A sudden heavy thumping sounds as his heart beats rapidly against his chest, filling the silent room with the rhythm of his excitement. Leaning in, Yulina softly whispers Theo's name as they share an intimate, breathless moment. Blushing deeply, the silver-haired woman looks up with wide, startled eyes.
A sudden, sharp clench sounds as Theo's hand grips his sleeve, his composure wavering.
Theo suddenly pulls away and flusteredly explains that he completely forgot he was supposed to be at the training grounds.
A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Theo stands abruptly, claiming he has an important appointment while Yulina asks if he must leave at this hour.
A sudden, soft creak sounds as Theo rushes out the door, pausing only to offer a brief apology to Yuna. A sudden, sharp smack sounds as the door shuts firmly, leaving Yulina standing alone in the room.
A sudden, low hum sounds as Yulina stares at the closed door, calling out Theo's name in confusion. A sudden, loud gasp sounds as a woman's voice echoes outside a grand building, shocked by the Grand Duke's behavior.
Sitting in the garden with noblewomen, Yulina looks downcast and suggests that her own awkward approach might be the cause of the Duke's recent avoidance.
One noblewoman notes that it was obvious how much the Duke cherished and loved Yulina, while another listens intently.
Leaning in close, the brown-haired lady tells Yulina that she has a secret theory to share.
The woman asks if the Grand Duke might have a physical problem down there, leaving Yulina looking utterly bewildered.
The other women nod in agreement, suggesting that if there is a problem of that nature, his behavior would make perfect sense.
Stunned, Yulina realizes she finally understands the potential reason behind Theo's hesitation.
The brown-haired lady reassures Yuna that medical science is advanced enough to treat such conditions with various medicines. The orange-haired lady mentions she knows a husband who is completely cured of a similar issue.
She tells Yuna that since the Duke is still young, he will surely be able to overcome the problem quickly.
Yulina sighs, thinking that if Theo was struggling with such a difficult issue, it must have been very hard for him to tell her.
She wonders if she has been unknowingly putting him in an awkward position all this time.
The noblewomen gossip and drink tea together in the garden as the conversation continues.
The scene shifts as a decorative frame announces that it is now the next day.
The morning light hits the grand facade of the temple. A sudden, sharp click sounds as Yulina steps onto a decorated carpet. Walking together with a large white wolf, Theo remarks that the weather has become quite chilly. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Theo reaches out to adjust the fur collar of Yulina's cloak.
Yulina thanks him, and Theo explains he has matters to attend to, instructing her to stay close to the white wolf at all times.
Yulina enthusiastically promises to stay by the wolf's side and avoid touching Theo, leaving him looking confused.
Theo agrees awkwardly, his expression one of slight bewilderment at her sudden shift in behavior. Yulina clenches her fist, resolving that starting today, she will no longer be a burden to her husband.
Theo wonders why he feels so uneasy despite their agreed-upon distance.
A sudden quick step sounds as Theo reflects that while he is easily stimulated by Yuna's touch, their current distance feels wrong.
An unseen man's voice greets the Grand Duke and Duchess as they walk.
Daniel, the intermediate priest, smiles warmly and tells them it is even nicer to see them at the temple today.
A sudden quick patter sounds as Yulina runs over to greet Daniel, asking if he has been well.
Daniel suggests Yulina pray to Goddess Daphne while they wait for the princess, a proposal that makes Theo look suspicious while Yuna agrees happily.
A sudden soft whoosh sounds as Theo steps forward to accompany her, but Daniel hesitates.
Daniel explains that Priest Lambros has requested the Duke's presence in the reception room, causing Theo to ask why the priest didn't come himself.
Daniel claims the matter is urgent, leading Theo to wonder if it concerns the Bios Empire.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as Theo agrees to follow the priest's request.
Theo tells Yuna to take the wolf with her in his stead, and she agrees with a bright smile.
A sudden quick whoosh sounds as Yulina waves goodbye and heads into the temple with the wolf and Daniel. A sudden low hum sounds as Theo watches them leave, his expression filled with lingering suspicion.
The scene shifts inside as a transition marks the start of a new conversation.
Sitting in the reception room, Theo asks when Lambros will arrive while the priest apologizes for the delay.
A sudden soft splash sounds as the priest pours a cup of tea, inviting the Duke to drink while he waits.
The man explains they prepared jasmine tea specifically because they heard the Duchess likes flowers.
Theo decides to taste the tea first to ensure it is safe for Yuna, taking a slow sip as the priest watches.
A sudden low chuckle sounds as the priest breaks into a sinister smile, thinking that things are going exactly as Count Delkin predicted.
The priest reflects on how Delkin knew the Duke would drink the tea without hesitation if the Duchess was mentioned.
Holding the tea, Theo questions the meaning of the priest's words.
A sudden sharp crackle sounds as a burst of blue energy radiates outward.
A sudden sharp sounds as Theo collapses over the table, the priest noting that the drug is taking effect rapidly.
Struggling against his blurred vision, Theo identifies the man as an agent of Delkin.
The priest chuckles softly as he mentions the Grand Duchess's aim.
A sudden sharp sounds as Theo burns with an intense, agonizing glow while the priest confirms he means Yulina.
A sudden soft gasp sounds as Theo's trembling hand grips the table, his voice a strained whisper as he calls for Yulina. Overwhelmed by an unnatural heat, Theo's mind is consumed by a desperate, drug-induced obsession to have Yulina for himself.
The priest tells Theo that if he waits obediently, he will be taken directly to the Grand Duchess.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Theo collapses to the floor, the priest promising to reunite him with his wife.
Standing in a stone room with the white wolf, Yulina looks around with a hint of uncertainty.
A sudden low hum sounds as Yulina observes that this room is quite different from the prayer hall she previously visited.
The purple-haired priestess insists this is the correct location, leading Yulina to push aside her doubts and trust the guidance.
A sudden, soft woof sounds as the white wolf responds to Yulina's suggestion that they wait together for a moment.
Yulina's uncle, Delkin, suddenly enters the room and calls out to her.
Surprised by his presence, Yulina asks what brings him there, while Delkin expresses surprise at the presence of the wolf.
Delkin smiles sinisterly, thinking that it was a wise decision to bring incense designed to put beasts to sleep. He informs Yulina that she is to undergo imprinting today and that they cannot permit any obstacles to the ritual.
A sudden soft click sounds as Delkin sets down a dish of burning incense, stating that it will soon be quiet.
Yulina questions the location, recalling that the imprinting ceremony was meant to take place at a different temple.
Delkin dismisses her concerns, claiming the ritual can be completed here today without any issues. A sudden heavy thud sounds as the white wolf collapses onto the floor in a deep drug-induced slumber.
A sudden sharp grab sounds as Delkin takes Yulina's hands, insisting that this ritual is essential for her ultimate happiness.
Looking at her with a wide, unsettling grin, Delkin demands to know if she understands the necessity of imprinting today.
Yulina points out that the Grand Duke is expected to arrive shortly. A sudden soft creak sounds as Delkin turns to leave, ignoring Yulina's confused call to her uncle.
Yulina reflects on her uncle's bizarre behavior while the wolf remains motionless on the floor.
A sudden soft sigh sounds as she worries about the suddenness of the ritual and the possibility of something going wrong.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Theo lunges from the shadows, grabbing Yulina in a forceful and unexpected embrace.
Startled, Yulina asks if he was also told about the sudden change to the imprinting schedule.
A sudden soft whoosh sounds as Theo silences her with an aggressive, desperate kiss. A sudden, soft rustle sounds as Yulina is pushed back, her expression one of utter shock and distress. A sudden, muffled sounds as Theo continues his forceful advances, ignoring her attempts to speak.
Tackling her onto the large bed, Theo's behavior remains erratic as Yulina begs him to wait and explain his actions.
A sudden soft gasp sounds as Yulina stares up in fear, her face pale and covered in cold sweat. Theo looms over her with glowing, dilated eyes, his breathing heavy and uncontrolled. A sudden, sharp clench sounds as Theo pins her hand to the bed while Yulina cries out his name in terror.
A sudden soft sob sounds as Yulina begs Theo to look at her and regain his senses.
A sudden, sharp rip sounds as Theo begins to tear at her dress, driving Yulina into a state of panic.
Terrified and weeping, Yulina screams that she truly hates being treated in such a way.
A sudden, sharp glint shines in a man's eye as he witnesses the scene unfolding. A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Theo stops and pulls back, his face flushing deep red as he looks at the crying Yuna.
Sobbing on the bed, Yulina calls out Theo's name as a shadow falls over them.
A sudden, loud smack sounds as a brown-haired man in a green cloak kicks the door open, shouting Yuna's name.
The newcomer looks on with intense, burning fury at the sight before him.
Yulina looks up through her tears, shocked to see Asarum standing in the doorway.
A sudden, sharp snap sounds as the brown-haired man grits his teeth, beginning to speak the Duke's name.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Asarum delivers a powerful punch that sends the Duke reeling.
Yulina lets out a sudden, sharp gasp as the violence erupts in front of her.
A sudden, sharp grab sounds as Asarum pulls Yuna close to protect her, sternly ordering Theo to stop.
Asarum asks Yuna if she still hasn't realized that everyone is simply using her.
He continues his tirade, stating that it is all because she is a snowfolk. Asarum draws his dagger, declaring his intent to kill the Duke first.
Yuna screams for Asarum to stop as he prepares to strike.
A sudden, sharp grab sounds as Theo catches the blade with his bare hand.
The ornate dagger clatters down.
Theo looms over the cowering Asarum, his expression cold and menacing.
A sudden heavy thud sounds as Theo kicks Asarum away, surprising him with his strength. Yuna calls out to Theo as he stands with a bleeding hand.
She pleads for him to stop as he stares down at his own weapon. Theo lunges toward her while Yuna continues to cry out his name.
Tears fall amidst the blood. Theo struggles to speak, warning Yuna not to come any closer to him.
He barks a desperate command for her to run away immediately.
Yuna asks what he means while looking at a spilled plate.
She weeps over his heavy bleeding, panicking about what to do for him.
A sudden quick tug sounds as someone grabs Yuna's arm, telling her they must leave.
Yuna refuses to go, insisting she cannot leave while Theo is in such pain.
A sudden, loud bang sounds as the door is breached.
An elderly priest and Camilla enter the room, shocked to see the Duke's state.
Glowing water sloshes in its boil.
Camilla tells Theo he must drink the contents as she pours it into his mouth.
The elderly priest treats Theo's hand, urging him to endure the pain for a bit longer.
Yuna asks about Theo's safety while Asarum demands to know who the newcomers are.
Perkos introduces himself as an elderly priest and offers his apologies for the late arrival.
He explains that the holy water will soon dilute the impure drug in the Duke's system.
Camilla identifies herself and suggests that they finish proper introductions at a later time.
Perkos clarifies that they came to the temple specifically seeking the Duke and Duchess.
He mentions that Priest Daniel warned them the Grand Duchess might be in grave danger.
A sudden, sharp glint shines in the priest's eye as he asks Asarum who he is. Asarum coldly retorts that the priest has no need to know his identity.
Asarum attempts to lead Yuna away, promising the Duke will be treated properly without them.
Yuna questions Asarum's presence, asking why he isn't currently on Ruhe Island.
She demands to know how he could have known that everyone was trying to use her.
Perkos interrupts to state that he senses an ominous and dark presence from Asarum.
The priest offers the holy liquid.
Perkos explains that if Asarum is tainted, the water will make him collapse like the Duke.
Yuna begs Asarum to drink the holy water and prove his intentions.
Asarum realizes with a grimace that Yuna has begun to doubt his character.
Dark energy swirls as Asarum laments that their relationship can never be the same again.
Asarum's eyes burn with unnatural light. He whispers that his only goal was to be with her as his transformation begins.
Perkos shouts a warning that the creature is now openly targeting the Grand Duchess.
Camilla urges Yuna to take her hand so they can hurry outside to safety.
A sudden low growl sounds as Asarum, engulfed in shadows, commands Yuna to come with him. A dark hand reaches for forever. A sudden sharp roar sounds as the transformed Asarum reaches out for the Duchess. A sudden heavy thud sounds as the white wolf tackles Asarum to the floor. The wolf snarls with red eyes. Blinding light consumes the dark scene. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, consuming the room in a cold and brilliant light.
Shielding herself, Yuna and Camilla stare in shock at the sudden appearance of the blue wolf amidst the chaos.
Yuna rushes to Asarum's side as he lies collapsed on the floor, frantically checking to see if he is still conscious.
A sudden, sharp gasp sounds as Asarum's eyes flutter open, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend the situation.
A sudden soft whoosh sounds as Asarum examines his hands, bewildered by the total absence of the pain he expected to feel. Yuna leans in close, asking with deep concern if he has finally recovered his senses and is feeling all right.
A sudden, sharp smack sounds as Asarum violently recoils, striking out as he rejects her attempts to help him. A sudden, heavy thud sounds as Asarum scrambles to his feet and sprints away, leaving Yuna calling out his name in vain.
Standing beside the massive white wolf, Yuna watches the empty doorway with a mixture of confusion and lingering fear.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the silent estate, its windows glowing warmly against the deepening night.
Inside the quiet chamber, Yuna sits faithfully by the bedside where Theo remains in a deep, unnatural sleep.
Her focus is broken when she hears the voice of a man behind her, addressing her formally as the Grand Duchess.
The brown-haired man in glasses steps forward, informing her that he will be taking over the Duke's immediate medical care.
He looks down with a grim expression, secretly blaming his own negligence for allowing Theo to fall into such a state.
Yuna asks with a trembling voice if Theo will truly be able to wake up safely from his ordeal.
The man in glasses offers a small, reassuring smile, insisting that Theo is far too robust to be kept down for long.
He gently suggests that she should head to her studies now since Priest Perkos is already waiting for her arrival elsewhere.
Agreeing to leave, Yuna looks back one last time and asks him to send for her immediately should Theo show any signs of waking.
A sudden soft creak sounds as the door settles, leaving the man in glasses alone to watch over the unconscious Duke. A sudden sharp sounds as Theo's brow furrows in pain, his body still fighting the effects of the drug in a fevered sweat.
A red-haired woman with glowing green eyes stares ahead with a fierce and unwavering intensity.